ED to produce the arrested Delhi Chief Minister at Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court and demand his custody. Aam Aadmi Party approaches Supreme Court over Delhi Chief Minister's arrest in the liquor policy case. Delhi Minister Atishi says the Delhi government will run from jail. Ministry of Home Affairs sources inform Republic government can't be run from jail. Opposition parties come out in support of Kejriwal, with top leaders questioning the arrest, which comes less than a month before the Lok Sabha elections. The Supreme Court will today hear Kavita's plea challenging her arrest by the ED in the liquor policy case. Now, breaking news coming in, Union Minister Kiran Rijiju has strongly rebuked the Aam Aadmi Party's assertion of democracy is dead. He emphasized that corruption poses a significant threat to democratic principles. The Union Minister also advocated for judicial process to determine the appropriate level of punishment. We have another big breaking news now coming in. The Aam Aadmi Party has announced a nationwide protest against Prime Minister Modi-led BJP over the arrest of the Chief Minister. On Thursday night, the ED arrived at Kejriwal's residence for questioning in connection with the liquor policy case. The team conducted a search operation at his residence, and Kejriwal was arrested in a late-night dramatic turn of events. Well, we have Rakshita live from the ED office. Rakshita, what are the latest developments on the ground? What time is Kejriwal expected to be brought out?
Well, the latest being, Kriti, is that we expect the Supreme Court bench to take up the matter at 10:30 p.m., the petition filed by Aam Aadmi Party. So that is the latest we have right now. And as far as Arvind Kejriwal is concerned, yes, the medical checkup has happened, and what we understand is that just in a while from now, we expect that Arvind Kejriwal will be taken out. There's heavy security deployment, as you can see. Barricading has been done on all the corners right across the street. And also I'm being joined by my colleague Deepak, who has been tracking all developments since last night. Republic TV was the first one, remember, to break this big development. Around 9 p.m. we saw Arvind Kejriwal being arrested, and Deepak, this is something that was being dodged by Arvind Kejriwal for quite some time. It took 9 summons for this entire episode to unfold this way. He has been talking about how the BJP, Atishi just a while back held a press conference, said that this is being done just to stop Arvind Kejriwal from campaigning for Lok Sabha elections. But here we are. The summons have been issued since November last year. And now is the day what Arvind Kejriwal has been dreading, what he has been fearing. And today, anything can happen. The Enforcement Directorate is all set to seek a longer custody for Arvind Kejriwal. What do we expect next? What are you picking up?
Right, Rakshita, now what we have to understand is that Arvind Kejriwal, since 2011, when Aam Aadmi Party came into existence, he was a crusader against corruption. But it's so ironic right now that Arvind Kejriwal, who used to fight against corruption himself, has landed in trouble in ED's custody in a corruption case revolving around the now scrapped Delhi excise policy 2021 and 2022. So what we get to understand here is that last night, when Arvind Kejriwal was arrested at his Delhi residence. A lot of Aam Aadmi Party workers stormed the residence. They tried to block the arrest, but however, it was after 2 hours post his arrest that the Enforcement Directorate finally managed to get Arvind Kejriwal to the ED headquarters, and a round of medical checkup was also done last night. And with what we are getting to hear is that Arvind Kejriwal has been constantly being grilled in the Enforcement Directorate's headquarters, and today as well his medical checkup will be done, and at 10:30 a.m. the matter will be presented before the Supreme Court, and the CGI bench will then take a call. But along with that, what the ED will be looking to do is to seek additional custody to establish the money trail which everybody is talking about, and also that has been mentioned in the ED charge sheet. Supplementary charge sheet mentions that the former communications in charge, Vijay Nair, was the link between the South and the North cartel. So what we're getting to understand is that Vijay Nair is the one who told Sameer Mahindra about his clout, and when Sameer Mahindra challenged his clout and asked him to prove his clout really existed, that's when Vijay Nair patched a FaceTime between Arvind Kejriwal and also Sameer Mahindra, and along with that also a 12% inflated profits were also mentioned in the Delhi excise policy, which is now scrapped, which favored the Aam Aadmi Party, and in return to give undue benefits to Kavita, the BRS MLC, who has also been arrested last week. That's why they floated an extra profit of 12%, out of which they had a cut, and Kavita allegedly paid 100 crores to the Aam Aadmi Party, which was then used by the Aam Aadmi Party for poll campaigning and everything else. So as of now, what we get to understand is that Arvind Kejriwal is currently at the ED office. He is being questioned. He will be medically checked up right now before he will be presented at the Rouse Avenue Court, as well, and his plea will also be mentioned before the Supreme Court.
Absolutely. So 10:30, before what we understand is that Arvind Kejriwal should be out of the ED office before 10:30, as 10:30 a.m. is the time scheduled for the hearing in the Supreme Court. And the latest we know is that the medical checkup has been completed. This is what we are learning. The medical checkup has been completed, and also the Delhi police is right now outside the ED office, and there's heavy security deployment, as I was telling you. And also the ED is preparing papers now to present Arvind Kejriwal in court, and of course seek custody for further interrogation. It will be, of course, an interesting turn of events. Meanwhile, we do know that the Aam Aadmi Party leaders, they're all over social media. We do know that they are now campaigning for support for Arvind Kejriwal. There has been, of course, plans of protest, which the Delhi police is looking to now counter with the various places, important locations being barricaded, including the Delhi borders and the NCR borders. So it will be, of course, an interesting turn of events. And right now, this place has been completely sanitized, apart from media personnel. And of course, those who are working in the Enforcement Directorate, nobody else is allowed to, enter this area. So it will be, of course, in any time from now, of course, we understand maybe in just a while from now, maybe around 10, we do expect that Arvind Kejriwal should be taken outside under a heavy security cover. Remember, Atishi has raised concerns over security also just a while back, and there has been, Aam Aadmi Party crying foul and saying that they will fight it out in Supreme Court. So yes, the battle lines are drawn, and all eyes will be on the Supreme Court today at 10:30 a.m. Kriti.
Right, so the plea by the Chief Minister on his arrest by ED excise policy case will be taken up by a bench led by Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud, at 10:30 a.m. That's the latest that we're getting on this. Meanwhile, K. Kavita's hearing is also slated in the Supreme Court today. Rakshita, Deepak, you're there on the ground. Do you know what are the probable fresh contentions that she's expected to make to seek her bail today?
Well, of course, see, this is all about, evidence that has been actually gathered by the Enforcement Directorate. And we know about, as just a while back, very articulately, Deepak had explained the role of the South lobby in a very concise way, and how K. Kavita was also involved. And remember, K. Kavita's arrest last week was something that actually set the stage for Arvind Kejriwal's arrest. And since then, we knew that, it's time up for Arvind Kejriwal now. And it is going the Hemant Soren way. There was, of course, a lot of expectations, especially after the court had denied any protection from arrest. And as far as Kavita is concerned, yes, there were searches that were held at her place. And after that, some clinching proof was actually gathered by the ED. Henceforth, she was taken to New Delhi and then she was put into custody. Similarly, with Arvind Kejriwal, we saw the same thing happening. And today we understand that after some proof that was studied by the court that protection from arrest was denied, and Kavita's case is also important. And I would in fact go to Deepak, as you were pointing out, about Kavita's role, because her case is also slated for hearing today.
Right, Rakshita, now what we have to understand is how the South cartel and the North, functioned in tandem to float this Delhi excise policy, which has been scrapped. Now, what we have to understand here is that Sameer Mahindru and Vijay Nair, who have been arrested, were the key cogs in this particular alleged illicit deal, as we can say, because Kavita's role is also under the scanner, and for this reason, that to get undue benefits from the now scrapped Delhi excise policy, Kavita wanted undue benefits, like I mentioned, and in order to facilitate that, kickbacks of 100 crores was allegedly paid to the Aadmi party, which was then used by them for Goa elections and also other campaigning activities as well. So last night, when ED raided Arvind Kejriwal's house and searched, they recovered a lot of electronic devices and also documents. And also, let's not forget what Saurabh Bhardwaj said. He said that yesterday the Enforcement Directorate found 70,000 rupees after searching each and every corner of the Delhi Chief Minister's residence, but that 70,000 rupees was also handed over. And also, coming back to what Kavita will be facing is that, let's not forget that the first time when Kavita was summoned by the ED, she had, we can't forget those scenes when she held up those phones that the Enforcement Directorate had asked her to bring. But what's surprising is that the phones that she brought did not have the IMEI numbers that were mentioned by the Enforcement Directorate. The SIM cards were changed multiple times, and in February last year, Manish Sisodia was arrested, and then in October it was Sanjay Singh, and a year before that, in November 2022, Vijay Nair was arrested, and that's when he spilled the beans. He was the communications in charge of Arvind Kejriwal, and he was the key cog that arranged all the meetings between the South and the National Capital Cartel. So all of this will be examined, and it remains to be seen whether Kavita will get a legal relief or not. Rakshita.
Absolutely, of course. Kavita has also challenged this, her arrest also, and there are very serious charges, allegations of co-conspiring along with Arvind Kejriwal and many of the key accused in this case. So, of course, it remains to be seen. 10:30 a.m. is the time when everybody will be looking at the Supreme Court bench that is all set to hear these pleas. And right now, in fact, we're getting more reactions. Also, what I understand, in fact, there is, of course, talks of several of the leaders coming in. Rahul Gandhi has extended support on social media platform also, and we expect that as per reports that Rahul Gandhi has promised support, legal support, and support to the family, and he said that in dire times he will be with Arvind Kejriwal. That's quite an irony.
Let's not forget that this is the same Congress party a few months back said that Arvind Kejriwal must be arrested, and they also, claim that they wouldn't side with corruption. But how ironic, for electoral gains, just to defeat Prime Minister Narendra Modi and a BJP wave, the opposition leaders have united and they've set aside all their statements in the past. But we will not forget what Congress had said. Congress had clearly stated that Arvind Kejriwal should be arrested, and they had also stated that they will not endorse or support or lend a helping hand and a shield to corruption. So how ironic it is, Rakshita, because this is the same Congress party, like we've been mentioning, that was against Arvind Kejriwal. But today, things have changed. Arvind Kejriwal, Rahul Gandhi, all of them are on one side of the table, while Arvind Kejriwal is at
Arvind Kejriwal's, many videos are being circulated on social media where he has been saying that, nobody can evade arrest. And we know that how many times he had dodged the
We have breaking news coming in. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann will be reaching the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters at 10 o'clock. That's the latest that we're coming up with. Chief Minister Mann rushes to the national capital to come in support of arrested Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. Meanwhile, Rahul Gandhi is also likely to meet Arvind Kejriwal's family at 11 a.m. So we have a slew of Indie Alliance leaders coming out in support of the arrested leader. This just ahead of the Lok Sabha elections. Chief Minister Man rushing to Delhi to come out in support of Kejriwal, and Rahul Gandhi himself expected to meet Kejriwal's family at 11 a.m. Rakshita, back to you. Now tell us that Aam Aadmi Party has given a clarion call to the Indie Alliance to come out and join its protest against the BJP and Prime Minister Modi. What is the latest on that? How many leaders have actually showed up to join the Aam Aadmi Party in its charges against the centre and Prime Minister Modi?
Well, this is the official information that is coming in that Bhagwan Mann will be reaching the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters at 10 o'clock. That is just 15 minutes from now. That's what we are learning from our reporters on ground right now. So as me and I'm talking about Rahul Gandhi, you mentioned even Rahul Gandhi is expected to reach Arvind Kejriwal's residence, and he's promised to provide legal aid. And as we were just talking a while back that, how things change, and this is what we see in politics. There is no permanent enemies and no permanent friends. And that's what we are seeing right now. And ahead of the Lok Sabha elections, we understand that there's no other option, Deepak, left for the Indie Alliance to, resort to such ways. And even if it means to,
Rakshita, we have some top political reactions coming to us. Let's show our viewers the reactions as well.
और मैं समझता हूं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के गिरफ्तारी के बाद ये बात दिल्ली की हर गली से निकल रही है कि दिल्ली के साथ जो धोखा किया अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने, दिल्ली के साथ जो क्रूर मजाक किया, जो दिल्ली को लूटा अरविंद केजरीवाल ने, भ्रम का जाल फैलाकर सत्ता हथियाया और सत्ता हथियाने के बाद दिल्ली को लूटा, उस अरविंद केजरीवाल को दिल्ली के लोगों की हाय भी लगी है।
आपको तो दिल्ली की जनता ने पाठशाला खोलने के लिए जिम्मेदारी दी थी, आपने मधुशाला खोल दी, और मधुशाला खोलते खोलते जिस प्रकार से भ्रष्टाचार किया, और जब उस पर कार्रवाई हो रही है, और कार्रवाई भी ऐसी जिस पर कोर्ट की मुहर लग रही, फिर भी आप कहते हैं कि ये विद्वेषपूर्ण कार्रवाई, विक्टिमहुड कार्ड खेलते हैं।
ये लोकतंत्र की हत्या है और इस देश के अंदर तानाशाही की घोषणा है। अगर अरविंद केजरीवाल को गिरफ्तार किया जा सकता है तो इस देश के अंदर हर बच्चे को गिरफ्तार किया जा सकता है, उसकी आवाज को दबाया जा सकता है।
मुख्यमंत्री जी के घर की पूरी तलाशी इस छापे में ली गई। सिर्फ 70,000 रुपए नकद मिले, जो कि ईडी वापस लौटा के चली गई। मुख्यमंत्री जी का मोबाइल लिया गया और मुख्यमंत्री जी को गिरफ्तार करके ले गए हैं। पूरे छापे में कोई सबूत, कोई एविडेंस, कोई प्रॉपर्टी का कागज, कोई गैर कानूनी पैसा, कोई मनी ट्रेल नहीं मिली।
चुनाव से बुकला के हरकतें कर रही है। कांग्रेस के अकाउंट सील किए जाते हैं, हेमंत सोरेन जी को उठाया जाता है। आज दिल्ली के अंदर भी टाइमिंग देखिए आप, किस टाइमिंग के ऊपर जो है वो एक्शन लिया जा रहा है जब चुनाव शुरू हो गए हैं।
और जो पिछले कुछ समय से हम लोग देख रहे हैं, चाहे हमारे अकाउंट्स को फ्रीज करने की बात हो, हेमंत सोरेन के अरेस्ट की बात हो, केजरीवाल जी के अरेस्ट करने की बात हो, ये ईडी इसको केवल चुनाव के साथ जोड़ रहा है, इसका और कोई लेना देना नहीं है। और इस बात को हम कंडेम करते हैं, इसकी हम घोर निंदा करते हैं। एजेंसियों का इस तरीके से मोदी सरकार का दुरुपयोग करना अपने में सरासर गलत है, गैर लोकतांत्रिक है।
Now, breaking news coming in, the Supreme Court is scheduled to convene to consider Kavita's petition contesting her arrest by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with the liquor policy case, a plea challenging her arrest on March 22 to be heard by the Supreme Court. Now, the South nexus of the Delhi liquor policy also under lens. Kavita, who was arrested on March 22, will be challenging her arrest by the Enforcement Directorate. Her plea is scheduled at the Supreme Court today. Remember, this is just ahead of the Lok Sabha elections, while the BJP has already, BRS, I beg your pardon, has already lost ground in Hyderabad. Now with Kavita's arrest, BRS's prospects in Hyderabad and Telangana ahead of the elections seem to be reflecting in a poor light. Meanwhile, we have my colleague Aneri joining us live from Hyderabad. Aneri, you're tracking the arrest of Kavita in the Delhi liquor policy case. Tell us through some of the arguments that she is expected to make in the court today.
Well, definitely a lot of arguments which are going to take place today in the Supreme Court, because we had seen that back then in 2023 when Kavita had filed and petitioned in the Supreme Court that was withdrawn by her, and now we see that a new petition has been filed in the Supreme Court which will be heard today by the special bench. And also remember, Kavita has been in custody of Enforcement Directorate. She was arrested from Hyderabad, and now Supreme Court will be hearing her matter because she has filed a petition challenging the arrest of her, and she has asked the Supreme Court to say that this arrest of her is illegal, is what the petition is about. So we'll have to wait and watch how it turns out to be in the Supreme Court, what arguments go on. But right now what we are learning is that Kavita, who is in the Enforcement Directorate custody, 7 days of custody was given by the court to the Enforcement Directorate, where she is being questioned by the ED in connection with the Delhi liquor scam. And now that Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has also been arrested, we'll have to wait and watch what turns out to be for Kavita, because she has been in custody of Enforcement Directorate, and now but today we will be seeing Supreme Court hearing the matter as well.
Right, thanks for joining us with those details, Aneri. We have to slip into a quick commercial break now, but stay with us, viewers. An action-packed Monday morning coming up next. The Aadmi Party approaches the Supreme Court over Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's arrest in the liquor policy case. Aadmi Party knocks on Supreme Court's door, approaches the top court for the plea of Arvind Kejriwal in liquor policy case.
Why she said that?
In the press conference.
Yeah, but why? Why she said that? Because I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't cheat. I didn't dope. So it's better if we read the decision from TASS that it was a contaminated supplement, was not doping, and I never had something to do with doping. So I never doped, so I'm not a cheater. So thank you to the tournament for giving me the wildcard and to have the possibility to play in such a big tournament. It was great to be back, and only one person being negative about me is not that important, because I have hundreds of people that giving me love. So I will take that.
You know, with the meeting yesterday, I don't know if you referred to that, with the PIF, there's more questions looming, and you know, I don't think many players are too privy of information. You know, Jay's been trying to be transparent with emails based on, you know, what's happening, not giving, he obviously, you can't reveal information of talks, you know, that are ongoing to the membership, which obviously makes sense, but he's been trying to be as transparent as possible on that front. So I think this is probably bridge, I'd say, leaning more that way, more than set in stone. I think, you know, the tour is just trying to find the right way to push forward, and it's going to be impossible to keep everybody happy.
The day after my game, I saw him in a restaurant, and when I saw him, I went to his table to say hello to him, because I know that he's, you know, a big legend in football and in English football as well. So I'm just, you know, just say hi to him, and I think some people was at him as well. So he just told me that I have to keep going, having a good season, and he told me I was a good footballer. So I think it's a big compliment coming from such a big player like that.
Primeiro tem todo o processo, né, do protocolo médico que ele vai cumprir. Não adianta nós gerarmos qualquer expectativa de curto prazo, porque não é o caso. Primeiro a gente deseja que ele...
Welcome back. Let's take you through all the latest developments in the Delhi liquor policy case now. Delhi's Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal spent the entire night in custody after undergoing medical tests. This comes after the Supreme Court denied an urgent hearing on the case. Shortly after the arrest of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal by the Enforcement Directorate, Delhi Minister Atishi asserted that Kejriwal would continue to govern from jail. Atishi called on the Indie Alliance for its support to oppose Kejriwal's arrest. In Mumbai, at least 40 AAP leaders were detained following protests over Kejriwal's arrest, reiterating their claim of a witch hunt. Aam Aadmi Party described their demonstration against Kejriwal's arrest as a second freedom struggle. Well, we slip into a quick commercial break now, but coming up next, Aam Aadmi Party approaches Supreme Court over Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's arrest in the liquor policy case.
Government's decision last week to reduce the import duty by 15% for electric vehicle makers who pledge $500 million or rupees 4,150 crore investment in India is a significant move for the country and the Make in India objective. The electric vehicle policy was notified by Heavy Industries Ministry and is being steered by the Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade under the aegis of Industries and Commerce Ministry. The government incentivization on EV imports is likely to benefit billionaire Elon Musk's Tesla. Vietnamese VinFast has also pledged to contribute for Make in India with rupees 4,000 crore EV factory in Tamil Nadu. Chinese automaker BYD recently launched its sedan Seal in India. India's electric vehicle policy allows companies to carry forward their annual import backlog. The electric vehicle policy permits car makers to import a maximum of 8,000 EVs into India annually. EV makers benefiting from incentives must utilize 35% local components. India's EV policy expects car makers to achieve 50% DVA or domestic value addition in next 5 years.
viewers, this morning, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal arrested by ED in Delhi Liquorgate probe hours after High Court refused to grant relief. ED to produce Delhi Chief Minister at Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court and demand his custody. Aam Aadmi Party approaches top court over Delhi Chief Minister's arrest and liquor case, matter to be heard shortly. Delhi Minister Atishi says that Delhi government will run from jail. Ministry of Home Affairs sources inform Republic government cannot run from inside the jail. Opposition parties come out in support of Kejriwal, with top leaders now questioning the arrest, which comes less than a month before the Lok Sabha polls. The top court today will hear K. Kavita's plea challenging her arrest by ED in Liquorgate scandal. Very good morning. We are live and breaking. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Our all-out focus remains on Arvind Kejriwal's arrest, which happened late last night after hours-long interrogation by the central agency. In fact, the details that are just coming in that the AAP leaders are planning to carry out nationwide protest, for which they've even called out. In fact, they've even sought support from the Indie partners. So as we speak, the matter is going to be taken up in the Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court as well as the top court, while the hearing is scheduled for 10:30 at around 10:30 a.m. in Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court. We understand that the protests have already begun by the Aam Aadmi parties. In fact, Congress has also come out in support of the Aam Aadmi party in the national capital. So, tracking all those updates very closely. Meanwhile, we also understand that security has been heightened across the national capital. Barricading has been put up. Let's go across to Rakshita, who's joining us live right now. Rakshita, good morning. A lot of updates since early morning, but once again, take us to the exact timeline of what has happened since late last evening and what really can be expected in the next couple of hours.
Well, of course, if we talk about the immediate, the part that we are expecting just as of now, Arvind Kejriwal should be taken out from the AD office anytime from now. There's heavy security deployment, as you were just pointing out, and 10:30, as you mentioned, is the day when is the time when we expect the hearing to take place, and there is a lot of movement as far as the officials are concerned. But more importantly, K. Kavita's plea and also Arvind Kejriwal's plea will be heard by the Supreme Court. Many officials have been arriving. Back-to-back vehicle movement is what we have been witnessing right now, and there is heavy security deployment. And as we are continuously getting to our viewers the information that Aam Aadmi Party is planning nationwide protest, and I'll bring in my colleague Deepak also. It's an irony here, Deepak, that just 10 or 12 years back we saw Arvind Kejriwal and his team, the India Against Corruption team, maybe actually, so calling for protests against corruption today, and in calling for politicians to be arrested and be put behind the bars, whoever are mired in corruption. Today, he is the one who actually battling corruption allegations. He has been evading arrest. Today, he is in the custody of the Enforcement Directorate. All I will be on Supreme Court. Just take us through the highlights of what has happened yesterday, since you were here last night. So, what transpired after the court, the Delhi High Court, had denied protection from arrest to Arvind Kejriwal?
Well, Rakshita, to help our viewers understand what exactly happened, it was in the afternoon that Kejriwal's plea, along with his writ, which is part of his writ petition, was heard at the Delhi High Court, and the Delhi High Court was also given the documents by the Enforcement Directorate. And after looking at the documents, the Delhi High Court clearly said that at this point in time, the court is not inclined to pass any order against any order for Kejriwal, who is seeking, who sought, interim protection from coercive action. And after Delhi, High Court refused to give him that interim protection. That was when 3 hours after the Delhi High Court hearing, that was when the Enforcement Directorate officers arrived at Arvind Kejriwal's residence, official residence at Civil Lines. And let us tell you what exactly happened, because yesterday the ED officials and the police, the security that's deployed outside Delhi Chief Minister's residence, were in a secret talk. They just wanted to know whether there is a backyard entry so that none of them and no Aam Aadmi Party leaders could get a clue of what's impending. But unfortunately, Aam Aadmi Party leaders mobilized in huge numbers outside Delhi Chief Minister's residence. But however, at 9 p.m. he was arrested after a round of questioning by the Enforcement Directorate. And during the questioning and the searches, what we're getting to understand is that a lot of documents and a lot of electronic devices were also seized. But it took the Enforcement Directorate 2 hours to bring Arvind Kejriwal from his official residence to the Delhi Enforcement Directorate's headquarters here. And what happened exactly is that at around 11 p.m. last night, there were two decoys, or rather two teams that arrived at the Enforcement Directorate's headquarters. But what we have to note here is that Arvind Kejriwal wasn't present in the convoys of both these teams. Instead, he was whisked into the Enforcement Directorate's office from the back gate, and that's why Arvind Kejriwal was brought into the Enforcement Directorate headquarters.
Right. In fact, and more importantly, what we are learning is that Arvind Kejriwal is not cooperating as per sources. Arvind Kejriwal is not cooperating when he is being actually interrogated by the ED, when he has been questioned in the custody last night and since morning. So it, of course, could be trouble mounting in when he's produced to court today in the Supreme Court. And right now, we will be keeping a track of all the developments coming in from the ED office. Back to you in the studio, Samiksha.
Right, Rakshita and Deepak, stay with us. So Rakshita and Deepak are outside the ED office. Let's go across to Harsha as well, who is outside the Delhi court, where Kejriwal is going to be taken in just some time from now. Harsha, talking about the leadership crisis within the Aam Aadmi Party, is there even any leader who really has the political experience to really step into Arvind Kejriwal's shoes? All we can think is about Saurabh, Bhardwaj and maybe Atishi, but do they even have that experience to take on that post of Arvind Kejriwal?
Samisha, so the fact of the matter is that Atishi, yesterday, the Delhi minister has already stated that the Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal is not going to resign. Rather, he's going to run the government from inside the jail. This was the first statement from Atishi, the Delhi minister, who yesterday arrived outside CM residence while Enforcement Directorate were questioning to Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal. And to tell you precisely that this is the plan B and C, which was already chalked out by the Aam Aadmi Party leaders. Samisha, it's not like that the Aam Aadmi Party leaders didn't knew that Arvind Kejriwal is not going to be arrested, and that is the reason why they already have planned plan B and plan C. They already had kept it with them that if the Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal will be arrested, then what is going to be their plan of action? And that is the reason why Saurabh, Bhardwaj, Atishi are continuously speaking to the media and clearly stating that Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal will run government from inside the jail. But Samisha, the Home Affairs have clearly stated, what our top source have told us, that Ministry of Home Affairs have already told that no individual, even the CM, can't run the government from inside the jail. If you remember, Samisha, when the arrest of Hemant Soren, Jharkhand CM, took place, before the arrest, Hemant Soren himself told ED officers that he had to go to Raj Bhavan, he had to submit his resignation, and also Hemant Soren arrest took place after his resignation. So in this case also, yesterday ED arrested Arvind Kejriwal, but it's not possible that the government Aam Aadmi Party will run and Arvind Kejriwal will run from inside the jail. Right now I'm outside Rouse Avenue Court, Samisha, and I would like to show you the visual, because after almost 30 minutes, this entire route will be completely blocked for the commuters, because this is the same route which leads to Aam Aadmi Party office and BJP headquarters. And the reason that the huge number, the Aam Aadmi Party Karyakartas are going to gather outside AAP office and BJP office to protest against the arrest of Arvind Kejriwal. We have got to know at around after 12 p.m. precisely, Arvind Kejriwal will be produced in the court of Kaveri Baveja in the PMLA court, because this entire matter is because of the corruption and of the money laundering. Also, the first time the CBI took over the case was in 2022. July was the first time when a liquor tycoon was arrested from South, Sarantha Chandra Reddy, and after that only it came into the light that how from South to North several liquor barons were included. Until now 14 accused have been arrested and more than 245 locations were raided by the Enforcement Directorate and CBI in this entire now scrapped Delhi liquor policy. Also, Enforcement Directorate stated that Arvind Kejriwal was the main conspirator and mastermind in the formation and recommendation of the liquor barons, and huge kickbacks were received by Aam Aadmi Party leader. And in the entire liquor excise policy, how it was formulated, the undue favors were given, the licensees were given the favors in the allotment of the tent vendors as well, and the money in form of the kickbacks which were received was used by Delhi Party, Aam Aadmi Party in the elections in Punjab and Goa, and that is the reason why Arvind Kejriwal was interrogated last night, and today he will be produced in the Rouse Avenue Court. The visuals are on your screen. Delhi police here, and the preparations are underway, Samiksha, for more and more security deployment outside the Rouse Avenue Court, because we clearly understand is the Karyakartas will try to come outside Rouse Avenue Court and will try to create the chaos and the ruckus outside the court, and that is the reason police officials have right now prepared stringently. The deployment has been massive deployment outside Rouse Avenue Court to not let any of the Karyakartas and Aam Aadmi Party leaders gather outside Rouse Avenue Court. Back to you, Samiksha.
Right, Harsha, stay with us. Let's take that same point across to Rakshita as well. Rakshita, talking about the South cartel link here, which is being probed by the agencies. If you can talk to us about that source-based information that we've been tracking, that Kavita allegedly gave 100 crores kickbacks to the Aam Aadmi Party when we talk about the liquor barons who are also under the scanner in the whole liquor gate probe.
Well, of course, we do understand that there have been, ED in its remand note had mentioned that Arvind Kejriwal had in fact welcomed that the via.
केंद्र सरकार की ईडी ने गिरफ्तार किया है। गिरफ्तारियां होती रही हैं राजनीति के अंदर, अंग्रेज़ों के ज़माने में भी गिरफ्तारियां हुआ करती थी, मगर जिस मानवीयता का अंग्रेज भी ध्यान रखते थे, सब देशों के अंदर जो न्यूनतम मानवीय मूल्य हैं, मिनिमम ह्यूमैनिटी है, उसका भी ध्यान नहीं रखा जा रहा। कल मैं वहीं पे था, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की माताजी पिताजी तो जो जाते हैं उनको मालूम है कि खुद बिना सहारे के चल भी नहीं पाते हैं। एक आदमी उनको सहारा दे के वॉक कराता है। 80-85 साल की उनकी उम्र है, 2 बच्चे हैं। आपने अरविंद जी को गिरफ्तार कर लिया, रात को आप उनको ले गए, परिवार अब घर पे है। जो एक न्यूनतम मानवीयता है वो ये है कि परिवार के जो रिश्तेदार हैं, जो पार्टी के लोग हैं, जो सरकार में मुख्यमंत्री जी के साथ मंत्री थे, वो अरविंद जी की पत्नी से, माता पिता से, बच्चों से मिलके कम से कम ये तो कहेंगे कि माताजी पिताजी हम आपके साथ हैं, आपके साथ हम लोग खड़े हैं। केंद्र सरकार ने इतनी नैतिकता गिरा दी, कल से अरविंद जी के परिवार को किसी से नहीं मिलने दिया जा रहा। क्यों? ताकि ये मेंटल टॉर्चर, मेंटल हैरेसमेंट, ट्रॉमा उनको रहे कि देखिए हमारा बेटा गिरफ्तार हो गया तो आज दुनिया में कोई हमारे पास मिलने भी नहीं आ रहा। ये एक साइकोलॉजिकल गेम केंद्र सरकार एक चुने हुए मुख्यमंत्री के 85 साल के बूढ़े माँ बाप के साथ खेल रही है। मुझे लगता है कि इससे ज़्यादा शर्मसार करने वाली हरकत तो अंग्रेज़ों ने भी कभी नहीं की होगी। भगत सिंह भी गिरफ्तार हुए होंगे तो उनके माँ बाप जो है लोगों से मिल सके होंगे। दूसरी बात, बार बार कहा जा रहा है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की जान को खतरा है। जो सरकार गैर कानूनी तरीके से बिना सबूतों के उनको गिरफ्तार कर सकती है, वहां अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की जान को खतरा है। ये बात हम मीडिया में इसलिए कह रहे हैं ताकि लोग इसके लिए आवाज़ उठा सकें, क्योंकि हमारी बात तो अब केंद्र और एजेंसियों ने सुननी बंद की हुई है। बार बार कहा जा रहा है केजरीवाल जी के खिलाफ सबूत हैं। क्या सबूत है? ये ईडी सुप्रीम कोर्ट में भी नहीं दिखा पाई। ईडी आखिरी वक्त तक ये कह रही है कि कोई 100 करोड़ का लेन देन आम आदमी पार्टी से कथित तौर पे साउथ ग्रुप ने किए, जिसके बारे में सुप्रीम कोर्ट कह रहा है कि आपने मनी ट्रेल नहीं दिखाई है। मैं आपको आज मनी ट्रेल सबूतों के साथ सामने रखता हूं। आरोप आम आदमी पार्टी पे है, मगर मनी ट्रेल भारतीय जनता पार्टी की साबित हो गई। आज कल जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट के ऑर्डर पे भारतीय जनता पार्टी को किस किस ने करोड़ों रुपए का चंदा दिया ये डिस्क्लोज हुआ, तो उसके अंदर किनका नाम आया मैं आपको बताता हूं और सबूतों के साथ आ गया। हैदराबाद के बिजनेसमैन हैं पी शरथ रेड्डी, औरोबिंदो फार्मा के डायरेक्टर हैं, औरोबिंदो फार्मा के फाउंडर पीवी राम प्रसाद रेड्डी के बेटे हैं। एक्साइज के तथाकथित मामले में ईडी ने इनको गिरफ्तार किया 11 नवंबर 2022 को। 15 नवंबर 2022 को इन्होंने इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड खरीदे, भारतीय जनता पार्टी को दिए। ये बात स्थापित हो गई आज। उसके बाद कुछ महीनों के बाद जब औरोबिंदो फार्मा के पी शरथ चंद्र रेड्डी सरकारी गवाह बन गए, तो उसके बाद दोबारा से 21 नवंबर 2022 को वो सरकारी गवाह बने और उसके बाद ही माफ कीजिएगा जून 2023 में शरद चंद्र रेड्डी सरकारी गवाह बन गए और नवंबर 2023 में यानी कि सरकारी गवाह बनने के बाद उन्होंने 25 करोड़ के इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड औरोबिंदो फार्मा ने खरीदे, जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी को दिए गए। कहने का मतलब यह है, एक आरोप तो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की आम आदमी पार्टी पे है कि मनी ट्रेल नहीं है। ईडी मनी ट्रेल नहीं दिखा पा रही कि पैसा आम आदमी पार्टी के पास आया। मनी ट्रेल तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी तक पहुंच रहा है। इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मनी ट्रेल है, साबित है। अगर ईडी कहती है औरोबिंदो फार्मा के शरथ रेड्डी ने हवाला किया, पीएमएलए किया, मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग किया, तो उनका पैसा तो सीधा सीधा भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पास 30 करोड़ रुपए आया। प्रोसीड्स ऑफ क्राइम तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पास जा रहा है, सबूतों के साथ जा रहा है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट के हवाले से आ गई ये बात और आरोपी अरविंद केजरीवाल को बनाया जा रहा है। मनी ट्रेल भारतीय जनता पार्टी तक जा रही है। मैं नहीं जानता कि कोर्ट आज इन चीजों को देख रहे हैं या नहीं देख रहे हैं, मगर जनता ये सब देख रही है। ये चीजें सब पब्लिक डोमेन के अंदर है। मैं भारत की जनता से हाथ जोड़ के निवेदन करूंगा और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के समर्थकों को खास तौर पर निवेदन करूंगा, जो कल से अरविंद केजरीवाल को गाली दे रहे हैं, जो खुशियां मना रहे हैं, लड्डू बांट रहे हैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कुछ समर्थक कि अरविंद केजरीवाल को जेल भेज दी। आप जरा ये भी देख लीजिए कि ये पैसा तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की तिजोरी में आया है। आप ये नैतिकता का सवाल भारतीय जनता पार्टी से पूछ नहीं पाएंगे, मुझे मालूम है, मगर आप ये सोचिएगा मन में कि खुशियां तो आप अरविंद केजरीवाल की गिरफ्तारी की मना रहे हैं और पैसा भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मिला है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
प्रावधान है कि वो इस टेंडरिंग प्रोसेस में अप्लाई नहीं कर सकते हैं। मगर बड़ा दुखद और आश्चर्यजनक विषय है कि न केवल उन्होंने अप्लाई किया, अपितु उन्हें इस पूरे ठेके में शामिल किया गया। केवल इतना ही नहीं, आपको जान के आश्चर्य होगा कि ये हर कोई जानता है, वैसे आश्चर्य आजकल होता नहीं है अरविंद केजरीवाल और भ्रष्टाचार के विषय में सुनने से, जो कमीशन इन शराब ठेकेदारों का बढ़ाया गया, पहले ये 5% पे था। 5% कमीशन ठेकेदारों को दिया जाता था, 12% कमीशन कर दिया गया और इसमें बातें सामने आई कि लगभग 6 से 7% कमीशन बैकडोर एंट्री होकर ये ब्लैक मनी के रूप में आम आदमी पार्टी के जो हमारे कार्यकर्ता हैं, बड़े नेता हैं, उनको दिया गया है। करोड़ों रुपए इस माध्यम से दिए गए हैं। इसके लिए दिनेश अरोड़ा जी इत्यादि आपके सामने जिन लोगों ने ये किया है वो अप्रूवर भी बने हैं और उनकी स्टेटमेंट आज पब्लिक डोमेन में है। मार्च 2023 में अंततोगत्वा मनीष सिसोदिया की गिरफ्तारी होती है ईडी द्वारा। अक्टूबर 2023 में इसी केस में संजय सिंह जी की भी गिरफ्तारी होती है और अक्टूबर 2023 में ही समन भेजा जाता है, पहला समन अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को, कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, प्रथम दृष्टिया प्राइमा फेसी ये लग रहा है कि मनीष सिसोदिया भी इन्वॉल्व है, संजय सिंह भी इन्वॉल्व है और कहीं ना कहीं जो स्टेटमेंट्स आ रहे हैं, चाहे वो विजय नायर जो कि कम्युनिकेशन हेड हैं आम आदमी पार्टी के, और बाकी जो ठेकेदार जो अप्रूवर बने हैं, उनके स्टेटमेंट से लग रहा है कि आप भी इसमें हिस्सेदार हैं। तो आप आइए और हमारे सामने पेश होइए, आपको ये हम लिबर्टी देते हैं, आप अपने विषय को रखिए। समन नंबर 1 जब अक्टूबर 23 को आया, तब से लेकर अब तक 9 समन आए हैं। आश्चर्य का विषय है, एक भी समन में अरविंद केजरीवाल नहीं जाते हैं। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की वो सेंस ऑफ एंटाइटलमेंट रहती है और वो बार बार कहते हैं कि ये इलीगल है, ये समन इलीगल है, इस समन के आधार पर मैं प्रस्तुत नहीं होऊंगा। मैं कोई छोटा मोटा व्यक्ति नहीं हूं, मैं मुख्यमंत्री हूं, मैं बहुत बड़ा व्यक्ति हूं, मुझे कैसे समन किया जा सकता है। आज गुरूर टूटा है। इस देश का कानून कहता है, चाहे मुख्यमंत्री हो चाहे आम आदमी हो, यदि आपने कानून के मुताबिक काम नहीं किया है, कानून को तोड़ा है और समन किया जाएगा, तो आपको समन का सम्मान करना है, आपको आके प्रस्तुत होना है। अरविंद केजरीवाल नहीं आए, बीच में क्या हुआ आप देखिए। मनीष सिसोदिया और संजय सिंह, इन सारे विषयों को लेकर कई बार, ऐसा कोई कोर्ट हिंदुस्तान में बाकी नहीं है जिन कोर्ट में सुनवाई नहीं हुई इनकी बेल को लेकर और शराब घोटाले के विषय को लेकर। मुझे लगता है हम तो पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के प्रवक्ता हैं, हमारे ऊपर बायसनेस का आरोप लग सकता है कि चलिए आप बीजेपी से प्यार करते हैं, आम आदमी पार्टी आपकी ओपोनेंट है, आप तो बायस्ड बयान देंगे। बट द कोर्ट्स आर नॉट बायस्ड। आई हैव स्टेटमेंट्स ऑफ द कोर्ट इन माय हैंड। व्हाट डज द court say in case of Sisodia's bail? Mr. Sisodia played the most important and vital role in the criminal conspiracy and had been deeply involved in formulation as well as implementation of the said policy to ensure achievement of objectives of the said criminal conspiracy. कोर्ट कहती है कि जो सिसोदिया साहब है, एक क्रिमिनल कॉन्स्पिरेसी हुआ दिल्ली की जनता को लूटने का, और इस क्रिमिनल कॉन्स्पिरेसी में सिसोदिया साहब संलिप्त है। सिसोदिया साहब को बेल नहीं दिया जा सकता है और क्रिमिनल कॉन्स्पिरेसी में वो अक्यूज्ड है। आप सोचिए, ये दिल्ली की कोर्ट कहती है, ये छोटा विषय नहीं है। दिल्ली हाईकोर्ट क्या कहता है? दिल्ली हाईकोर्ट कहता है एलिगेशंस आर वेरी सीरियस इन नेचर। जब बेल को रिजेक्ट किया गया और सारे तथ्यों को देखा गया, तथ्यों के आधार पर सुनवाई हुई, तो दिल्ली हाईकोर्ट ने बड़े स्पष्ट शब्दों में कहा, दीज एलिगेशंस आर वेरी सीरियस इन नेचर। इतने सीरियस एलिगेशंस हैं और आम आदमी पार्टी नाटक नौटंकी करने में लगी है। शुड देयर बी एन इन्वेस्टिगेशन, अ फेयर इन्वेस्टिगेशन ऑन एलिगेशंस दैट आर सीरियस?
And here's a look at all developments since late last evening. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal spent the entire night in ED custody after undergoing medical tests. This comes after Supreme Court denied an urgent hearing in the case. Shortly after the arrest of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal by the ED, Minister Atishi asserted that Kejriwal would continue to govern from jail, calling on India Alliance for its support to oppose Kejriwal's arrest.
अरविंद केजरीवाल जी दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री थे, दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री हैं और दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री रहेंगे। हमने शुरू से स्पष्ट किया है कि अगर जरूरत पड़ेगी तो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जेल से सरकार चलाएंगे।
In Mumbai, at least 40 AAP leaders were detained following protests over Kejriwal's arrest, reiterating their claim of a witch hunt. AAP described the demonstration against Kejriwal's arrest as a second freedom struggle. The ED has confiscated some electronic gadgets, including mobile phones and other documents, ultimately leading to Kejriwal's arrest late last evening. Meanwhile, Congress has extended support to Kejriwal following his arrest by the ED. Condemning his arrest, Congress has called it an assault on democracy.
मैं आज ये कहना चाहता हूं कि कल पूरे देश में श्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के गिरफ्तारी के विरोध में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खिलाफ आम आदमी पार्टी और देश की जनता विरोध प्रदर्शन करेगी। दिल्ली में भी करेंगे और पूरे देश में करेंगे।
Aam Aadmi Party has declared a nationwide protest against the BJP government following the arrest of Kejriwal. While announcing the protest, Delhi Minister Gopal Rai has called on Indie Bloc to join the stir.
आज अभी हमने आम आदमी पार्टी के सभी शीर्ष नेतृत्व के साथ बैठक की है। हमने निर्णय लिया है कल 10 बजे भारतीय जनता पार्टी के मुख्यालय पर हम इसके खिलाफ प्रोटेस्ट शुरू करेंगे।
Meanwhile, Congress MP Rahul Gandhi has extended support to Arvind Kejriwal's family, ensuring them of his solidarity. Sources said that Rahul Gandhi to visit Kejriwal's family to offer legal assistance. Meanwhile, Pranab Mukherjee's daughter Sharmishta Mukherjee has accused Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal and Anna Hazare group of making unfounded statements against former Delhi CM Sheila Dikshit. In response to Kejriwal's arrest, she remarked that karma catches up, indicating that those who made baseless allegations are now facing the consequences. We head into a short break. Our coverage to continue after Kejriwal's arrest late last evening. We will get you courtroom updates in just moments from now.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 11th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Viewers, I had predicted yesterday that Arvind Kejriwal's arrest is very likely. You will remember we debated it in detail, and as I said, it is moving exactly in that direction. Now, there are two ways of looking at this. One, that after his arrest, Arvind Kejriwal's supporters will start a sympathy campaign for him. Secondly, that like Hemant Soren or K. Kavita, both of whom have been arrested in corruption charges, it is unlikely that Arvind Kejriwal will get any mass support given two facts. One, that the charges of Liquorgate, the corruption charges against him are very serious. And two, I have got news that Kejriwal has been arrested, ladies and gentlemen. I'm breaking that right now. Shawan is with me, so I'm breaking away from my lead. Ladies and gentlemen, let's carry the big grid. Kejriwal arrested. Shawan, what's the latest? Shawan, you can confirm that Kejriwal has been arrested? Shawan Kejriwal arrested. First breaking here on Republic, yes?
Much ahead before anyone else. Republic TV is now confirming. We have got the 100% confirmation. Chief Minister of Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal, has now been arrested. Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal hasn't cooperated with the Enforcement Directorate. A confirmation now coming in that Arvind Kejriwal has been arrested. I'm also getting some more calls from my sources. I'll just quickly take our viewers through the quick developments.
Ladies and gentlemen, Shawan is on air. You can see him speaking to his sources. We mute the audio there, producers, because that's live news gathering going on before you. You can see him getting WhatsApp messages, and Shawan Sen, ace television reporter Shawan Sen, breaking the news of the arrest of Arvind Kejriwal. He's going to move away from the camera right now, as you can see, ladies and gentlemen. And Arvind Kejriwal has been questioned for at least a couple of hours, but he's not been cooperating. He has made it absolutely clear he's in no mood to cooperate.
A very good morning. It is 10:30. We are live and breaking. Our top focus continues to be on Arvind Kejriwal, who is under arrest by the ED. In fact, the AAP has called for a nationwide protest, even calling on the Indie bloc to join the stir. Tracking all those updates very closely. First, the headlines this morning. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal arrested by ED in Liquorgate probe hours after High Court refused to grant him relief. ED to produce arrested Delhi Chief Minister Kejriwal at Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court and demand his custody. AAP moves top court over Chief Minister's arrest in Liquorgate probe. Delhi Minister Atishi says that Delhi government will run from jail. Ministry of Home Affairs sources inform Republic that government cannot run from jail and that it is monitoring the situation closely. Opposition parties rally behind Kejriwal, with top leaders questioning the arrest, which comes less than a month before the Lok Sabha polls. Top court to today here, Kavita's plea challenging her arrest by the ED in Liquorgate. And we start this edition of Live and Breaking with the latest that's coming in on Arvind Kejriwal's arrest by the ED late last evening. Sources tell Republic that Arvind Kejriwal has been not cooperating with the ED while the questioning happened late last evening. A second round of quizzing is also going to be taking place in just some time from now. We are getting, in fact, details of the quizzing by the ED of Arvind Kejriwal. So, sources tell Republic that Arvind Kejriwal was quizzed on South Lobby angle. He's been evasive all this while on ED questions. So, Kejriwal, who has been silent till now on questions on the South Lobby angle, which is being probed by the central agency. So, the South angle is also one of the top focus points for the central agency, for which Kavita note has also been under the scanner. Rather, she is in custody in connection with the Liquorgate as well. We have our reporters on the ground. We have Rakshita and Deepak outside the ED office. We have Harsha as well outside the Delhi court, where Kejriwal will be taken in just some time from now. But first, let's go across to Rakshita and Deepak, who are there outside the ED office. Rakshita, if you can tell us about the questioning which has happened till now. We understand sources tell Republic that Arvind Kejriwal has been evasive till now, and there's this South angle link, the angle which is being closely probed by the central agency.
Well, of course, the South Lobby Group is something that we've been talking about constantly, and it's one of the most important parts here. And as per the latest information, Arvind Kejriwal has been evasive on the questions asked by the Enforcement Directorate on the role of the South Lobby and his connection and what has been mentioned by the other accused in this case. Now, let me just read out what the ED had claimed as per its note. And conspiracy was hatched by political leaders Kejriwal, Sisodia, and Kavita. That is what ED has very clearly said. Now, a South group. Now, here comes the role of Manguta Reddy, on which the Delhi Chief Minister is completely silent on. Now, a South group comprising businessmen Sharath Reddy, Manguta Srinivasulu Reddy, and K. Kavita got 9 zones out of 32 in Delhi under the new excise policy. The policy was brought out with an extraordinary high 12% profit margin for wholesalers. That's what the ED has said, and almost 185% profit margin for retailers. So as per the conspiracy, ED says that 6% out of the 12% margin was to be collected back from the wholesalers as a kickback to these people. So this is a big, update we have right now. When he's been questioned on Manguta Reddy, who has already been arrested by the ED in the Delhi Liquor Gate case. In fact, he had been also turning an approver. So this is something that could spell big trouble for Arvind Kejriwal here, because he is not cooperating. He is remaining silent, which he has the right to. So he is remaining silent. And hereafter, what we can expect is that the ED could ask the court to extend the custody so as to further question him, since he has not cooperated on the pertinent questions as per the ED that have been asked in the interrogation that has been going on since last night. Samiksha.
Right, Rakshada, stay with us. Let's take a word from Harsha as well, who is outside the Delhi court. Harsha, we understand that he is going to be taken inside the court in just some time from now. But tell us exactly the kind of questions that were asked, were asked from as you're learning from your sources from Arvind Kejriwal, and also the South angle link, which is the top focus for the ED in its probe into the Liquorgate scandal.
So, Samiksha, as my colleague Rakshita was also pointing out, South Nexus and South Lobby is what ED and CBI went to when exactly they were searching for the undue favors given to whom, and it was seen that the license fee to the licensees of the South Lobby, the license rates were reduced, undue favors were given. There was gross procedural lapses in it, and also the profit margin of the Delhi government which they earned was 185%, which is huge. The commission was from 6% to 12%. And this, if we talk specifically about the South group, I'm talking about K. Kavita, Abhishek Boinpalli, Arun Ramchandran Pillai, Magunta Reddy, his father, and also Sameer Mahindru. This Indo Spirit owner Sameer Mahindru is in the major light, and also Sameer Mahindru only told Enforcement Directorate while interrogation that how Sameer Mahindru through Vijay Nair spoke to Arvind Kejriwal, and Arvind Kejriwal only told Sameer Mahindru that Vijay Nair is his guy, and Sameer Mahindru should trust on Vijay Nair. So these people are the main faces of the South Lobby. They were also the faces through which K. Kavita was connected, and through Hawala channels, the entire South group gave the kickbacks of ₹100 crore to Aam Aadmi Party government, and this entire money was used in Punjab and Goa election. To tell you precisely that till now, when the first time FIR was lodged by CBI, it was registered against Manish Sisodia, 3 government officials, and 10 liquor manufacturers. Until now, 15 have been arrested, and also several have turned the witness and approver with the Enforcement Directorate. And while during the interrogation, Vijay Nair, Dinesh Arora, they all spoke about how Arvind Kejriwal was connected. He was the main mastermind and the criminal conspirator behind the undue favors and the formulation of the Delhi liquor excise policy, which is now scrapped. Also, to tell you, Samiksha, at around after 1:30 and 2 only, Arvind Kejriwal will be produced in the PMLA court in the Rouse Avenue Avenue Court. These are the visuals from the Rouse Avenue Court. As you can see that the heavy security deployment of the police officials have been done. These are the visual. After 1 hour, this entire road will be blocked for the commuters. So today, Delhi people are also going to face lot of trouble because of the arrest of the Arvind Kejriwal and the protest which has been called by Aam Aadmi Party Karyakartas outside BJP headquarters and Rouse Avenue Court. So these are the visuals we are gathering from outside Rouse Avenue Court. Huge security development, multiple layer of barricading outside AAP office, BJP office and Rouse Avenue Court. Back to you, Samiksha.
Right, Harsha, stay with us. Before we go across to Simran, quickly, if you can tell us anything you're learning from your sources as to whether K. Kavita could really turn an approver in the case, given that a lot of accused in this case have already turned approvers, which make the case of the ED quite strong in the Liquorgate probe.
Regarding K. Kavita is to happen in Supreme Court today at 10:30. Also, K. Kavita since long has denied, and earlier when she appeared in front of the agency for the interrogation, she was called under 167 of the CRPC. But this time she was called under 41, and she has continuously denied about the Hawala connection. But Enforcement Directorate have sufficient proofs of the kickbacks which K. Kavita gave to the Aam Aadmi Party government and directly to the Arvind Kejriwal, and how she spoke and came in touch with the AAP leaders in national capital. But till now she is also evasive of the questions of the Enforcement Directorate, same as the Arvind Kejriwal. As Arvind Kejriwal is skipping the question and evading the questions of Enforcement Directorate, K. Kavita till now has not agreed and also not answered to most of the questions of Enforcement Directorate on the kickbacks, undue favors, and how the huge margin and profit was given to the South licensees by the Aam Aadmi Party. Back to you.
Harsha, stay with us. Let's quickly go across to Simran also. Simran, anything you're learning with regard to the second round of quizzing, which we understand has begun, and the kind of questionnaire that the ED has prepared to be asked from Arvind Kejriwal? Alright, I'm not sure if Simran can hear us.
At the ITO is like this. You can see this entire road till where my vision can go has been barricaded. This is outside the BJP office at the ITO, and let me give you a glimpse of how the situation and the feel from the morning has been. There has been absolute silence because of the heightened security here at the DDU mark. If I would ask my camera person to also show you a little briefing of the police person is also going on, because from the left to the right at the Deen Dayal Upadhyay mark, where currently the BJP headquarters is there, barricading and quite hectic preparations have been taken place to prepare for the protest which has been called by the Aam Aadmi Party workers ever since Arvind Kejriwal was taken in the ED office late last night and the medical was going on. So far, the ED officials who have been interrogating Arvind Kejriwal into the questioning of their links with all the accused, which is the 16th accused Arvind Kejriwal who has been arrested in the Liquorgate probe. Now they are trying to also get more information as to how much extent of was the money trail that was being sanctioned and was under the guise of the knowledge of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. Well, this is the situation right now. Preparations have been done because of the heavy barricading and the security that has been positioned in the central Delhi and the ITO area. Now the commuters are also facing a huge cost for this entire preparation, which the Delhi police in fact has put from the early morning time. Not just this area, in fact also around the Aam Aadmi Party office as well, which is just 200 to 300 meters away from here. Hectic preparations along with the barricading, and also additional force have been called in to prepare for any untoward incident in case if it arises after the Aam Aadmi Party workers who have announced in huge forces and huge numbers will be gathering at the BJP office. You can see how the preparations which have been done right now will be also useful if Aam Aadmi Party workers who will try to encroach this area also to get out the BJP office in just shortly from now on will be seen. Back to you.
Right, Simran, stay with us. So we have Rakshita and Deepak outside the ED office, Harsha from outside the Delhi court. We have Simran from outside the BJP office where the AAP will be staging a protest very shortly. But let's listen in to a reaction that came in from Delhi Minister Atishi, who says that Arvind Kejriwal has the caliber to contest against Prime Minister Modi in the Lok Sabha polls, adding that Kejriwal will continue to run the government from inside the jail. All right, before we listen into that reaction that came in from Delhi Minister, newsbreak that is just coming in that the Supreme Court bench has assembled to hear Arvind Kejriwal case. So that hearing is going to resume in just some time from now on Arvind Kejriwal's plea in the top court. So CJI-led bench all set to hear Arvind Kejriwal's plea. Now note this. Simultaneously, when Delhi Chief Minister will be taken to the Delhi court in relation to the Liquorgate probe. So remains to be seen whether any relief comes in for Delhi Chief Minister or not. But let's go across to Rakshita and Deepak on the ground reporting from outside the ED office. Rakshita and Deepak, if you can once again take us to the arguments that were made by the ED in the court yesterday and the kind of arguments that we can expect not just by the ED but also on part of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal to seek respite from the top court.
Well, of course, we've been tracking all the developments coming in as far as the ED questioning is concerned. And as we were just talking about it earlier, how Arvind Kejriwal is completely silent on some of the questions, or rather most of the questions that have been put across to him, especially with regards to the South lobby and the role of Manguta Reddy. I have Deepak with me to tell us more about the role of Reddy here, because remember, he's been subjected to raids by the Enforcement Directorate. He's been an MP and he had disclosed details also to the ED about an encounter with Arvind Kejriwal. He had some really nailing statements that he had actually made, and we also expect that in future, if the custody is given to the ED, he might be also, there could be a cross-examination of sorts. Also, remember, Reddy had recounted how he had business interest in Delhi after there was privatization that was introduced and announced by the government of Delhi, by the Delhi government, and henceforth, he also mentioned how Arvind Kejriwal spoke to him and mentioned about how Kavita is also looking at the liquor policy and her involvement.
Right, Rakshita, now to give our viewers an understanding about the conspiracy, I'm reading right through the charge sheet and also the remand note. The ED has claimed that a conspiracy was hatched by political leaders including Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia and also Kavita, who was arrested last week. And in the South cartel, a businessman named Sharath Reddy, Magunta Srinivasulu Reddy and Kavita got 9 zones out of the 32 zones in Delhi under the new excise policy 2021 and 2022, which is now scrapped. Now the policy was brought out, viewers, with an extraordinary margin percentage of 12%, out of which 6% was to be collected as the kickback from wholesalers to the leaders of Aam Aadmi Party. And also, let's not forget, 185% profit margin was also demarcated to the retailers as well. So what we know so far is that Vijay Nair was Arvind Kejriwal's boy, as the Chief Minister claimed, and he, in fact had a conversation with the South Cartel, and the South Cartel, who was also represented by Samir Mahindra, asked him to prove his clout, and that's when Vijay Nair connected a FaceTime between Arvind Kejriwal and Samir Mahindra to show that this is the clout that he has. Even Arvind Kejriwal as well went ahead and told Samir Mahindra that Vijay Nair is his boy. So whether or not Kavita will get a legal relief remains to be seen.
Absolutely, and of course, our latest piece of information coming in is that CJI Justice D.Y. Chandrachud has assigned Arvind Kejriwal's petition to Justice Sanjeev Khanna's bench. So Justice Khanna's bench will be taking up the matter shortly, as per the Chief Justice of India, Justice D.Y. Chandrachud. So that is an update that we are getting to our viewers right now. So very important hearing. All eyes will be, Samiksha, on the Supreme Court, and we will also be tracking developments coming in from the ED office and of course from across party lines, because the battle lines have already been drawn for the Lok Sabha elections, and we do understand that the BJP has also going all guns blazing. We've seen the press conference by Sambit Patra, how he has attacked Arvind Kejriwal, saying that no citizen of the country, no matter even if he's the chief minister, enjoys any kind of protection from any kind of arrest as far as being mired in corruption allegations are concerned. On the other hand, of course, Aam Aadmi Party continues to hold press conferences and writing on social media that this is only part of the centre targeting the opposition. We have Rahul Gandhi also meeting the family shortly of Arvind Kejriwal and extending legal support also. So lots happening there. All the action is happening in the national capital, and we here at Republic TV will be getting you the latest updates and all the voices that matter on this story. Back to you in the studio, Samiksha.
Rakshita, stay with us. Let's go across to Harsha as well, who's been reporting extensively. Harsha, once again, if you can run us through the arguments that were made by the ED in the top court yesterday and the kind of arguments that we can expect today on part of not just the ED but the Kejriwal's team as well to make his case in the top court.
So if you remember, Samiksha, yesterday in Delhi High Court, there was a heated argument between the Abhishek Manu Singhvi and the advocate who was representing Enforcement Directorate, which is Raju. And both had heated argument, and also Enforcement Directorate stated that there's not even maintainability in the case, because right now, till now, Arvind Kejriwal has not appeared for the summons. And Arvind Kejriwal yesterday moved to the High Court seeking protection against his arrest and asked that any coercive action should not be taken. And that was Arvind Kejriwal's plea, but Raju, who was appearing for Enforcement Directorate, clearly stated that till now 9 summons were issued to Arvind Kejriwal, and till now he didn't appear for any of these summons. And that was when Abhishek Manu Singhvi stated that Arvind Kejriwal was not a single time told whether he...
Alright, let's put across breaking news updates coming in. The hearing has begun in the top court. Singhvi, who is arguing for Arvind Kejriwal, says that 3-judge bench was hearing challenge to sections. This is not challenging any provisions. CBI said come here, to which Justice Khanna says there seems to be some confusion. The SG meanwhile says that it does not make any difference to me whether it is before a 3-judge or a 2-judge. So the hearing has begun. As we understand, SG, the Solicitor General, says that the CBI said special bench was going on and that you rush and mention. So the hearing will just begin in moments from now. It's special bench of Justices Sanjeev Khanna, MM Sundaresh and Bela Trivedi, who will be hearing Arvind Kejriwal's petition against ED arrest today. So in just moments from now, the hearing is set to begin in the top court. Remains to be seen the kind of arguments that are put forth by Arvind Kejriwal's team. But note, ED did present a very, very strong case against Arvind Kejriwal yesterday in the top court. It's a special bench of Justices Sanjeev Khanna, MM Sundaresh and Bela Trivedi, who are set to hear Arvind Kejriwal's petition in the top court. But before we put out those updates from the courtroom, let's listen in to the reactions coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party leaders who maintain that Kejriwal is going to be running the government from inside the jail.
इतिहास में ये पहली बार हुआ है कि एक सिटिंग चीफ मिनिस्टर को केंद्र सरकार द्वारा गिरफ्तार किया गया है। ये भारत के लोकतंत्र के इतिहास में पहली बार हुआ है कि लोकसभा की चुनाव की घोषणा के बाद एक नेशनल पार्टी के नेशनल कन्वीनर को गिरफ्तार किया गया है। ये बिल्कुल साफ है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की गिरफ्तारी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की एक राजनीतिक साजिश है। ईडी का उपयोग करके एक विपक्षी दल के राष्ट्रीय नेता को गिरफ्तार करना एक ऐसे केस में जिसमें 2 साल की इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बाद भी 1 रुपए की भी रिकवरी ऑफ प्रोसीड्स ऑफ क्राइम नहीं हुई है।
नहीं, अभी कह रहे इंतजार करिए, इंतजार करिए, इंतजार करिए। अरे मुख्यमंत्री के परिवार से उनके माता पिता घर में हैं, वो बीमार हैं, उनकी पत्नी घर में है, उनसे मिलने के लिए हमें इंतजार क्यों करना है? क्या गुनाह उनका है, क्या गुनाह मेरा है? किस कानून के तहत रोका जा रहा है? अरविंद केजरीवाल को गिरफ्तार किया गया, कहा जा रहा भ्रष्टाचार की वजह से गिरफ्तार किया गया है। उनके परिवार को किस कानून के तहत हाउस अरेस्ट किया गया है? मुझे किस कानून के तहत रोका जा रहा है? ये साफ साफ दिखा रहा है कि इस देश के अंदर जो है तानाशाही को स्थापित किया जा रहा है। देखिए, इस लड़ाई को लड़ेंगे। इस देश में अंग्रेजों ने भी इस देश के लोगों को गुलाम बनाने के लिए बंदूक के दम पर चप्पे चप्पे पे जो है इस देश को रोका था, लेकिन लोग लड़े। जितना ही ये दमन करेंगे उतना ही मजबूती के साथ इस देश में करोड़ों लोग अपनी आवाज को उठाएंगे।
आम आदमी पार्टी के तमाम नेतागण, आतिशी जी से लेके तमाम नेतागण बाहर आके बयानबाजी कर रहे हैं, झूठ का पुलिंदा देश के सामने रख रहे हैं। आज बहुत तफसील से, बड़े पेशेंस के साथ इस पूरे मामले को भारतीय जनता पार्टी आपके सामने रखना चाहती है ताकि दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी हो सके। अरविंद केजरीवाल आखिर गिरफ्तार क्यों हुए, ये प्रकरण क्या है, गिरफ्तारी होनी चाहिए या नहीं होनी चाहिए, इन सब विषयों को तथ्यों के साथ भारतीय जनता पार्टी, जनता जो कि जनार्दन है, जनता जिसके कारण हम हैं, उनके समक्ष रखने वाली है। मित्रों, मैं आपको एक ट्वीट दिखाऊंगा। ये 10 मई 2013 का है। 10 मई 2013 अरविंद केजरीवाल उस समय नए थे हिंदुस्तान की राजनीति में और उन्होंने ट्वीट किया था, When will people start going to jail in this country? आप देख सकते हैं, ये ट्वीट है 2013 का अरविंद केजरीवाल जी का। When will people start going to jail in this country? क्या तात्पर्य था उनका? वो नहीं चाहते थे कि साधारण लोग जेल चले जाए। क्या वो चाहते थे कि रोड चलता किसी भी आदमी को पुलिस, ईडी या सीबीआई उठा ले? नहीं, उन्होंने एक फहरिस्त जारी की थी कि लालू प्रसाद जैसे व्यक्ति, उन्होंने नाम लिया था रॉबर्ट वाड्रा का, उन्होंने नाम लिया था राहुल गांधी का, लिखा था सोनिया गांधी।
मैं आम आदमी पार्टी के अलग अलग नेताओं का, खास करके आतिशी जी का, गोपाल राय जी का, सौरभ भरद्वाज जी का, इन सबका वक्तव्य सुन रहा हूं। ये कह रहे हैं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल इंसान नहीं, ये विचार है। ये इंसान नहीं, ये विचार है। दरअसल ये विचार नहीं, ये राजनीति का दुराचार है और राजनीति में दुष्प्रचार है। और विचार तो है, विचार यही है कि हम करेंगे जमकर भ्रष्टाचार, कोर्ट की कार्रवाई होगी तो चिल्लाएंगे हम अत्याचार अत्याचार, कहेंगे ये हमारा जन्मसिद्ध अधिकार और खेलेंगे विक्टिमहुड कार्ड। ये कह रहे हैं कल रात से कि ये विद्वेष की भावना से हो रहा है। 2 महीने या 1 महीना चुनाव को बाकी रह गया, इसलिए ये किया जा रहा है। लोकतंत्र खत्म हो चुका है।
And with that, we are heading into a short break. Our non-stop coverage to continue. On the other side, we'll get you updates from the Supreme Court as hearing to begin shortly in Kejriwal matter.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 11th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Government's decision last week to reduce the import duty by 15% for electric vehicle makers who pledge $500 million or rupees 4,150 crore investment in India is a significant move for the country and the Make in India objective. The electric vehicle policy was notified by Heavy Industries Ministry and is being steered by the Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade under the aegis of Industries and Commerce Ministry. The government incentivization on EV imports is likely to benefit billionaire Elon Musk's Tesla. Vietnamese VinFast has also pledged to contribute for Make in India with rupees 4,000 crore EV factory in Tamil Nadu. Chinese automaker BYD recently launched its sedan Seal in India. India's electric vehicle policy allows companies to carry forward their annual import backlog. The electric vehicle policy permits car makers to import a maximum of 8,000 EVs into India annually. EV makers benefiting from incentives must utilize 35% local components.
Welcome back. Kejriwal's plea challenging his arrest by the ED in Supreme Court. Bench led by CJI Chandrachud refers the case to bench led by Justice Sanjeev Khanna. Aam Aadmi Party workers stage protest at AAP office in Delhi after Kejriwal's dramatic night arrest. Ministers Atishi and Saurabh Bhardwaj say no evidence with the ED against Chief Minister Kejriwal.
2013 में जो प्रश्न अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने पूछा था कि भ्रष्ट लोग जेल कब जाएंगे, आज एक मैं छोटा सा कार्यकर्ता हूं भारतीय जनता पार्टी का, मैं कह सकता हूं कि 10 वर्षों के शासनकाल में इस देश ने एक बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन देखा।
Indi comes out in Kejriwal's support. Rahul Gandhi to meet Arvind Kejriwal's family. Punjab Chief Minister Mann also rushes to Delhi. BJP lambasts Kejriwal, says why was the policy immediately repealed after probe ordered? Pulls out Kejriwal's previous post saying when will the corrupt leaders be arrested? People of Bhutan extend a warm welcome to Prime Minister Modi on his arrival in their country on a 2-day visit. Well, big breaking news now coming in the Delhi liquor policy case. Supreme Court refuses to grant bail to BRS MLC Kavita, who has been arrested by the ED in the case. Supreme Court said that Kavita can move trial court or invoke any other remedy for grant of bail, and bail application, if any, filed to be decided expeditiously. Supreme Court issues notice to Kavita on her plea challenging her arrest in the Delhi excise policy case. Now that's a big setback to BRS MLC Kavita. Her bail rejected as of now by the Supreme Court, has refused to grant her relief. Meanwhile, Kejriwal's hearing scheduled with the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has agreed to hear the urgent plea filed by Kejriwal after his late night arrest by the ED, and another setback in the liquor policy case to BRS MLC Kavita. The Supreme Court refusing to offer any relief to the BRS leader in the liquor policy case. Meanwhile, my colleague Aneri joins us live from Hyderabad. Aneri tracking the South nexus in the liquor policy case. Aneri, good morning. Fresh breaking news coming in that K. Kavita has been denied any relief by the Supreme Court. What more do we know from the court hearing?
Well, that's right. We have been seeing that K. Kavita, who was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate from Hyderabad in connection with the Delhi liquor scam, she had moved to the Supreme Court challenging her arrest and calling it as illegal. Was the petition which was filed by K. Kavita in the Supreme Court. But then today the bench had heard the matter, and then what we are seeing is that Supreme Court has now refused to grant bail to K. Kavita. Well, this comes as a big setback for K. Kavita amid all the developments which have been taking place in connection with the Delhi liquor scam. Last night also we had seen Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal being arrested, and now this also that the Supreme Court has refused to grant bail to K. Kavita. This comes as a big setback for the BRS MLC K. Kavita, and also at the same time what we have been seeing is that K. Kavita has been in the custody and the court has given 7 days of custody to the Enforcement Directorate, which ends tomorrow. So we'll have to wait and watch what comes out tomorrow. Will the custody be extended, or what would be the next move? We'll have to wait and watch. But yes, as of now also what we are being told is that investigation in connection with the Delhi liquor scam continues, and that is the reason why we see that K. Kavita had moved to the Supreme Court over her arrest, calling it as illegal, and now Supreme Court has refused to grant her bail.
Right now, what is the next action that Kavita is expected to take after the Supreme Court has denied her any relief?
To be seen because they say that they would be fighting it legally, and also we'll have to wait and watch because this is a big development which has come in because K. Kavita is being questioned in connection with the Delhi liquor scam, and also she is said to be having giving kickbacks of near about 100 crores in connection, and this she has held a lot of meetings in the south, in Hyderabad, at her residence and at various 5-star hotels in the Delhi liquor scam connection. So she is also said to be one of the prime accused in this case. So we'll have to wait and watch what turns out next and what would be the next move by K. Kavita in connection with this particular arrest which the Enforcement Directorate has made.
Well, thanks for joining us with those details, Aneri. We move on, viewers. We're tracking all the latest developments in the night arrest of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal in the liquor policy case. Battle lines are drawn after his arrest by the Enforcement Directorate in the alleged liquor policy scam. The Supreme Court has referred the case to a bench led by Justice Sanjeev Khanna. The probe agency, meanwhile, will produce the Chief Minister in an ED court. Kejriwal's arrest, just weeks ahead of the Lok Sabha elections, has unleashed waves of protests by thousands of party workers and condemnation from the opposition camp. The Aadmi Party has announced a nationwide protest against Prime Minister Modi-led BJP and the NDA over the arrest of the Chief Minister in a case linked to city's liquor policy.
लगा दिया गया है, पुलिस डिटेन करना शुरू कर दी। वो चमका रहा है ना अपना माइक।
Right, so we have Aam Aadmi Party workers staging protests, not just in Delhi, but also in other parts of the country. Now, the latest that we are getting is up.
अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की माता जी एक दिन पहले अस्पताल से आई हैं, बेटे को अरेस्ट कर लिया, घरवालों को किसी से मिलने नहीं दिया जा रहा, शांतिपूर्ण प्रोटेस्ट होना जा रहा है, आईटीओ पे हम जा नहीं सकते, एक आईटीओ पे आते हुए हुआ और हमको फेंक रहे हैं, पूरी तानाशाही है, सिर्फ और सिर्फ लोकसभा चुनाव जीतने के लिए ये तानाशाही की जा रही है। लोग जहाँ पे भी होंगे वहाँ पे प्रोटेस्ट करेंगे, ये प्रोटेस्ट करेगा नहीं, कभी भी करने से क्रांति नहीं रुकी है, जितना भी क्रांति और बढ़ेगी। एक एक गली में, एक एक मोहल्ले में केजरीवाल पैदा होंगे। दुनिया के अंदर नंबर 1 ट्रेंड हाई स्टैंडर्ड केजरीवाल चल रहा है दुनिया के अंदर। उसके बाद साफ है कि लोग व्यथित हैं, लोग दुखी हैं, इस तरीके से सरकार गुंडागर्दी करके हमको कुचलने की कोशिश कर रही है। जिस पार्टी को कहा जाता था कि सबसे छोटी पार्टी है, हमारी जितनी छोटी पार्टी है, उस पार्टी को दमन करने के लिए, मारने के लिए पूरी ताकत केंद्र सरकार ने लगाई है। सौरभ, क्या उम्मीद है? कोर्ट से क्या उम्मीद है? सौरभ सर, कोर्ट से क्या उम्मीद है? पे हम 3 बातें रखेंगे। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को उनके परिवार से मिलने की इजाजत हो, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को उनके वकील से मिलने की इजाजत हो, और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी अपने ऑफिशियल काम करने के लिए पूरे परिवार को हाउस अरेस्ट किया गया है, उनको किसी से मिलने नहीं दिया जा रहा है, और ये पूरी की पूरी एक गुंडागर्दी है। ट्राइपॉड के साथ ना नहीं कर पाते। आदेशी कहाँ है? आदेशी वो कार्यकर्ताओं को तमाम नेताओं को यहीं पर भी रखा गया है। ये लोग भी आम आदमी पार्टी किसी के नेता पर क्या है? हाँ हाँ
Well, there we have a massive protest by the Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi, and in fact,
आप देख सकती है।
अरे दम है तो राजनीति में हरा के दिखाओ। इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड एक्सटॉर्शन करके ब्लैकमेल करते हैं, खुद सारे पैसे डोनेशन में लेते हैं। अरविंद केजरीवाल को हरा नहीं सकते तो गिरफ्तार कर लिया। मोदी जी दोनों अरविंद केजरीवाल जिंदाबाद। बिल्कुल अरविंद केजरीवाल इस देश के अरविंद केजरीवाल इस देश के सबसे ईमानदार नेता हैं। इस देश के सिस्टम को बदलने आए थे और हम सब मिलकर इस देश की राजनीति को बदलेंगे।
well, there we have a major protests in Delhi's ITO. What we are learning is that AAP Minister Saurabh Bhardwaj has been detained by the police. Atishi also there seen at the protest site. Massive uproar amidst AAP workers. Huge protests staged in the national capital. Meanwhile, AAP also planning offensive in other parts of the state. AAP workers planning to stage a protest in Jammu also.
पूरी गुंडागर्दी है। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के घर वालों को हाउस अरेस्ट किया हुआ है। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की माताजी एक दिन पहले अस्पताल से आई हैं। बेटे को अरेस्ट कर लिया। घर वालों को किसी से मिलने नहीं दिया जा रहा। शांतिपूर्ण प्रोटेस्ट रोका जा रहा है। आईटीओ पे हम जा नहीं सकते। 1 मिनट आईटीओ पे आते हुए हुआ और उठा के पुलिस वाले हमको फेंक रहे हैं। पूरी तानाशाही है। सिर्फ और सिर्फ लोकसभा चुनाव जीतने के लिए ये तानाशाही की जा रही है। लोग जहां पे भी होंगे वहां पे प्रोटेस्ट करेंगे। ये प्रोटेस्ट रुकेगा नहीं। कभी भी दमन करने से क्रांति नहीं रुकी है। जितना भी प्रधानमंत्री दमन करेंगे क्रांति और बढ़ेगी। एक एक गली में, एक एक मोहल्ले में केजरीवाल पैदा होंगे। दुनिया के अंदर नंबर 1 ट्रेंड आई स्टैंड विद केजरीवाल चल रहा है पूरी दुनिया के अंदर। इससे बात साफ है कि लोग व्यथित हैं, लोग दुखी हैं। किस तरीके से केंद्र सरकार गुंडागर्दी करके हमको कुचलने की कोशिश कर रही है। जिस पार्टी को कहा जाता था कि सबसे छोटी पार्टी है, सुपारी जितनी छोटी पार्टी है, उस पार्टी को दमन करने के लिए, कुचलने के लिए पूरी ताकत केंद्र सरकार ने लगा दी है।
आम आदमी पार्टी को उनको हिरासत में लिया गया है और फ्रेम बंदाजी का पूरे सीआरपीएफ के जवान देख सकते हैं बस अब यहाँ से रवाना हो चुके हैं। आतिशी और उनके जो भी आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता सभी यहाँ पे मौजूद हैं और इस बस में
हाँ ब्रिजेश भाई आजा पकड़ इसको पकड़.
Well, big updates coming in the case amidst the protest by the Aam Aadmi Party in the national capital. Ministers Atishi and Saurabh Bhardwaj, big names of the Aam Aadmi Party after Chief Minister Kejriwal. Both of them have been detained by the police amidst protests. Meanwhile, Saurabh Bhardwaj has made 3 demands amidst his detention. He has asked for Arvind Kejriwal to be allowed to meet his family as well as his lawyers.
में आ गए तो उनके सारे केस बंद कर दिए गए. तो जिस तरह से कल कांग्रेस पार्टी के अकाउंट को सीज कर दिया गया, दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को गिरफ्तार किया गया है. देश में बहुत बड़ी ये तानाशाही का एक काला दिन है, कलंक है. दिस इज अ मर्डर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी. इसका हम पुरजोर विरोध करेंगे. दिल्ली के आज सैकड़ों व्यापारी भी यहाँ पे आए हैं. तमाम बाजारों में हम इस आंदोलन को लेके जाएंगे. और देखिए, एक आप अकेले अरविंद केजरीवाल नहीं है. अरविंद केजरीवाल एक विचार, एक व्यक्ति नहीं है. एक केजरीवाल को गिरफ्तार करोगे, हजारों केजरीवाल पैदा होंगे. तो निश्चित रूप से ये बीजेपी जो कर रही है पूरे देश के लिए आज काला दिन है और हम इसकी पुरजोर तरीके से निंदा करते हैं.
इनकलाब जिंदाबाद, 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 जिंदाबाद, इनकलाब जिंदाबाद, इनकलाब जिंदाबाद, इनकलाब जिंदाबाद.
भाई लोगों की पूरा भाषण
हेल्थ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बदल दिया, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी फंसाया जा रहा है. मुझे बताइए, ये जो ईडी की जो रेड पड़ रही है या सीबीआई की रेड पड़ रही है, ये अपोजिशन पे ही क्यों पड़ रही है? व्हाट इज द रीजन?
अपोजिशन कह रही है कि उनके खिलाफ केसेस थे, उस पर कार्रवाई की गई.
देखिए, मैं सिर्फ आपसे ये सवाल पूछना चाहता हूँ कि जो भी ईडी सीबीआई की जो रेड पड़ रही है अपोजिशन में पड़ रही है, व्हाई नॉट बीजेपी के पार्टी के एक भी विधायक या एमएलए पे या बीजेपी के एक भी एमपी पे रेड पड़ी है? नहीं, मुझे बताइए। दूसरी तरफ
आम आदमी पार्टी का कहना है कि भाजपा के विधायकों पर कार्रवाई नहीं हो रही है। लगातार आप यहाँ पर देखेंगे तो विरोध प्रदर्शन जो है वो आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता यहाँ पर करते दिख रहे हैं। जम्मू में लगातार यहाँ पर विरोध प्रदर्शन जारी है। गौरव सानी के साथ गुरसिमरन सिंह, रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क।
एक ऑनेस्ट आदमी लाइव
हमारे मंत्री कोई बात नहीं, हमें करने अरेस्ट इसलिए करना है, जिसने भी हमें अरेस्ट करना कर ले। हम इनके अरेस्ट से नहीं डरते, हम इनकी पुलिस से नहीं डरते, हम इनकी ईडी से नहीं डरते, हम इनकी सीबीआई से नहीं डरते, हम इनकी किसी भी एजेंसी से नहीं डरते, हम इनकी गुंडागर्दी से भी नहीं डरते। हम डट के मुकाबला करेंगे, सड़क के ऊपर भी, संसद में भी और जरा पूरा सुप्रीम कोर्ट में भी। हमें पूरी उम्मीद है कि हम ये लड़ाई जीतेंगे और हम ये लड़ाई लोकतंत्र की लड़ाई हम गांव-गांव में, गली-गली, मोहल्ला-मोहल्ला में भी लड़ेंगे और हम जीतेंगे।
आपके नेता अरविंद केजरीवाल को गिरफ्तार किया गया, कहीं
बिना किसी सबूत के।
चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं लोकसभा का, आम आदमी पार्टी कैसे कैंपेन करेगी, क्या कुछ करेगी?
कोई बात नहीं, हमारे कार्यकर्ता करेंगे। पहले भी हुआ है, हम जेल में रह के भी इलेक्शन जीतेंगे। हम पकड़ने जा रहे हैं, हम ये इलेक्शन जीतने जा रहे हैं, इसलिए तो डर रहे हैं ये। हम इलेक्शन जीत रहे हैं इसलिए तो डर रहे हैं ये, इसलिए डर रहे हैं ये। देखो
क्या पुलिस हिरासत में ले रही है।
Down after the arrest of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, pan-India protests now by the Aam Aadmi.
इस वक्त डिटेन किया जा रहा है और हमारा कसूर ये है कि हमने एक चौथी फेल राजा को बोला कि तुम चौथी फेल राजा हो। अरविंद केजरीवाल
चौथी फेल राजा, मोदी जी को चौथी फेल राजा और कुछ बोलेंगे।
Well, there you have AAP workers raising Inqilab Zindabad slogans. Minister Atishi and Saurabh Bhardwaj detained. Protests also being staged in Jammu, where some protesters have reportedly been detained by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Detentions also made in the national capital, where top leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party have been detained. Meanwhile, Saurabh Bhardwaj raising three key demands of the Aam Aadmi Party. He's asking that Kejriwal should be allowed to meet his family as well as his lawyer, and also claiming that Kejriwal's family has been put under detention, under house arrest. We are learning that Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwat Mann will also be rushing to Delhi to come out in support of Kejriwal. Meanwhile, Rahul Gandhi is expected to meet the family of Arvind Kejriwal, even as AAP is claiming that the family has been put under house arrest. There you have AAP leaders and ministers. Atishi. Right, we have Gursimran joining us from Jammu, where AAP workers have been staging protests and some of them have been detained. We are learning. Let's go to Gursimran. Gursimran, you're at the protest site in Jammu. We see a massive uproar. Take us through what all is happening there.
See, right now we are a kilometer to the BJP office where the protesters from the Aam Aadmi Party, they have gathered in the large numbers and they are staging protests. They are saying that the government is using the police and the enforcement directorate to stage protests. We'll try to speak. आप मुझे बताइए क्या कहेंगे?
मैं आपके माध्यम से कहना चाहता हूँ, ये डेमोक्रेटिक सिस्टम का कत्ल है, सरेआम कत्ल है, डेमोक्रेटिक सिस्टम का ये कत्ल है, ये हर आदमी देख सकता है, आज हिंदुस्तान में आदमी पढ़ा लिखा है और आज हर आदमी आम आदमी पार्टी जनाब केजरीवाल के साथ खड़ा है।
लगत सरकार ये कह रही है कि केसेस जो थे उन पे इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बाद ही ये एक्शन, दे हैव टेकन एक्शन आफ्टर इन्वेस्टिगेशन ऑनली।
मैं कहता हूँ 1.5 साल से ज्यादा वक्त ईडी ने लिया है, 500 से ज्यादा रेडें मारी हैं। आप मुझे बता दें, 1 रुपया, केवल मात्र 1 रुपया अगर ईडी वाले ने पकड़ा है तो हम ईडी वाले के साथ।
So the Aam Aadmi Party protest workers are staging protest here. They have gathered here in the large numbers. आपसे जानना चाहूंगा क्या करता है क्या कहें?
मोदी के राज में गुंडागर्दी बढ़ी है, ईडी आईडी सीबीआई को आगे करता है और देश के अंदर डेमोक्रेसी को खत्म करने वाला।
मैडम आपसे जानना चाहूंगा, सरकार कह रही है कि केसेस थे उन पर कार्रवाई जो है वो की।
देखिए, ये सिर्फ चंदा के धंधे को छुपाने के लिए हो रहा है। आज जनता को ये किस तरह से गुमराह करे, भटका रहे हैं कि उनका ध्यान बढ़ जाए और हमने जो चंदे का धंधा किया है वो किसी तरह उस पे बात ना हो। आज का दिन इनका फर्स्ट क्लास निकल गया क्योंकि आज सिर्फ केजरीवाल जी की बात होगी। आज ये बता रहे हैं इस जनता में, देश में ये हो रहा है।
So they are staging protests. The heavy deployment of the Jammu and Kashmir police has been made here. I'll request if Gaurav can show you that here the Jammu and Kashmir police has been deployed. No one is being allowed to move beyond this point. There has been already a vehicle that is here to detain these protesters if they attempt to head towards the BJP office, because the permission has not been granted by the administration for the Aam Aadmi Party workers to hold the protest, and now the AAP workers are staging protests here in Jammu, staging that the dictatorship of the government won't work. आपसे जानना चाहूंगा, लगातार आप लोग विरोध प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं केजरीवाल के अरेस्ट की।
देखिए बड़े दुख से कहना पड़ रहा है कि जो आम आदमी पार्टी के सीनियर नेता श्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी हैं, उनको कल ईडी ने गिरफ्तार किया। हमारा प्रोटेस्ट करने का माध्यम यही है कि उनको जल्द से जल्द।
आप क्या कहें?
देखिए, सीधा लोकतंत्र पे हमला है ये इंडिया, हमारे हिंदुस्तान की, देखो ये पूरा जो सिस्टम है पूरा खराब कर दिया है। जब से मोदी गवर्नमेंट आई है सारा सिस्टम खराब कर दिया है। देखो, हमारे सिटिंग सीएम जो है उनको सीधा अंदर कर दिया। देश के अंदर ये क्या हो रहा है? वहां कांग्रेस के कौन सीज कर दिए, सब कुछ डिस्टर्ब कर दिया है। इलेक्शन के दिनों में ही ऐसा।
लेकिन सरकार ये कह रही है कि आप लोगों की गलतियां थी, एक्साइज पॉलिसी में घोटाला था, तभी अरेस्ट हुआ है।
देखिए, आप पिछले 2 साल से आप घोटाला बोल रहे हो।
के खिलाफ लड़ती आई है और लड़ती रहेगी।
आपको यहाँ से डिटेन किया गया है, कोर्ट से क्या उम्मीद है?
देखिए ये तानाशाही है। पहले जुम्मे उसके बाद कोई शांतिपूर्वक करना चाहे तो मैं तो अकेले आई थी, छूना नहीं है। एक सेकंड, छूना नहीं है।
मैडम को नहीं पकड़ोगे आप?
हम एक सेकंड हम कोर्ट से उम्मीद करते हैं कि कोर्ट लोकतंत्र की रक्षा करेगा। एक सेकंड, छूना नहीं है मुझे।
आप थोड़ा पीछे हो जाइए।
लोकतंत्र,
मैडम को थोड़ा
लोकतंत्र, एक सेकंड, आप जरा सामने से हटिए, आप सामने से हटिए।
पीछे करने पड़ रहे हैं।
मेरे बस की नहीं, मैं मर जाऊंगा भाई, डंडा पड़ेगा मेरे में।
अरे क्या
साइड करने दो।
भाई निकलने तो दे यार, निकलने तो यार, निकलने तो दो यार।
Right, Aam Aadmi Party minister in Delhi, Atishi, claiming murder of democracy after Kejriwal's arrest and amidst protests by the Aam Aadmi Party in the national capital. Also protests being staged in Jammu, where some of the workers have apparently been detained. Meanwhile, Atishi appeals to the Supreme Court to protect democracy, even as she has been detained by the police in Delhi amidst protests. And Atishi takes to social media platform after her detention, saying and claiming murder of democracy after her detention as of Delhi Minister Saurabh Bhardwaj. We have Rakshita live outside the ED office. Rakshita, this is a massive clampdown on AAP ministers. Arvind Kejriwal arrested, Atishi detained, Saurabh Bhardwaj detained, making massive claims saying murder of democracy in Delhi just because Arvind Kejriwal has been arrested.
Absolutely, of course. As I've been constantly pointing out that it was the same Arvind Kejriwal that more than a decade ago used to call, to protect democracy by actually putting those who are corrupt behind the bars. And today he is facing the same situation, and his teammates, his party men are now crying foul, saying that this is murder of democracy. And as expected, there were protests going to happen all across. There is Section 144 around the Rouse Avenue Court. The metro, the ITO metro station has been temporarily halted right now. It's not functioning right now because there were expectations or there's anticipation of protests all across. We've just got the dramatic visuals unfolding from Jammu and also now from the national capital. Saurabh Bhardwaj and Atishi, remember, these have been taking care of the government apart from Arvind Kejriwal after the arrest of senior leaders like we've seen Sanjay Singh or Manish Sisodia. Atishi, remember, has been on the front line when it comes to taking on the centre. Her name is coming up if we say who will fill in the vacuum when Arvind Kejriwal goes in for the long haul. Atishi, remember, holds a maximum number of portfolios also in Delhi. That includes education, finance, PWD, so on and so forth. So does, Saurabh Bhardwaj has also been very vocal and he has been speaking to the media time and again, holding press conferences also against the centre. And whenever there is a summon issued to Arvind Kejriwal, now Bhardwaj and Atishi both are prominent members of the Aam Aadmi Party, and they have been leading the charge, leading the protests. And we saw what happened in these dramatic chain of events that we just witnessed on our cameras in the national capital. We've seen several of the workers who are detained. Several of the workers have been detained, and there have been, of course, narebazi, the sloganeering against the centre, against the Prime Minister, that has been constantly happening as far as this development is concerned. Arvind Kejriwal remembers, he cannot escape the law, even if he is the chief minister, even if he is the sitting chief minister, as Atishi time and again continues to point out that he's the first, she claims, first sitting chief minister who is arrested. She's crying foul, saying this is murder of democracy for protesting. She calls it a peaceful protest, but we saw the dramatic visuals that were coming in. So, of course, we are witnessing high drama unfolding since last night, ever since the ED reached Arvind Kejriwal's residence, and now just as the countdown has begun for him to be produced before the court.
Stay with us. We have to cut short to Jammu, where protests are being staged by the AAP cadres. Gursimran reporting live from Jammu.
Yes, right now we are on the ground zero where the AAP protesters are being detained. I'll request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals that the Jammu and Kashmir police has retained the AAP protesters, and now they are taking them towards the district police line in Jammu. These are the visuals that Gaurav is showing you, that all the AAP leaders, the senior leadership of the Aam Aadmi Party in the Jammu, they have been detained. And now what they are alleging is that there needs to be strict action. Gaurav is showing you the non-stop visuals that how these AAP leaders, they are being arrested, now being taken to the district police line. Gaurav is showing you the visuals that are taken. आपको detain.
ये तानाशाही नहीं चलेगी, नहीं चलेगी, तानाशाही नहीं चलेगी, तानाशाही नहीं चलेगी, नहीं चलेगी.
So the AAP leaders have been now detained by the Jammu and Kashmir police, and Gaurav is showing you the visuals, the non-stop visuals that these leaders are being taken to the district police line. The visuals Gaurav is showing you from the ground zero that how these leaders are being taken to the district police line. Gaurav is showing you these visuals. Yes.
नहीं चलेगी, नहीं चलेगी, तानाशाही नहीं चलेगी. मोदी जब जब डरता है, पुलिस को आगे करता है. मोदी जब जब डरता है, पुलिस को आगे करता है. मोदी जब जब डरता है, पुलिस को आगे करता है. तानाशाही नहीं चलेगी, नहीं चलेगी, नहीं चलेगी. तानाशाही नहीं चलेगी, नहीं चलेगी, नहीं चलेगी. तानाशाही नहीं चलेगी. बात खड़े करो, बात खड़े करो. तानाशाही नहीं चलेगी, नहीं चलेगी, नहीं चलेगी. तानाशाही नहीं चलेगी, नहीं चलेगी, नहीं चलेगी. तानाशाही नहीं चलेगी, नहीं चलेगी, नहीं चलेगी. उतरना दे. बीजेपी, सर रोक्यो, रोक्यो, रोक्यो. कलेश मारी थी.
ये देश का लोकतंत्र है, लोकतंत्र खतरे में. मेरे देश के लोगों, इस लोकतंत्र को बचा लो. ये तानाशाह मोदी देश को बर्बाद कर देगा. तानाशाही चरम पे है. देश के लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री को गिरफ्तार किया गया है, प्रोटेस्ट करने से रोका जा रहा है, लोगों पर लाठियां चलाई जा रही है, लोगों को पीटा जा रहा है. तानाशाही का अंत होगा. कानून नहीं कर रहा है, मोदी जी अपना काम कर रहे हैं. ईडी और सीबीआई मोदी के दम पे चल रही है, और ईडी और सीबीआई का दुरुपयोग किया जा रहा है देश के अंदर. ये देश देख रहा है. 2024 में देश इनको जवाब देगा. 2024 में देश के अंदर जवाब देगी. देश के अंदर 400
में मोदी हारेगा, उसको उसकी हार दिखाई दे गई है. जब भी उसने केजरीवाल जी को उसने गिरफ्तार करवाया है. ये ईडी के धमके हमको रुकवा नहीं है.
पुलिस हमने उठा रखा है, अरेस्ट किया हुआ है, और लाठी मार रही है, डंडे मार रही है. क्या हमारे मुख्यमंत्री को गिरफ्तार किया गया है? दिल्ली के लोगों को प्रोटेस्ट करने का अधिकार नहीं है? पुलिस के दम पे गुंडा कर दिया.
Right, massive protest by the AAP workers. They're claiming a murder of democracy. They're raising slogans saying dictatorship by Prime Minister Modi after Arvind Kejriwal arrested and AAP ministers detained. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court is set to hear Arvind Kejriwal's plea. A special bench led by Justice Sanjeev Khanna will be hearing the plea filed by AAP Chief Minister of Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal. Well, we slip into a quick commercial break now. Meanwhile, we continue to track the AAP protests across the country, in Delhi, in Jammu and in Punjab.
Ja gut, jetzt ist auch alles andere, bisher war ja Vorbereitung, jetzt ist auch gut mit Schreiben, jetzt geht es ans Machen. Deswegen, das ist ja auch der Grund, warum ich zurückgekommen bin, weil ich wieder bei der Mannschaft sein wollte, trainieren wollte. Jetzt haben wir trainiert heute und jetzt geht es dann um Fußball. Also ich freue mich, da zu sein. Ja. Ich glaube nicht, dass ich irgendjemandem noch was beweisen muss, aber mir geht es darum, als der Bundestrainer sich gemeldet hat, ob ich ja, Lust habe, dieses Turnier zu spielen, geht es mir natürlich in erster Linie darum, der Mannschaft helfen zu können. Die Frage habe ich mir gestellt und das glaube ich mit Ja zu beantworten. Das glaubt der Bundestrainer mit Ja zu beantworten und dementsprechend ist das eine Entscheidung in diesem Rahmen gewesen und gar nicht was Wertschätzung betrifft. Wenn ich dann eben die Möglichkeit sehe, noch helfen zu können, wenn da ein Turnier ist, was natürlich für jeden Fußballer brutal interessant ist, eine EM im eigenen Land, dann hat das einfach nachher am Ende überwogen. Klar muss man auch sagen, dass Julian das sehr, sehr gut gemacht hat, dass er zu keinem Zeitpunkt auch Druck gemacht hat in irgendeiner Form, zu sagen, ich muss das jetzt unbedingt morgen oder was auch immer wissen. Also es sind ja viele Sachen nicht klar, was nach der EM passiert. Ich habe ja aktuell nicht mal einen Vertrag für die nächste Saison, das heißt, da ist es schwierig. Das sollte ich erst mal klären. Haken tut's nirgends. Also dazu ist die Ausgangssituation zu klar, dazu ist das Verhältnis von mir zum Club zu gut, als dass es da irgendwo haken könnte. Und ich glaube, da sind beide Seiten sehr entspannt. Und können wir auch sein, weil wir sind gut unterwegs in der Saison. Die Saison läuft gut für mich persönlich und da werden wir eine zufriedenstellende
Well, big breaking news now coming in. The Enforcement Directorate has filed a caveat petition in the Supreme Court in an application filed by Arvind Kejriwal. The ED has stated that the Supreme Court should hear ED before coming into any conclusive decision on the plea filed by the Delhi Chief Minister. Big breaking news coming in the liquor policy case that's scheduled to be heard. ED filing a caveat petition in the Supreme Court over the plea filed by Arvind Kejriwal. The Enforcement Directorate has said and appealed to the top court to hear it before coming into any conclusive decision. We have Rakshita and Deepak joining us live from outside the ED office. Rakshita, what is the next course of action that the ED is stated to take?
Yes, Kriti, well, ED has filed a caveat petition in the Supreme Court. Now, what is a caveat, if we just could simplify? It's a caution or a warning that is issued as a notice to the Supreme Court that it must, before taking any step, it should hear the party lodging this caveat. So, simply, it's the ED trying to say that they should be heard first before the court today, before the Rouse Avenue Court passes any order today in favor or against or in connection with this case as far as Arvind Kejriwal is concerned. And if I could just quote, the ED has said that the Supreme Court should hear the ED before coming into any conclusive decision. So remember, we do not know exactly what the ED will say when it's given a chance in the court, but we do know as per sources that the Delhi Chief Minister has not been cooperating on several of the questions that have been posed before him by the agency, especially on the South Lobby and the names that have been taken before him. He has remained silent and he has not been cooperating as per the sources concerned in the Enforcement Directorate. And this could be one of the things that could be mentioned, argued before the court by the Enforcement Directorate. So this is something that is a caveat. And remember, this could last from 90 days from the filing. it can be filed at any stage of the proceedings. So this, of course, is a precautionary measure that is taken because the ED is fully prepared. Remember, Kirti, this is something that the ED is not at all taking lightly. It has itself well prepared for this case, and investigating a sitting chief minister, of course, is a task cut out for them, and they are on the job. And they will be continuing to argue before the court and presenting the evidence.
भाई मत दिखा यार, क्या अगर समझ में नहीं आता तेरे को।
There you have visuals on your screens of massive protests being staged by the Aam Aadmi Party in ITO. Top ministers of the Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi arrest under detention after Kejriwal's arrest. Meanwhile, the ED has filed a caveat petition in the Supreme Court, appealing the top court for it to be heard before arriving on any conclusive decision in the petition filed by Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. Meanwhile, in the plea of BRS MLC K. Kavita, the Supreme Court has refused to grant any relief to the BRS MLC. Massive protests being staged at ITO in Delhi, in Jammu by the Aam Aadmi Party workers who are claiming dictatorship under the BJP-led NDA rule and also alleging
भाई एक सेकंड, जिनको जेल में होना चाहिए वो तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी में जा रहे हैं, और जिनको पब्लिक की सेवा के लिए पब्लिक के बीच में होना चाहिए ये चीफ मिनिस्टर, उनको ये जेल में डालने का काम कर रहे हैं। ये बीजेपी की अंत की शुरुआत है। तो जब पाप बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ जाता है तो उसकी शुरुआत ऐसे ही होती है। तो ये बीजेपी का आचरण आज के टाइम पे हो रहा
है। कितनों को करेंगे? पूरी दिल्ली रोड पे आने वाली है, कितनों को करेंगे? करें, हम तो तैयार खड़े हैं, करें ना। जेल में डाल दो, मैं यहाँ गिरफ्तारी से क्या है, जेल में डाल दो।
बीजेपी वाले कह रहे हैं कि उन्होंने करप्शन किया है तब इनको अरेस्ट किया गया है।
देखिए, जिनको जेल में जाना चाहिए था ना, वो आज बीजेपी में जा रहे हैं, और जिनको जनता की सेवा के लिए चुना था उनको जेल में डाला जा रहा है।
आपके तमाम जो मिनिस्टर हैं उनके साथ धमकी हुई है यहाँ पे।
ये कुछ भी कर सकते हैं भाई, अंत हो गया है, ये अंत हो गया, कुछ भी कर सकते हैं। ये जान से भी मार सकते हैं।
सीधी तस्वीर देख रहे हैं आप, हो गया।
अबे यार, किसने मार दिया?
Well, Union Minister Anurag Thakur has lambasted Arvind Kejriwal. He said that they are saying that Arvind Kejriwal will run the government from jail, and he called this an insult to the people of Delhi, law and democracy in India. Let's listen into the Union Minister.
कुछ दिन पहले तक आम आदमी पार्टी शुचिता की राजनीति की बड़ी बड़ी बातें करती थी, ज्ञान बांटती थी, और आज भ्रष्टाचार से भागने का काम कर रही हैं। अब कह रहे हैं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जेल से सरकार चलाएंगे। ये दिल्ली की जनता का भी अपमान है, कानून का भी और लोकतंत्र का भी। इससे बड़ा दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण दिन क्या होगा कि जो राजनीतिक दल बड़ी बड़ी बातें करता था, कभी कांग्रेस के भ्रष्टाचार की बातें करता था, कभी अरविंद केजरीवाल ये कहते थे कि सोनिया गांधी जी को गिरफ्तार करो, 2 दिन इंटेरोगेशन करो, फिर देखो सारा सच बाहर आएगा कि घोटाला किसने किया। उनको 9 बार ईडी ने समन दिए, वो 9 में से 1 बार भी पेश होने नहीं गए। ऐसी कौन सी मजबूरी थी कि जांच एजेंसियों से दूर रहना जरूरी था। एक के बाद दूसरा व्यक्ति शराब घोटाले में जेल में गया, और उसके बाद इनके उप मुख्यमंत्री मनीष सिसोदिया भी पिछले 1 साल से जेल में है। इनके सांसद संजय सिंह जेल में है, पूर्व सांसद कविता हिरासत में कविता राव, और इसके साथ साथ जब 9 बार समन अरविंद केजरीवाल को दिया गया तब वो शामिल क्यों नहीं हुए।
Well, we slip into a quick break now, tracking all the updates in the Delhi liquor policy case. Pan-India protests by AAP workers after Kejriwal's arrest. Protests in Delhi, Jammu, Mumbai and Chennai.
भारत की स्टार्टअप क्रांति का नेतृत्व आज देश के छोटे शहरों के युवा कर रहे हैं। कुछ लोग सोचते हैं कि हमारे स्टार्टअप सिर्फ टैक्स स्पेस तक ही सीमित है, लेकिन मुझे खुशी है कि आज एग्रीकल्चर, टेक्सटाइल, मेडिसिन, ट्रांसपोर्ट, स्पेस, इवन मैंने देखा योगा में स्टार्टअप शुरू हुए हैं, आयुर्वेद में स्टार्टअप शुरू हुआ है, और 1-2 नहीं, मैं रुचि लेता हूं तो देखता रहता हूं, 300, 400 की संख्या में है, और हर एक में एक से बढ़कर एक न कुछ नया है जी। कभी तो मुझे भी सोचना पड़ता है कि मैं योगा कर रहा हूं वो ठीक है कि स्टार्टअप वाला कह रहा है वो योगा ठीक है। साथियों, स्पेस जैसे सेक्टर में जो कि हमने अभी कुछ ही समय पहले ओपन अप किया, पहले तो सरकार में जैसा स्वभाव रहता है जंजीरें बांध देना, और मेरी पूरी ताकत जंजीरें तोड़ने में लगी रहती है। स्पेस में 50 से अधिक सेक्टर्स में भारत के स्टार्टअप बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, और ऑलरेडी हमारे स्टार्टअप स्पेस शटल लॉन्च करने लगे हैं जी, इतने कम समय में। साथियों, भारत की युवा शक्ति का सामर्थ्य आज पूरी दुनिया देख रही है। इस सामर्थ्य पर भरोसा करते हुए देश ने
Top headlines this afternoon. Arvind Kejriwal's plea challenging his arrest by the ED in top court bench to hear Arvind Kejriwal's case shortly. AAP workers stage protest outside up office in the national capital after Kejriwal's dramatic late-night arrest. Ministers Atishi and Saurabh Bhardwaj say no evidence with the central agency. Indy comes out in Kejriwal's support. Rahul Gandhi to meet Arvind Kejriwal's family. Punjab Chief Minister rushes to the national capital.
2013 में जो प्रश्न अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने पूछा था कि भ्रष्ट लोग जेल कब जाएंगे, आज एक मैं छोटा सा कार्यकर्ता हूं भारतीय जनता पार्टी का, मैं कह सकता हूं कि 10 वर्षों के शासनकाल में इस देश ने एक बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन देखा।
BJP lambasted Arvind Kejriwal, says why was the policy immediately repealed after probe ordered pulls out Kejriwal's previous post, saying when will corrupt leaders be arrested. People of Bhutan extend a warm welcome to Prime Minister upon his arrival. Prime Minister on a 2-day visit to Bhutan. A very good afternoon, viewers. We are live and breaking. It's 12 p.m. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Our all-out focus remains on Arvind Kejriwal's arrest, which happened late last evening. Now, note that there are pan-India protests being held by the Aam Aadmi Party workers. In fact, Indie bloc partners have also joined the Aam Aadmi Party while the protests are being staged across the country. And as we speak, note that several of the Aam Aadmi Party leaders have been detained by the Delhi police. This includes Minister Atishi as well, as Section 144 remains clamped across the national capital. So these protests are not just limited to the national capital, they have spread to other parts of the country. Meanwhile, in parallel development, the matter will be taken up in the top court today, in fact, in just some time from now. All right, before we go across to our reporters on the ground, listen in to that statement that's coming from Union Minister Anurag Thakur, who's questioned the Aam Aadmi Party and said that that Arvind Kejriwal has no locus standi to continue as the Chief Minister of the national capital.
कुछ दिन पहले तक आम आदमी पार्टी शुचिता की राजनीति की बड़ी-बड़ी बातें करती थी, ज्ञान बांटती थी और आज भ्रष्टाचार से भागने का काम कर रही हैं। अब कह रहे हैं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जेल से सरकार चलाएंगे। ये दिल्ली की जनता का भी अपमान है, कानून का भी और लोकतंत्र का भी। इससे बड़ा दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण दिन क्या होगा कि जो राजनीतिक दल बड़ी-बड़ी बातें करता था, कभी कांग्रेस के भ्रष्टाचार की बातें करता था, कभी अरविंद केजरीवाल ये कहते थे कि सोनिया गांधी जी को गिरफ्तार करो, 2 दिन इंटेरोगेशन करो, फिर देखो सारा सच बाहर आएगा कि घोटाला किसने किया। उनको 9 बार ईडी ने समन दिए, वो 9 में से 1 बार भी पेश होने नहीं गए। ऐसी कौन सी मजबूरी थी कि जांच एजेंसियों से दूर रहना जरूरी था। एक के बाद दूसरा व्यक्ति शराब घोटाले में जेल में गया और उसके बाद इनके उप मुख्यमंत्री मनीष सिसोदिया भी पिछले 1 साल से जेल में है। इनके सांसद संजय सिंह जेल में है, पूर्व सांसद कविता हिरासत में कविता राव, और इसके साथ साथ जब 9 बार समन अरविंद केजरीवाल को दिया गया तब वो शामिल क्यों नहीं हुए, क्यों जांच एजेंसियों का सहयोग नहीं किया। मनी ट्रेल भी है, कैसे पॉलिसी बदली गई उसका भी, किसने किससे बात करवाई, सीएम का इसमें क्या रोल था, उप मुख्यमंत्री का क्या रोल था। शराब घोटाले में ये सब नंगे हैं, सब ने एक तरह से मिलजुल कर एक बड़ा शराब घोटाला किया है। पहले तो अरविंद केजरीवाल भ्रष्टाचार पर बड़ी-बड़ी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करते थे, लेकिन आज भ्रष्टाचार में जब जांच का सामना करना पड़ता है तब दूर भागते हैं।
All right, so there you heard Union Minister lambasting the Aam Aadmi Party, saying that the Delhi Chief Minister must tender his resignation. Let's go across to Rakshita, who's reporting from outside the ED office. Rakshita, once again, if you can run us through the arguments that were made in the top court yesterday and the kind of arguments that we really can expect on part of the ED and the AAP in the top court in just some time from now.
See, of course, it remains to be seen what exactly happens in court. But of course, Enforcement Directorate has presented the evidence already yesterday. And what we know so far as per sources is that the ED is saying that Arvind Kejriwal is not cooperating. Several questions have been put up in this interrogation, especially with regards to the South Lobby, but he has been mum on the same. And we are getting many of the breaking developments. And I'd like to bring in my colleague and senior editor, Shravan Sen, who's tracking all developments. Shravan, how soon can we expect Kejriwal to be produced in court?
Well, in fact, Rakshita, some latest updates that I'm picking up from my sources within the Enforcement Directorate. One with regards to Arvind Kejriwal, who's expected to be produced before the Rouse Avenue Court between 2 o'clock and 2:30 this afternoon. The questioning has essentially taken place. Thereafter, with regards to certain documents that were recovered by the Enforcement Directorate late last night, that also included some papers which made a mention of the Enforcement Directorate officers who were probing the liquor scam. So we do not know whether at all there was some sort of a surveillance, or was this pertaining to do of information gathering of those who were probing the enforcement, the liquor scam. So that's the other development that has taken place. The third important development is with regards to the allegation of kickbacks that were allegedly received. Now, this information has already been out in the past in the charge sheets that have been filed. The very fact that perhaps for the election campaigning purposes, the party had allegedly received kickbacks from the liquor scam, and that was utilized. Roughly about 70 lakhs was the number that was projected by the Enforcement Directorate. Now, the latest development is that in the last few months, some statements have been recorded, which includes Aam Aadmi Party candidates who contested the Goa election and some Aam Aadmi Party workers. And it turns out that if you go by the claim that has been made by the Enforcement Directorate, at least by way of sources, they say that the Aam Aadmi Party workers have admitted that they were given cash for the election-related purposes for election campaigning. So the very fact that the Enforcement Directorate has been maintaining that the 70 lakh rupees allegedly received by the Aam Aadmi Party for Goa elections was through Hawala operator, which essentially means that this was by way of money, by way of cash that was used. And now they have got on record that some of the Aam Aadmi Party workers, Aam Aadmi Party candidates were actually given money, that too by cash.
And also remember the fact that Saurabh Bhardwaj in its press conference had actually mentioned about the money trail going to the BJP. Now, what about those allegations? There were some allegations made just to counter what has been gathered from the ED.
Well, in fact, see, number one, the Enforcement Directorate has been responding by saying that, look here, when the searches were basically carried out, no cash was actually recovered, because many would assume that what really happened, say, in the recruitment scam in Bengal, where the searches were basically carried out, there was a large recovery of money that took place. It is not necessary that every searches would basically yield in, collection of some amount, because what is so it's not imperative that, you would have the Enforcement Directorate collecting cash, because remember, in this particular case, what they suspect is that it is by way of Hawala transactions that the money has been sent out. So it is very unlikely that any of the leaders would have kept the money with themselves, because this was through Hawala channel that the money was being distributed.
Right, so this is what the latest we are gathering, as Shravan was pointing out, some 3 to 4 major updates at 2 to 2:30 p.m. is the time when we expect Arvind Kejriwal will be produced in court. We are reporting from outside the Enforcement Directorate office. The action is here right now, and we're tracking via network reporters the movement from ED to the court. So stay tuned to Republic TV. Back to you in the studios right now, Samiksha.
Right, Rakshita, requesting you to stay with us. In fact, just to run our viewers through the news breaks that are just coming in. Shravan getting us the leads. We understand that in the documents recovered by the ED last night, they've come across papers regarding ED officers probing liquor scam. Not just this, Kejriwal is also set to be produced before Delhi's Rouse Avenue court. So somewhere between 2 to 2:30 p.m, Kejriwal will be produced before the court. But The news break that is also just coming in is in relation to the documents that have been recovered by the ED in the searches that were carried out. We understand that they have come across papers regarding ED officers probing liquor scam. So a lot of important details that are just trickling in. Before we go across to Shravan, let's go across to Simran also, who's there at the ITO. Simran, we believe a lot of action at the ITO as well, where a lot of AAP leaders have been taken into custody, including Minister Atishi. Once again, take us through exactly what is happening at that location.
Well, yes, Samiksha, right now let me get you the live visuals of what is the situation like. To my right, this is a bus that is being packed with the Aam Aadmi Party leaders and workers who have been detained by the Delhi police right now since the morning, because in connection with the protest that they have been staging at the AAP headquarters. So far, to give you the context of what has been unfolding over the call of the protest to the BJP office, Aam Aadmi Party leaders were detained here itself at the border of the party office here itself. You can see all the party leaders with the placards as well, saying "Main bhi hu Kejriwal," in support of the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, whose bail plea is shortly going to be heard in the Rouse Avenue court. Heavy security right there itself. Delhi Traffic Police, which is in large number present here, has also issued a traffic advisory for the commuters going on. But what you can see behind me is essentially very important to note that the situation here is only getting tense as more and more AAP party workers that are the supporters also of Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal are reaching here to protest in large numbers, and Delhi police in retaliation are gathering more and more people and packing them and putting them inside the buses and detaining them. Nearly 3 ministers have also been detained. Atishi is one of them. Another Punjab minister is there. Right now what you can see behind me is also the close aide of Sanjay Mishra, Sanjay Singh Sarvesh Mishra. Let me get a word from him as well if we can try. And what he is, we have shown the visuals of how he was detained on live cam. Let me speak to him. Sarvesh.
Front wing, nothing else.
Sarvesh, how is the situation here? Why are you detained?
मुझे खुद नहीं पता, पुलिस ने मुझे बीच सड़क पे, मैं अकेले जा रहा था, मुझे उठाया गया है। मुझे कोई जानकारी नहीं थी। पुलिस ने जबरदस्ती आई, कही कि आपको डिटेन किया जा रहा है। क्या रीजन है? मैं अकेले जा रहा था, क्या मैं अपनी पार्टी दफ्तर नहीं जा सकता हूँ? आतिशी को उठा दिया गया है, सौरभ भारद्वाज जी को डिटेन कर दिया गया है, हमारे विधायकों और मंत्रियों को पकड़ा जा रहा है, पंजाब के मंत्रियों को पकड़ा जा रहा है। क्या अरविंद केजरीवाल से मोदी इतना डरे हुए हैं? ईडी इस तरीके से बिहेव कर रही है जैसे भारतीय जनता पार्टी की फ्रंटल विंग है।
आपने कैसे सोचा है सरकार कैसे चलेगी, इस पे क्या चयन हो?
अरविंद केजरीवाल जी सरकार चलाएंगे। इस दिल्ली की जनता ने अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को चुना है, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी सरकार को चलाएंगे। वो बताएंगे इस देश में इस तानाशाह को जवाब देने के लिए एक ही नेता है, अरविंद केजरीवाल। और नरेंद्र मोदी की आंख में आंख डालकर कोई सवाल कर सकता है तो वो अरविंद केजरीवाल है।
But this has been the situation so far. The Delhi police officials are trying to get a hold of all the AAP party leaders present here at the ground who are trying to protest here, and as well the AAP party leaders are maintaining that Arvind Kejriwal is going to run the government from inside the jail. Right now the bus is being packed and also the leaders are being taken outside this area from where they are protesting. Back to you.
Stay with us, Simran, and just to run our viewers through the big news breaks that we are tracking, we understand that some incriminating documents were recovered by the ED in the searches that were carried out late last evening at Kejriwal's residence. Documents that were recovered by the ED include papers regarding ED officers probing Liquorgate. So this is a very crucial document that has recovered. Questions being raised as to why Kejriwal had those documents pertaining to ED officers who are probing Liquorgate at his residence. We also understand that the ED has recorded statement of Goa AAP candidates and AAP workers as well. So this is also one of the brave news breaks that we are tracking. Sources in ED also tell Republic that some of the AAP workers have admitted that they were given cash for election-related purposes. So a very strong Goa election link that has surfaced. Sources in ED tell Republic that AAP workers have admitted that they were given cash for election-related purposes. So questions being raised as to where did the Aam Aadmi Party get all the funding from, as ED has recorded the statement of Goa AAP candidates and AAP workers as well. So a very important news break that is just coming in. Goa election link that has surfaced. Before we go across to Shravan, let's go across to Harsha again, who's outside the Delhi court. Harsha, these are very important news breaks that we are tracking. One being the Goa, very strong Goa election link that has surfaced. Some of the AAP workers, as we understand, have admitted that they were given cash for election-related purposes, and also some of the very incriminating documents that have been recovered, which includes documents pertaining to ED officers who are probing the liquor scandal.
Samiksha rightly stated the timeline, if you will see when the Delhi liquor excise policy was formulated, and after that when LG first time recommended for a CBI inquiry. If you see the entire timeline when it was made and formulated, at that time only, after that there were Punjab and Goa elections, and how the huge sum of money and kickbacks which Aam Aadmi Party government got through the South lobby, that entire money, huge sum of money was circulated for the Punjab and Goa election, and that was the reason why the profit margin was too high, and the commission which was set was 6% to 12%. Also, Enforcement Directorate have all the documents about the Hawala operators as well. They were not the Hawala operators of the only Bangalore. They were the Hawala operators from Bengaluru, from Kolkata, from Mumbai and from Chandigarh as well, who were involved in the money trail in this entire huge sum of money which was circulated from the South lobby to directly to Aam Aadmi.
और शराब के बारे में हम लोग आवाज उठाया था। आज वो शराब नीति बना रहा है, जिसका मुझे दुख हुआ, लेकिन करेगा क्या? सत्ता के सामने कुछ नहीं कर सकता। आखिर उसको जो अरेस्ट किया गया, अटक हुआ, वो उनकी कृति से हुआ। हम ये बातें नहीं करते तो अटक होने का कोई संभव नहीं था। तो जो अटक हुआ है, अभी कानून के तौर पर जो होगा वो होगा, वो सरकार देखेगी, वो सोचेगी।
ओके, एक सेकंड है।
So that was the reaction from Anna Hazare, one who began the crusade against corruption with Arvind Kejriwal, tracking all those developments very closely. But the visuals on your screens is of the protest being staged by the Aam Aadmi Party workers, and Atishi there being taken into custody for staging a protest with Section 144 clamped in the national capital. All right, we will just go across to Shravan as well, but note one of the big news breaks that we are tracking is the kind of recovery that's been made by the ED officials while the raids were conducted at Arvind Kejriwal's residence late last evening. Sources tell Republic that some very incriminating documents were recovered by the Enforcement Directorate, which includes documents pertaining to ED officers who are probing Liquorgate. So questions being raised as to why was Kejriwal keeping those documents which had information on the ED officers, and if at all, questions being raised if ED officers were being snooped upon by the AAP national convener. All right, before we go across to our reporters on the ground, once again listen in to that statement that's coming from Anna Hazare, who began the crusade against corruption with Arvind Kejriwal.
मुझे बहुत दुख हुआ कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जैसे आदमी जो मेरे साथ काम करता था, और शराब के बारे में हम लोग आवाज उठाया था। आज वो शराब नीति बना रहा है, जिसका मुझे दुख हुआ, लेकिन करेगा क्या? सत्ता के सामने कुछ नहीं कर सकता। आखिर उसको जो अरेस्ट किया गया, अटक हुआ, वो उनकी कृति से हुआ। हम ये बातें नहीं करते तो अटक होने का कोई संभव नहीं था। तो जो अटक हुआ है, अभी कानून के तौर पर जो होगा वो होगा, वो सरकार देखेगी, वो सोचेगी।
Alright, let's put across more news break coming in. This one in relation to the plea of Arvind Kejriwal in top court. Arvind Kejriwal has withdrawn his plea in the top court. So remains to be seen what exactly Kejriwal does next or the course of action that's taken by the Aam Aadmi Party. For now, we understand that Arvind Kejriwal has withdrawn his petition from the top court. Let's go across to Rakshita also, who's been reporting since morning from outside the ED office. Rakshita, if you can get us more details, any reason known so far as to why has Aam Aadmi Party been forced to withdraw its plea from the top court?
Well, what we understand is that Arvind Kejriwal has withdrawn his petition from the Supreme Court. Abhishek Manu Singhvi, his lawyer, has expressed this information in front of Justice Sanjeev Khanna. Kejriwal case now will not be heard in the Supreme Court. That is the big breaking development we're getting in, and we are also being joined by our senior editor Shravan. Shravan, what does this really mean?
Well, in fact, there was limited legal options available before Arvind Kejriwal. Just to take our viewers through quickly what's going to happen next. Around 2 o'clock this afternoon, when he's produced before the court, there is a high possibility. I would say that the court thereafter, looking into the evidence that has been gathered so far, he would be sent to enforcement directed custody. Remember, the period that you're looking at would be about 14 days. That's the maximum. But in the first go itself, it's unlikely that a 14-day custody would be granted to the enforcement directorate. So it could be anything between 4 to 5, roughly ranging between these many days of ED custody. Once they exhaust the ED custody, it's then when Arvind Kejriwal will be sent to judicial custody. When he's sent to judicial custody, that's when Arvind Kejriwal will have one opening where he would be basically applying for a bail. And that's when the matter is taken up. But at the same time, remember, there is more trouble brewing for Arvind Kejriwal, because it's not just the enforcement directorate, you also have the Central Bureau of Investigation looking into it. So there is a high possibility, like the way it has happened in Manish Sisodia's case, once the enforcement directorate completes its custody, there is a very high possibility that the Central Bureau of Investigation would thereafter also move an application seeking custody of Arvind Kejriwal, which would once again block the possibility of Arvind Kejriwal moving for a bail. So it appears to be long drawn at this point in time, and right now this very plea that was filed by Arvind Kejriwal would have become infructuous.
So that you heard the explanation of what has really happened. Abhishek Manu Singhvi, appearing for Arvind Kejriwal, has told the Supreme Court that Kejriwal is withdrawing the petition as it is clashing with the remand. And of course, clearly that the legal options are running out for Arvind Kejriwal, and henceforth we see this development unfolding right now. Samiksha.
Right. Rakshita, stay with us. Let's go across to Shravan again. Shravan, talking about the kind of recoveries that have been made by the ED so far, we understand that some documents have been recovered by the ED, of the ED officers. Does this imply that Arvind Kejriwal was essentially snooping on the ED officers?
Well, we will be putting that question across to Shravan, as he has to, of course, gather more information on what we expect right now, what's really happening inside. But right now, Samiksha, as we were telling you, and as even it was very well explained by Shravan, that the legal options are running out for Arvind Kejriwal. However, once the custody finishes, and we've seen this in many cases, like it was earlier pointed out in Sisodia's case, the CBI is also probing various angles as far as the liquor gate is concerned. Arvind Kejriwal, however, right now has only been interrogated by the Enforcement Directorate after ducking 9 summons. We expect him to be produced in the court 2 to 2:30 p.m. So all eyes will be on the Supreme Court. Justice Sanjeev Khanna's bench will be. We understood that it would have been, the matter would have been heard. But now that he has withdrawn the petition, it remains to be seen what happens next as we continue to get information from the court right now.
Right, Rakshita, stay with us. If you can once again take us to the leads coming in. We understand that some of the AAP workers have also admitted to having received funds for the Goa elections. If you can throw more light on this lead that we are tracking in the Liquorgate probe.
Well, there have been a lot of developments, as earlier in the morning also when we were speaking. There are multiple players in this, and of course the key role has been that of the South Lobby. Kavita being a key conspirator as far as the South Lobby's role is concerned. And after Kavita's arrest, we understood that the stage was set for Arvind Kejriwal to be summoned once again, and an arrest was imminent that he also knew, and he has been evading 9 summons. And today, of course, we saw that Arvind Kejriwal is in the ED custody. He has been posed with several questions. There are several questions that he is not answering anything on. Several of his electronic devices, that of his and his wife, have also been seized by the Enforcement Directorate last night when they came to his residence to arrest him, to conduct searches and thereafter arrest him. So, of course, it remains to be seen what really happens, because there are, press conferences and counter press conferences that have been happening, and there are multiple allegations. But there are many serious questions, and several of the questions that the Aam Aadmi Party Supremo Arvind Kejriwal himself and many of his teammates have to answer.
Right, Rakshita, continue staying with us. We have to slip in a very short break, but on the other side, we will continue our exhaustive coverage on Arvind Kejriwal's arrest by the ED in Liquorgate late last evening.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 11th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education, whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Government's decision last week to reduce the import duty by 15% for electric vehicle makers who pledge $500 million or rupees 4,150 crore investment in India is a significant move for the country and the Make in India objective. The electric vehicle policy was notified by Heavy Industries Ministry and is being steered by the Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade under the aegis of Industries and Commerce Ministry. The government incentivization on EV imports is likely to benefit billionaire Elon Musk's Tesla. Vietnamese VinFast has also pledged to contribute for Make in India with rupees 4,000 crore EV factory in Tamil Nadu. Chinese automaker BYD recently launched its sedan Seal in India. India's electric vehicle policy allows companies to carry forward their annual import backlog. The electric vehicle policy.
I am very, very happy to announce that Niva Bupa Health Insurance has come on board as Republic TV's studio model. Niva Bupa Health Insurance is the fastest growing company among standalone health insurance players in India. It has also provided health insurance coverage to 1.1 crore people in India and settled over 15 lakh claims, processing one claim every 60 seconds. So we are delighted to be partnering with them.
This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studio, your one stop for all the breaking updates. I am Rakshita Mishra.
Happy to announce that Niva Bhupa Health Insurance has come on board as Republic TV's studio model. Niva Bhupa Health Insurance is the fastest growing company among standalone health insurance players in India. It has also provided health insurance coverage to 1.1 crore people in India and settled over 15 lakh claims, processing one claim every 60 seconds. So we are delighted to be partnering with them.
Arvind Kejriwal withdraws his plea in Supreme Court. This after the top court admitted his plea for urgent hearing. Kejriwal to be produced before Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court between 2 and 2:30 p.m. ED records the statement of Goa Aam Aadmi Party candidates and Aam Aadmi Party workers. ED sources say Aam Aadmi Party workers admit that they were given cash for election-related purposes. ED also appeals to Supreme Court to hear it before arriving at any conclusive decision. Aam Aadmi Party workers staged protests in Delhi, Jammu, Chennai and Mumbai after Kejriwal's dramatic night arrest. Ministers Atishi and Saurabh Bhardwaj detained. People of Bhutan extend warm welcome to the Prime Minister on his arrival in the country on a two-day state visit. Viewers, we're live breaking on Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest, and we will remember what happened yesterday. Viewers, let's go back to what happened yesterday when Arvind Kejriwal was arrested, and this happened late at night yesterday. And today, the battle lines are drawn after the arrest of CM Arvind Kejriwal by the Enforcement Directorate in the alleged liquor policy scam. The Supreme Court is likely to take up today Mr. Kejriwal's petition against his arrest, a day after he denied an urgent hearing in his plea against the raids. The probe agency, meanwhile, will produce the CM in an ED court. Kejriwal's arrest just weeks ahead of the Lok Sabha elections has unleashed waves of protest by thousands of party workers and condemnation from the opposition camp. The Aam Aadmi Party has announced a nationwide protest against Prime Minister Modi led BJP over the arrest of Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal in a case linked to city's liquor policy. Let's go straight to my colleague Rakshita, who's joining us right now. Rakshita, you know, what we see are multiple updates coming in where Kejriwal has withdrawn his petition filed in Supreme Court. And yesterday, we cannot even forget, that dramatic arrest of Arvind Kejriwal. Republic TV, of course, had broken that news first, just before the official confirmation had come in. Take us through what can we expect today and where is Arvind Kejriwal as we speak?
Well, Arvind Kejriwal is, of course, here at the ED headquarters where we're standing right now. But what we understand is that Arvind Kejriwal's plea has been now withdrawn. And Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who's a Congress leader and also a Supreme Court advocate, he has said that he has told Justice Sanjeev Khanna that Kejriwal is withdrawing the petition in the Supreme Court, that it is clashing with the remand. So what we understand is that right now there has been clash of remand that has been cited by Abhishek Manu Singhvi. what we know is that there could be now just limited legal options for Arvind Kejriwal, and henceforth this move has been taken up by Arvind Kejriwal's lawyer. This is the big update we have right now, and this is the big update. However, we do understand that he will be produced in the court at 2 to 2:30, between 2 to 2:30. That's the latest we have. And of course, there are protests happening all across the country, pan-India protests by Aam Aadmi Party workers. Dramatic visuals have been pouring from Jammu, national capital, and several other parts of the country, especially in Delhi. This is right now a high security zone, what we know so far. The place we are right now walking, this is the ED office, and all the ends have been heavily barricaded. You can see there's heavy police deployment here. Delhi police is outside the Rouse Avenue court and also at the ED headquarters. So there is a heavy security deployment right now. Section 144 around the Rouse Avenue court also, as there is expectation, anticipation of some massive protest by the Aam Aadmi Party. The ITO metro is also right now halted, what we know so far. So there is, of course, a lot of security concerns. We've seen detention of senior leaders and ministers of Delhi, Aam Aadmi Party's Atishi and Saurabh Bhardwaj being detained and crying foul that this is a murder of democracy. Arvind Kejriwal being put behind the bars is something that is done only to target him before the Lok Sabha elections, so that he cannot participate in the Lok Sabha elections, so that he cannot campaign or lead the party ahead of the Lok Sabha polls. So that is the constantly what is being said by the Aam Aadmi Party leaders. But it remains to be seen what really happens in the court. That is 2 to 2:30 p.m. That is a very crucial time when Arvind Kejriwal will be produced in court. Remember, ED has already filed a caveat saying that the court, before it issues any order, must actually hear the ED out. We've seen the same thing happening in Kavita's arrest. Before the arrest, we saw ED much before filing a caveat also in the Supreme Court. And this time again, we're seeing what's happening with Arvind Kejriwal. And the ED, as per our sources, is looking for the maximum custody for the Delhi Chief Minister, Arvind Kejriwal. It remains to be seen what happens. Will he resign just like Hemant Soren did? Who takes over if he does so? The political vacuum, who fills in ahead of Lok Sabha elections? That is the big question that right now is looming in the minds of Delhiites and of course, many of the people who are keeping their eyes on the developments. Shivangi.
Right. All right. Thank you so much for joining us there, Rakshita, because stay on with us. We have a lot lined up for our viewers, because today is going to be a day when we'll see multiple developments taking place. Now, the BJP has reacted. I just want our viewers to play out and hear what the BJP is saying, and then we'll come back to you, Rakshita, in just a moment.
कुछ दिन पहले तक आम आदमी पार्टी शुचिता की राजनीति की बड़ी बड़ी बातें करती थी, ज्ञान बांटती थी, और आज भ्रष्टाचार से भागने का काम कर रही हैं। अब कह रहे हैं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जेल से सरकार चलाएंगे। ये दिल्ली की जनता का भी अपमान है, कानून का भी और लोकतंत्र का भी। इससे बड़ा दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण दिन क्या होगा कि जो राजनीतिक दल बड़ी बड़ी बातें करता था, कभी कांग्रेस के भ्रष्टाचार की बातें करता था, कभी अरविंद केजरीवाल ये कहते थे कि सोनिया गांधी जी को गिरफ्तार करो, 2 दिन इंटेरोगेशन करो, फिर देखो सारा सच बाहर आएगा कि घोटाला किसने किया। उनको 9 बार ईडी ने समन दिए, वो 9 में से 1 बार भी पेश होने नहीं गए। ऐसी कौन सी मजबूरी थी कि जांच एजेंसियों से दूर रहना जरूरी था? एक के बाद दूसरा व्यक्ति शराब घोटाले में जेल में गया, और उसके बाद इनके उप मुख्यमंत्री मनीष सिसोदिया भी पिछले 1 साल से जेल में है। इनके सांसद संजय सिंह जेल में है, पूर्व सांसद कविता हिरासत में कविता राव। और इसके साथ साथ जब 9 बार समन अरविंद केजरीवाल को दिया गया, तब वो शामिल क्यों नहीं हुए? क्यों जांच एजेंसियों का सहयोग नहीं किया? मनी ट्रेल भी है, कैसे पॉलिसी बदली गई उसका भी, किसने किससे बात करवाई, सीएम का इसमें क्या रोल था, उप मुख्यमंत्री का क्या रोल था, शराब घोटाले में ये सब नंगे हैं। सब ने एक तरह से मिलजुल कर एक बड़ा शराब घोटाला किया है। पहले तो अरविंद केजरीवाल भ्रष्टाचार पर बड़ी बड़ी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करते थे, लेकिन आज भ्रष्टाचार में जब जांच का सामना करना पड़ता है तब दूर भागते हैं।
मुझे बहुत दुख हुआ कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जैसे आदमी जो मेरे साथ काम करता था, और शराब के बारे में हम लोग आवाज उठाया था, आज वो शराब नीति बना रहा है, जिसका मुझे दुख हुआ। लेकिन करेगा क्या, सत्ता के सामने कुछ नहीं कर सकता। आखिर उसको जो अरेस्ट किया गया, अटक हुआ, वो उनकी कृति से हुआ। हम ये बातें नहीं करते तो अटक होने का कोई संभव नहीं था। तो जो अटक हुआ है, अभी कानून के तौर पर जो होगा वो होगा, वो सरकार देखेगी, वो सोचेगी।
ओके।
All right, let's go straight back to Rakshita is joining us live right now. Rakshita is outside the ED office, and Rakshita, you know, what we see right now is that the questioning of the Chief Minister has begun, and yesterday we saw a lot of late night drama. Also, if you could take our viewers through.
हमने शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से पूरे देश में आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खिलाफ विरोध प्रदर्शन के लिए कॉल दिया था। दिल्ली में जिस तरीके से ये पुलिस का दुरुपयोग कर रहे हैं वो अकल्पनीय है। मुझे नहीं लगता कि भारत के इतिहास में, राजनीतिक इतिहास में ऐसा कभी हुआ होगा। सारी नेताओं को कल रात से ही उनके घर में हाउस अरेस्ट कर लिए। सुबह सुबह जो अपने घर से आम आदमी पार्टी ऑफिस के लिए निकल रहे थे उनको गिरफ्तार कर लिए। हम शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे थे। शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से प्रोटेस्ट करना हमारा अधिकार है, हमारा मूलभूत अधिकार है। मोदी जी को शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से प्रोटेस्ट भी बर्दाश्त नहीं होता है। उनके मन में इतनी नफरत है कि एक एक कार्यकर्ता को, एक एक वॉलंटियर को, एक एक लीडर को वो गिरफ्तार कर रहे हैं। उनको इतना डर क्यों है? वो इतना डरते क्यों हैं? नरेंद्र मोदी जी दो तरह से ऑपरेट करते हैं। ऊपर से तो वो कहते हैं कि देश में अमृत काल है, ऊपर से तो वो कहते हैं बड़ी बड़ी बातें करते हैं, कई बारी बड़ी अच्छी अच्छी बातें करते हैं। लोगों को लगेगा कि यार ये तो कितनी अच्छी बात कर रहे हैं देश के लिए, लेकिन अगर उनके कामों और कारगुजारियों को आप देखेंगे तो आपको पता चल जाएगा कि उनकी सारी भाषा, सारी बोली वो दिखावे के लिए एक छद्म है, झूठा है, फर्जी है। और सच्चाई क्या है? सच्चाई उनके काम है जो वो कर रहे हैं। जिस तरीके से अघोषित आपातकाल की परिस्थिति उन्होंने इस देश में ला दी है, उससे ऐसा लगता है कि देश में सारी व्यवस्थाएं, सब कुछ टूट जाएगा। आतिशी जी को इन्होंने डिटेन कर लिया, सौरभ भारद्वाज जी को डिटेन कर लिया, कई सारे हमारे एमएलएस को डिटेन कर लिए, कई सारे काउंसलर्स को डिटेन कर लिए, कई सारे लीडर्स को डिटेन कर लिए। जो इनको मिल रहा है उनको वो डिटेन कर रहे हैं। और क्या कारण है? कारण कोई भी नहीं है। पीसफुल तरीके से पार्टी ऑफिस में इकट्ठे होकर प्रोटेस्ट करना भी इनको एक्सेप्टेबल नहीं हो रहा है। मैं एक ही चीज कहना चाहता हूं भारतीय जनता पार्टी को कि उनका ये दांव, उन्होंने जो भी षड्यंत्र और दांव बनाया है, ये उल्टा पड़ने वाला है। ये इतना उल्टा पड़ेगा इनको कि इतिहास याद रखेगा। केजरीवाल कोई मामूली लीडर नहीं है जिसको आप गिरफ्तार कर दोगे वो बैठ जाएगा। केजरीवाल दुगनी ताकत से तुम्हारे पीछे आएगा, और इस एक केजरीवाल से तो निपटने में तुम्हारे पसीने छूट गए। अब क्या करोगे जब पूरे देश के, पूरी दिल्ली के एक एक परिवार में, एक एक घर में केजरीवाल पैदा होगा, एक एक घर में केजरीवाल पैदा होगा। केजरीवाल जी ने दिल्ली की जनता के लिए, हर परिवार को सुखी बनाने के लिए खूब काम किए, दिन रात काम किए, एक एक परिवार की खुशी की व्यवस्था करी, उनके परिवार को खुश रखने के लिए अपना सब कुछ दांव पे न्यौछावर कर दिया। आज ऐसी परिस्थिति में ये सारे परिवार, दिल्ली की सारी जनता, देश के सारी जनता केजरीवाल जी के साथ खड़े हैं और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को उनके तानाशाह का जवाब देने के लिए तैयार है। चुनाव में पूरी ताकत से जनता इनको जवाब देगी। मैं एक ही बात कहना चाहता हूं कि अन्याय चाहे कितना भी मजबूत दिखे, उसका अंत सुनिश्चित है। थैंक यू।
आप लोगों ने कल विपक्षी दलों से भी, इंडिया ब्लॉक के नेताओं से भी अपील की थी कि वो लोग भी जुड़े, लेकिन आम आदमी पार्टी के अलावा कोई दिखा नहीं किसी पार्टी का प्रदर्शन।
नहीं, कल कांग्रेस पार्टी की तरफ से उनके लीडर्स वहां पे आए थे, लवली जी आए थे, संदीप दीक्षित जी आए थे, कांग्रेस पार्टी के सभी बड़े लीडरों का फोन आया है, राहुल गांधी जी का भी फोन आया है और कई सारे बड़े लीडर्स का फोन आया है। इसके अलावा सारे बड़े जो प्रमुख विपक्षी दल हैं, ममता दीदी के यहाँ पे बात हुई है, बाकी सभी जगह बात हुई है, सभी विचार मंथन में लगे हुए हैं कि आगे इसको कैसे, इस चुनौती को कैसे डील किया जाए।
क्या आप लोग कुछ साझा रणनीति पे काम कर रहे हैं कि अब काफी बड़े नेता की गिरफ्तारी हो गई, आगे कैंपेन कैसे करेंगे इंडिया ब्लॉक का, इसे लेकर कोई बातचीत आप लोग की हुई है?
आगे इंडिया ब्लॉक की मीटिंग होनी है। अगले 1 या 2 दिन में इंडिया ब्लॉक इस सिचुएशन को कंसिडर करते हुए एक मीटिंग करेगी और वहाँ आगे की रणनीति बनाएगी। देखिए, मोटा मोटी मैं एक चीज़ ये कहना चाहता हूँ, ये परिस्थिति किसी एक पार्टी के खिलाफ नहीं है, ये परिस्थिति हमारे खिलाफ नहीं है, ये परिस्थिति देश के खिलाफ है। तो ये सिर्फ हमारी जिम्मेदारी नहीं है अब इस परिस्थिति से निपटने का, देश की जनता की अब जिम्मेदारी है कि ऐसी परिस्थिति में, इस अघोषित आपातकाल से कैसे बाहर निकला जाए। थैंक यू।
All right, we heard that Aam Aadmi Party press conference, and Aam Aadmi Party has made multiple statements time and again. They have continuously said that that the life of Arvind Kejriwal is under threat. Once again, they have said it's nothing more than a political vendetta. So we're getting those back-to-back updates coming in, and let's tell our viewers that these developments are extremely fast-paced. Now, the last big development that has come in is that Arvind Kejriwal has withdrawn petition against arrest from the Supreme Court. So that's one of the top updates coming in. And at the same time, what we see right now, viewers, are multiple updates, especially in terms of what Aam Aadmi Party has been saying. Aam Aadmi Party has said arrests have always happened in politics, even under British rule. So that is the press conference of the Aam Aadmi Party. I'm just taking a very short break right now because we will keep getting you top updates as we keep tracking the #1 news headline, Kejriwal arrest and the after effects which we can expect today.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 11th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Ja gut, jetzt ist auch alles andere, bisher war ja Vorbereitung, jetzt ist auch gut mit Schreiben, jetzt geht's ans Machen. Deswegen, das ist ja auch der Grund, warum ich zurückgekommen bin, weil ich wieder bei der Mannschaft sein wollte, trainieren wollte. Jetzt haben wir trainiert heute und jetzt geht's dann um Fußball. Also ich freue mich, da zu sein, ja. Ich glaube nicht, dass ich irgendjemandem noch was beweisen muss, aber mir geht es darum, als der Bundestrainer sich gemeldet hat, ob ich ja, Lust habe, dieses Turnier zu spielen, geht es mir natürlich in erster Linie darum, der Mannschaft helfen zu können. Die Frage habe ich mir gestellt und das glaube ich mit Ja zu beantworten. Das glaubt der Bundestrainer mit Ja zu beantworten und dementsprechend ist das eine Entscheidung in diesem Rahmen gewesen und gar nicht was Wertschätzung betrifft. Wenn ich dann eben die Möglichkeit sehe, noch helfen zu können, wenn da ein Turnier ist, was natürlich für jeden Fußballer brutal interessant ist, eine EM im eigenen Land, dann hat das einfach nachher am Ende überwogen. Man muss klar muss man auch sagen, dass Julian das sehr, sehr gut gemacht hat, dass er zu keinem Zeitpunkt auch Druck gemacht hat in irgendeiner Form, zu sagen.
All right, viewers, we are live in breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest, and we are following all the updates coming in after Kejriwal was arrested. We are seeing multiple protests being held. Those visuals coming in on your screen as well. I just want to go straight back to Rakshita, who's joining us live. And Rakshita, you're exactly outside at the ED office. That's where Arvind Kejriwal is. But we see that Arvind Kejriwal has been trying to, of course, approach and take a legal route to solve his problem right now. If you could take our viewers through that. Also, we're getting many reactions coming in. Anna Hazare. I remember that Arvind Kejriwal was associated with Anna Hazare almost 10 years ago before he entered politics, and even he has said that his arrest is because of his own deeds. Anna Hazare has said his arrest is because of his own deeds. So we're getting multiple reactions coming in as well, Rakshita. I'm coming across to you. Rakshita, go ahead. All right, we'll go back to Rakshita in just a moment. So we have a reaction from Anna Hazare, who has said that his arrest is because of his own deeds, and that is Anna Hazare. Anna Hazare worked with Arvind Kejriwal almost 10 years ago, and they were both anti-corruption crusaders 10 years ago, and that is the comment coming in from Anna Hazare. Now, at the same time, we are seeing multiple other updates coming in as well. Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal has withdrawn from Supreme Court his plea against his arrest. So a lot of legal updates coming in as well. Let's go ahead and play out the reactions coming in, and then we'll go to our reporters on ground.
मुझे बहुत दुख हुआ कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जैसे आदमी जो मेरे साथ काम करता था, और शराब के बारे में हम लोग आवाज उठाया था, आज वो शराब नीति बना रहा है, जिससे मुझे दुख हुआ। लेकिन करेगा क्या, सत्ता के सामने कुछ नहीं कर सकता। आखिर उसको जो अरेस्ट किया गया, अटक हुआ, वो उनकी कृति से हुआ। हम ये बातें नहीं करते तो अटक होने का कोई संभव नहीं था। तो जो अटक हुआ है, अभी कानून के तौर पर जो होगा वो होगा, वो सरकार देखेगी, वो सोचेगी।
Okay. And we're also getting these top updates coming in right now, where we are seeing that multiple updates. Arvind Kejriwal has withdrawn his plea against arrest from Supreme Court. At the same time, we are seeing that multiple reactions are coming in as well. At this point of time, viewers, we can also tell you is that we're getting reactions in terms of Aam Aadmi Party saying that, calling it a political vendetta as usual. The same line that they have stuck to for the past few months. And Arvind Kejriwal right now is in ED, that's where Rakshita is. We'll go across to Rakshita in just a moment. Now, Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal, after he was arrested on last evening by a 12-member team of ED, following prolonged questioning in connection with the now scrapped Delhi excise policy case. The arrest, the first of a sitting CM, has come hours after the Delhi High Court refused to grant protection to the Aam Aadmi Party national convener from any coercive action by the federal agency. And we are also coming to know that multiple updates are coming in terms of what the Supreme Court has said. Supreme Court has also, the Delhi High Court in fact had earlier refused to grant protection from the arrest to CM Kejriwal in the liquor policy case. And ED officials had reached Delhi CM's official residence with a search warrant in the now scrapped liquor policy case. There was also heavy police force deployment at the Rajasthan Avenue Court. Let's go to Shravan Sen, who is a senior editor, and he's right outside the ED office. Shravan, I'm going to you. What's happening where you are?
Well, in fact, Arvind Kejriwal has spent the night in Enforcement Directorate's custody. What you see behind me is the ED headquarters where Arvind Kejriwal has been kept. In a short while from now, roughly around 2 o'clock is what we are given to understand, between 2 and 2:30 this afternoon, when Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal will be produced before the Rouse Avenue Court. In terms of the legal strategy also, just would like our viewers to take our viewers through some of the details that we are picking up. One, with regards to the developments that have taken place in the liquor scam. The Enforcement Directorate has recorded the statement of few Aam Aadmi Party workers as well as candidates. Their statement has been recorded under Section 50 of the PMLA Act, whereby they have admitted that they were given cash for election purposes in the state of Goa. Now, this has also been corroborated by the fact that 70 lakh rupees was actually given to the party. In fact, an outdoor broadcasting agency was given this money for the campaigning purposes. Now, this is exactly where the CBI as well as the Enforcement Directorate has been maintaining that kickbacks allegedly received by the Aam Aadmi Party was actually used for election purposes. So they have got an additional information. With regards to what has happened late last night, where the searches were carried out, apart from the electronic devices, there was also a document that was seized by the Enforcement Directorate, whereby names of officers who were probing the liquor scam was found in that very document. Whether at all there was some sort of a surveillance or not, that is not clear at this point in time. One will certainly have to wait for the remand copy, which is going to be produced before the court roughly around 2:30 this afternoon, whereby they're going to put out more details of the statements that have been recorded so far. And more importantly, the allegation of 100 crore kickback. Now, that is something that a passing reference was made in the previous remand of Kavita. Whether this time Enforcement Directorate will put out more information corroborating what exactly is the 100 crore kickback and who exactly received it within the Aam Aadmi Party too, because there are new names that had surfaced. For instance, Sanjay Singh's name also surfaced with regards to certain kickbacks that were received by him and a few others. So one will have to keep a close watch on what's really going to happen in the court today, whether at all the Enforcement Directorate elaborates on the 100 crore kickback or not. But some stunning revelations with regards to the Goa candidates is something that one will be looking forward to. Slipping into a short break. On the other side, we continue with our rolling coverage, not only from the Enforcement Directorate office here in the national capital, but also from the Rouse Avenue Court in a short while from now.
भारत की स्टार्टअप क्रांति का नेतृत्व आज देश के छोटे शहरों के युवा कर रहे हैं। कुछ लोग सोचते हैं कि हमारे स्टार्टअप सिर्फ टैक्स स्पेस तक ही सीमित है, लेकिन मुझे खुशी है कि आज एग्रीकल्चर, टेक्सटाइल, मेडिसिन, ट्रांसपोर्ट, स्पेस, इवन मैंने देखा योगा में स्टार्टअप शुरू हुए हैं, आयुर्वेद में स्टार्टअप शुरू हुआ है, और एक दो नहीं, मैं रुचि लेता हूं तो देखता रहता हूं, 300, 400 की संख्या में है, और हर एक में एक से बढ़कर एक न कुछ नया है जी। कभी तो मुझे भी सोचना पड़ता है कि मैं योगा कर रहा हूं वो ठीक है कि स्टार्टअप वाला कह रहा है वो योगा ठीक है। साथियों, स्पेस जैसे सेक्टर में जो कि हमने अभी कुछ ही समय पहले ओपन अप किया, पहले तो सरकार में जैसा स्वभाव रहता है जंजीरें बांध देना, और मेरी पूरी ताकत जंजीरें तोड़ने में लगी रहती है। स्पेस
Kejriwal's plea challenging his arrest by the ED Supreme Court bench led by CJI Chandrachud to hear plea. Abhishek Manu Singhvi to represent Kejriwal. Aam Aadmi Party workers staged protests at Aam Aadmi Party office in Delhi after Kejriwal's dramatic night arrest. Ministers Atishi and Saurabh Bhardwaj say no evidence with ED. Indy comes out in Kejriwal's support. Rahul Gandhi to meet Arvind Kejriwal's family. Punjab CM Man rushes to Delhi.
2013 में जो प्रश्न अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने पूछा था कि भ्रष्ट लोग जेल कब जाएंगे, आज एक मैं छोटा सा कार्यकर्ता हूं भारतीय जनता पार्टी का, मैं कह सकता हूं कि 10 वर्षों के शासनकाल में इस देश ने एक बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन देखा।
BJP Lambas Kejriwal says why was the policy immediately repealed after pro-border? Pulls out Kejriwal's previous post saying, when will corrupt leaders be arrested? Viewers, we're live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting the latest, and I just want to go straight across to our reporters who are on ground. We have senior editor joining us, Shravan Sen, and we also have Deepak who's joining us live from the Rouse Avenue Court. And we can expect today to be a day of multiple developments coming in. I just want to go across first to Shravan. Shravan, you know, we can expect a lot of developments. Arvind Kejriwal, was arrested by the ED yesterday. Multiple rounds of questioning as well. A lot of recoveries were made. Go ahead, Shravan. All right, let's go to Deepak. Deepak, if you can hear me, Deepak, I'm coming to you right now. Deepak, Rouse Avenue Court, that's where you are. Take us through what is happening around you. Do you see security around you? And because this is a very big story. Yesterday night, lot of drama outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence. What is going to happen next? Deepak, over to you.
Right, Shivangi, this is the biggest news break of Republic. Republic was the first channel to report when Arvind Kejriwal was arrested last night from his Delhi residence. And right now, if I could ask our video journalist to pan and show you how Rouse Avenue Court has been completely fortified. Additional security deployment is being put in place. Barricades, multiple layers of barricades are being set up to ensure that no untoward incident happens when Arvind Kejriwal is brought to the Rouse Avenue Court today and presented before the court at about 2:30 p.m. What is expected is that the ED might seek remand of Arvind Kejriwal to question him on various aspects. One is the money laundering aspects and also the link with the South Cartel and also the proceeds of crime which were allegedly used. 45 crores of proceeds of crime were used for Goa election campaigning. And some facts that we have to know right now is that so far 6 charge sheets have been filed. 31 accused have been named in the case so far. And Arvind Kejriwal will be the 32nd. And an important fact that we have to also note here is that Manish Sisodia's judicial custody will end today. And today, for the first time, Manish Sisodia and Arvind Kejriwal will come face to face inside Rouse Avenue Court. They will be presented, Arvind Kejriwal will be presented at room number 512 where the proceedings will begin at 2:30. Right now, all we can see is security cover heightened here at Rouse Avenue Court. Multiple police forces have been deployed. Now the planning is also being done as to how the security arrangements must be in place. Key police officers are also here. And this is what we find right now on ground at the Rouse Avenue Court, Shivangi.
Absolutely, Deepak. Absolutely. 2:30 p.m. approximately, Arvind Kejriwal will be where Deepak is, Rouse Avenue Court. He will track every movement. Shravan, I'm coming across to you right now. Please take us through what we can expect next. Yesterday was extremely high drama. You were there and you broke that story first before any other channel that Arvind Kejriwal was arrested. This happened last night on the debate with Arnab.
Well, in fact, first, let's take our viewers through the legal strategy available before Arvind Kejriwal at this point in time. Remember, there was a plea that was filed before the Supreme Court, which was withdrawn by Arvind Kejriwal's legal team, because that appears to be infructuous at this point in time, because one, with regards to interim protection, that no longer remains valid. And secondly, with regards to whether at all there is a possibility of him actually moving a bail at this point in time. Let me just clarify this for our viewers. It is not possible, because what is going to happen in the next few hours is this, that once he is produced before the court between 2 o'clock and 2:30, it is expected that he will be taken out from this very gate that you see. We are just outside the Enforcement Directorate's main gate, where he is expected to be taken out from here. It would perhaps take about a little less than about 30 minutes, because this entire area has been completely barricaded. One is expecting that there could be a law and order situation. But coming back to what will happen in the court, or what's the possibility, not second guessing what is going to happen in the court, but by way of what we have been able to pick up from our sources within the Enforcement Directorate, is this, that in the remand copy that has been prepared as of now, they are basically making a mention of multiple statements that have been recorded so far. And these are key statements, very crucial, because unlike in the case of the Central Bureau of Investigation, ED, when it records its statements, these are admissible before the court, because they are under Section 50 of the PMLA Act, which includes certain statements of accused Sharath Reddy. Apart from that, we are being told Arun Pillai's statement is extremely important, and Magunta Reddy, because here in these statements, they make a mention of some meetings that have taken place in Hyderabad, as well as here in the national capital, where discussion have actually taken place about tweaking the excise policy. And the excise policy was being tweaked in a manner that would have actually favored the South group in particular. Now, this was in lieu of 100 crore rupees that was allegedly received by the Aam Aadmi Party leaders. Now, there is a possibility an elaboration of that could actually take place in the remand itself. If the court is basically convinced with the arguments that have been put forth by the Enforcement Directorate's legal team, then Arvind Kejriwal would be sent to ED custody. The maximum, term that one gets is roughly about 14 days, but it's very unlikely that in the first go itself, Arvind Kejriwal would be sent into 14 days of custody. It is expected that anything between 7 to 10 is what the Enforcement Directorate is going to seek at this point in time. It could also be a little lesser than that. But once the tenure is basically exhausted by the Enforcement Directorate, once the Enforcement Directorate custody gets over, that's when one can expect Arvind Kejriwal to move the bail plea. Will the court thereafter entertain, and after that he could be sent to judicial custody? But there is also a twist to this entire story, because let's not forget that this matter is not only being probed by the Enforcement Directorate, it is also being probed by the Central Bureau of Investigation. And what I have picked up from my sources within the CBI, they are certainly mulling the option that once the ED completes its custody, there's a possibility that they could take Arvind Kejriwal's custody in their case too. They are preparing towards their charge sheet in this particular case, where Arvind Kejriwal will be named as an accused in this particular case. So it is going to mean more trouble for Arvind Kejriwal at this point in time. So one can look at a bail application to be heard at a later stage, but it's not going to happen immediately. So immediate relief is extremely unlikely.
Surroundings, because these people, these Aam Aadmi Party leaders, were raising slogans against the centre, saying that it is a dictatorship government that is put in place in the national capital, and they are calling this move illegal and also against the ethos of the constitution. They're claiming that this is selective targeting of the opposition leaders, and right now what you can see is that the cops are detaining all these Aam Aadmi Party protesters who had arrived here in large numbers at the Rouse Avenue Court.
Right.
Well, Aam Aadmi Party leaders are being detained here right now outside Rouse Avenue Court. A lot of barricades have been breached by these protesters and raising slogans against the centre. Aam Aadmi Party leaders are calling this an illegal move by the Enforcement Directorate, and they're calling out the selective action that is being taken by the Enforcement Directorate. This is what they're alleging. They're raising slogans against the central government, and they're calling this move completely illegal, and it is a move to target the opposition. And now they are being whisked away from the Rouse Avenue court surroundings. All of these Aam Aadmi Party supporters, Kejriwal supporters, have been detained, and they have been whisked away from the Rouse Avenue court. The police vehicle that you can see right in front of us is the one that
it is expected. Deepak, as I understand, almost most parts of the national capital, at least in central Delhi, there has been heavy barricading that's been done. And I just about the ED team's leads from here. As we were basically entering from the main area, what we're given to understand is that they had kept buses were basically all lined up, and they are fearing that there is a possibility that Aam Aadmi Party workers could actually block the way, and that is the reason why there is adequate preparations that have been done. I'm told that there's a breaking news now coming in. Let's just quickly take our viewers through some of the details coming in with regards to what is it that has been collected so far in terms of evidence in this matter. Let's just quickly take our viewers through some of the key statements that have been recorded under Section 50 of the PMLA Act. First key statement is that of a witness of YSR CP MP Magunta Reddy. Magunta Reddy also played a pivotal role as part of the South group. It is he who says that there was a conversation that took place between BRS leader K. Kavita and him, where they spoke about the fact that if at all the draft policy or the liquor policy is actually tweaked and that there are changes that have been made as per their suggestion, then the demand that has actually been made by the Aam Aadmi Party is of about 100 crore rupees. Now that is a claim that was made by Magunta Reddy. Apart from that, Sharath Reddy, also another key character, and Arun Pillai, considered to be extremely close to K. Kavita, his statement too has been recorded. Just to clarify this, one would certainly expect in the days to come that the Enforcement Directorate would be putting enough focus on K. Kavita. One cannot take away the fact that K. Kavita becomes an instrumental role or plays an instrumental role in this particular liquor scam along with Arvind Kejriwal, because for the first time the Enforcement Directorate had also called and actually said that there was a deal that was struck, orchestrated. That's the word that was actually used by the Enforcement Directorate, that a deal was orchestrated between Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia and K. Kavita. Let me just quickly also bring in my colleague Rakshita, who's getting us more details. Rakshita, just a quick update with regards to what's really happening outside. I'm given to understand between 2 and 2:30 is when Arvind Kejriwal will be taken to Rouse Avenue Court. There are security preparations that are underway because unlike what we saw in the past, there is a law and order situation that could develop.
Yes, of course, we've seen the dramatic visuals that unfolded yesterday also. Last night, just as ED had reached Arvind Kejriwal's residence, and also today, of course, there was a call for protest, pan-India protest by Aam Aadmi Party. We just saw top leaders like Atishi and also Saurabh Bhardwaj being detained, and of course, they continue to raise slogans against the centre and also crying foul that this is being done to only target Arvind Kejriwal ahead of the Lok Sabha elections. And we've seen that Section 144 has been imposed around the Rouse Avenue court. Also, there is heavy barricading all around the ED office, all the roads leading up to the Aam Aadmi Party as well, because anytime we can expect Arvind Kejriwal to move here, because he is supposed to be produced before the court between 2 to 2:30. So there is heavy security deployment, and of course the security alert is also in place.
Let's also quickly take our viewers through another big breaking news now coming in. We are following this story very closely. Every update first on Republic TV. Let's now take you through why exactly did the Enforcement Directorate decide right now to make that arrest? Because of the allegation that most are making, particularly the opposition parties, is that this is being timed because of the Lok Sabha elections. Let's just put this into perspective. Now that doesn't work in front of the court because evidence has to be provided. This is what the Enforcement Directorate has got in the last few months. They have been able to track down all the Aam Aadmi Party candidates who are contesting in the Goa elections. There are party workers of the Aam Aadmi Party in the state of Goa. Their statement has been recorded. We are now given to understand in the statement that has been recorded, they have admitted to the fact that cash was provided to them for election purposes. Now, how does that change the entire game here? That's because the Central Bureau of Investigation, in their investigation, found out that there were hawala transactions that were taking place. The money was being funneled through hawala operators. So the money that was allegedly received by the Aam Aadmi Party as in the form of kickbacks in the liquor scam, that was being diverted for election purposes in the state of Goa. The figure that we were given to understand was about 70 lakh rupees. That is the money trail that they were able to establish by the CBI, thereafter taken over by the Enforcement Directorate. They've got the Aam Aadmi Party candidates on record. They've also got a few other party workers on record. And they have admitted that they were given cash. There is also an outdoor broadcasting agency whose chairman was taken into custody by the Enforcement Directorate as well as the Central Bureau of Investigation. And this media organization also played a pivotal role in the funneling of, the diversionary, the way the funds were basically diverted. So there is, what we are seeing, there's insurmountable evidence that has been gathered by the Enforcement Directorate at this point in time, and that is the reason why they maintain that this is a watertight case that they have got. Remains to be seen how exactly this is countered by Kejriwal's legal counsel, because all this while they say that there is no money. That's the position that has been taken. No money that was recovered by the Enforcement Directorate in the multiple searches that were carried out. Second, they say that where is the proof that any instruction was actually given by Arvind Kejriwal? Two premises or two grounds on which this has been countered by the Aam Aadmi Party. Let me also quickly go back to my colleague Deepak, who's getting us the latest details from Rouse Avenue Court. In fact, all the four gates from where there is a possibility that Arvind Kejriwal could be taken, Republic reporters on the ground getting you minute-to-minute update. We'll also try and go across to some of our reporters who are tracking the law and order situation right now, because some of the Aam Aadmi Party leaders have been detained by Delhi police at this point in time. We'll try and see if we can go across to some of our reporters too, who could get us the latest images, latest visuals of the protests that were taking place earlier in the day and the preventive measures that have been taken. Deepak, over to you. Get us the latest information in terms of what's really happening on the ground. Now, the action is going to move to Rouse Avenue Court in the next 1 hour. That's where the hearing is actually going to take place in court number 512 is what we are being told. What more have you been able to pick up?
Right, Shavan, just a few moments back, like we showed our viewers, it was right here that Aam Aadmi Party leaders and supporters beyond these barricades were staging a protest, and they were raising anti-centre slogans against the Modi government. And when the police noticed this, they detained the Aam Aadmi Party workers because Section 144 has been imposed around the Rouse Avenue Court. Barricades have been set up at each and every crossing of this road leading to the Rouse Avenue Court here. If you could see, there's a multi-level barricading, one at the entry point of the road, one in the middle, and one right outside the Rouse Avenue Court. All the directions around the Rouse Avenue Court have been completely fortified. Additional police deployment is also being done right now. And like you rightly mentioned, Shavan, at 2:30, the action will shift to the Rouse Avenue Court because Arvind Kejriwal will be brought here by the ED officers, and he will be taken to room number 512 where the proceedings will begin. And what we have to note here is that another interesting fact is that Manish Sisodia's judicial custody is also ending today, and today for the first time Arvind Kejriwal and the former Deputy Chief Minister will come face to face in the court, and it all remains to be seen how things pan out, whether Arvind Kejriwal will get a relief or whether ED will be able to seek and get more days of Arvind Kejriwal in remand. All of that will be broken. Minute-to-minute updates will be broken only on Republic TV from 2:30 when Arvind Kejriwal will be brought to the Rouse Avenue Court.
Deepak, just a quick query with regards to Manish Sisodia's bail plea that is also going to come up later in the day. What more details are you picking up? Because previously it was during the hearing of Manish Sisodia and Satyendra Jain, but the Central Bureau of Investigation had also indicated that a high-profile arrest is also going to take place, and the fact that they have been able to gather more evidence, to which the court had also indicated that prima facie there is enough evidence against Manish Sisodia as well as Satyendra Jain. That is the reason why, remember, their bails have been rejected. Satyendra Jain was asked to go back to Tihar jail. What more details are you picking up pertaining to Manish Sisodia and Satyendra Jain?
Well, Shravan, right now what we know is that Manish Sisodia will be brought to the Rouse Avenue Court, but let's not forget that it was his secretary, C. Arvind, who spilled the beans about the illicit liquor deal that was, signed between the South Cartel and the high-profile individuals who are now behind bars in the national capital. So all of these will be taken into consideration. So far, all bail pleas of Satyendra Jain and also Manish Sisodia have been rejected. Whether Manish Sisodia custody will be extended today or whether he will get his bail today remains to be seen. All of this will be known only after 2:30 p.m. when both the leaders, Arvind Kejriwal and his deputy, will come face to face at the Rouse Avenue Court.
Well, that's the latest now coming in from the Rouse Avenue Court. A quick check of what more also do we have in terms of the latest updates now coming in. With regards to the Aam Aadmi Party also, the strategy that the Aam Aadmi Party has adopted. We saw this happening even late last night when he was formally arrested around 9 o'clock in the evening. Immediately thereafter, you've had several Aam Aadmi Party leaders gathering outside Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's residence. There was an attempt that was actually made by the Aam Aadmi Party leaders to block the area. They were hoping that the Supreme Court is going to hear the matter. The midnight hearing never took place. That came across as a setback. And finally, Arvind Kejriwal agreeing to leave along with the Enforcement Directorate team. A quick check with regards to the Aam Aadmi Party angle here, Rakshita. Two examples now coming in with regards to what really happens to the Delhi government at this point in time. Is it now heading towards a constitutional crisis? Because it is being closely monitored by the LG at this stage. If at all the Aam Aadmi Party decides not to have someone who's going to take over the reins from Arvind Kejriwal, there's a high possibility that a recommendation under Section 293AB, President's rule, could be recommended by the LG.
Yes, of course, there's a lot for the Aam Aadmi Party to actually now think over. It's in a huddle already because Arvind Kejriwal, if he does not, quit, because I think it's important for him to first resign, just as in the case of Hemant Soren. And if there is a vacuum there, the Lieutenant Governor can in fact cite this as a constitutional challenge and, push for President's rule, just as you pointed out.
Are we picking up anything with regards to whether at all there is any meeting that is underway of the Aam Aadmi Party? Because that's also going to be crucial, because as I understand, a short while back, information came in that Atishi as well as Saurabh, Bhardwaj, they were detained. What's the latest that we are picking up?
In fact, even before what happened yesterday, there were meetings that were happening, amongst the Arvind Kejriwal entire group on those who are close to him. And we've been learning about this since January. I think that, they are in a huddle and they are in fact conducting surveys among the party men. What happens if Arvind Kejriwal is arrested? And, there's this Main Bhi Kejriwal campaign that happened, and there were talks about can Arvind Kejriwal, operate from within the jail. And Saurabh Bhardwaj came out and said that, 90% of the people, of the party workers have said across India that we want Arvind Kejriwal to function from inside the jail. But having said that, it's easier said than done, because there will be a constitutional challenge, and especially in the look ahead to the Lok Sabha election. It becomes very interesting to see who actually runs not just national day-to-day affairs, but also the states. So that is very important. Atishi, of course, she has been detained. Saurabh Bhardwaj, the two prominent faces right now after the arrest of several of the ministers, and now Arvind Kejriwal. It remains to be seen how Atishi is. There are of course reports doing the round that Atishi could be taking over the day-to-day affairs, as she is one of the most vocal faces. She is one of the prominent voices, and she has been on the front line, taking on the center. She holds the maximum number of portfolios. Also, Saurabh Bhardwaj has also been, of course, on the front line. So it of course remains to be seen that what really happens in the party, because it is going to affect the Lok Sabha elections.
Well, that's another area that we'll keep a close watch on, the political developments that are taking place. Around 3 o'clock this afternoon, Union Minister Smriti Irani is likely to conduct a press conference. It is expected that she would be speaking on the arrest that has been made by the Enforcement Directorate on Arvind Kejriwal. We'll get you more details on the other side.
Will be appearing at the Rouse Avenue Court today at 2:30 p.m. Stay tuned to India's #1 news channel, Republic TV.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 11th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Non, pour Kylian, c'est valable pour Kylian, pour tous les joueurs. La notion de fraîcheur pour une grande compétition, c'est quelque chose d'important. Tous les joueurs arriveront de toute façon avec une certaine fatigue en fin de saison. Et si cette fatigue elle peut être un peu diminuée, après hier il a joué tout le match. Kylian qui joue, c'est pas ma décision, c'est celle de Luis Enrique. Voilà, il a une gestion d'effectifs avec des matchs tous les 3 jours. Mais entre, oui, l'idéal, enfin c'est l'idéal, je sais pas si c'est l'idéal, mais entre trop jouer, pas jouer, voilà, celui qui joue beaucoup, énormément, je vais pas dire trop, mais avec les matchs qui s'enchaînent, forcément, la fatigue en fin de saison, elle s'accumule. Donc après, c'est la gestion des entraîneurs de club par rapport à leur effectif, par rapport à leurs joueurs. Et Kylian, même si c'est Kylian, bien évidemment.
Enforcement Directorate raids continue at West Bengal and across the Kolkata, along with a Bengal Minister House at Bolpur, Minister Chandranath House at Bolpur area, ED conducting raid in the morning today, and Kolkata businessperson's house also raided by Enforcement Directorate today. The whole raid is on recruitment scam at Kolkata. 2 businessmen named Bisharu Bosch and another at Lake Town area. These businessmen were linked with recruitment scam of West Bengal, and Minister Chandranath Sinha's house also has been raided by Enforcement Directorate today in the morning. ED officials reached Bolpur at Chandranath House residents. They are trying to interrogate, but as per sources, Minister is not at his house right now. With video journalist Pinaki Nandi, Shoikat Pal, Republic TV, Kolkata.
This is Republic Niva Bupa Studio, your one stop for all the breaking news updates, and I am Nikita Sahai.
गिरफ्तार करने से आम आदमी पार्टी को, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को अगर आप खत्म कर लेंगे, तो मैं भाजपाइयों से कहना चाहता हूं कि इस गफलत से जितनी जल्दी निकल जाओ उतना तुम्हारी राजनीतिक सेहत के लिए अच्छा है। बहुत सारे लोग आए, कई बार कोशिशें हुई आम आदमी पार्टी का मर्सिया पढ़ने की, लेकिन आम आदमी पार्टी और आम आदमी पार्टी के मुखिया अरविंद केजरीवाल जी एक संगठन, एक व्यक्ति नहीं है। अरविंद केजरीवाल एक विचारधारा का नाम है। वह विचारधारा जो कट्टर ईमानदारी को आगे लेकर चलती है, वह विचारधारा जो कट्टर देशभक्ति को आगे लेकर चलती है, और वह विचारधारा जो राजनीति को सिर्फ और सिर्फ जन सेवा का जरिया मानती है। इस विचार को आप नहीं गिरफ्तार कर सकते। अरविंद केजरीवाल नाम के आइडिया को आप नहीं अरेस्ट कर सकते। यह आइडिया दिल्ली के बाद पंजाब पहुंचा, गुजरात पहुंचा, गोवा पहुंचा, देश के कोने कोने में पहुंच चुका है। आप एक अरविंद केजरीवाल आपने गिरफ्तार किया, आज दिल्ली की सड़कों पे सैकड़ों हजारों अरविंद केजरीवाल उस आइडिया को प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए आपकी भेजी हुई पुलिस के सामने सीना तान कर खड़े हैं। क्या बौखलाहट है आपके अंदर, कैसी घबराहट है आपके अंदर? आपने आम आदमी पार्टी के मंत्रियों को, विधायकों को जानवरों की तरह घसीट के, बसों में ठूस के, और आप दिल्ली के बॉर्डर पे ले आके सोचते हैं कि जो तकलीफ आपने दिल्ली के लोगों को दी है वो कम हो जाएगी। नहीं कम होगी। न तो दिल्ली वालों की तकलीफ कम होगी, न देश की जनता की तकलीफ कम होगी। आपके अहंकार को देश देख रहा है। आपने झारखंड से सोरेन साहब को गिरफ्तार किया, आपने कांग्रेस का अकाउंट फ्रीज कर दिया, आम आदमी पार्टी के राज्यसभा सांसद संजय सिंह को गिरफ्तार किया है आपने, देश के सबसे लोकप्रिय शिक्षा मंत्री मनीष सिसोदिया को गिरफ्तार किया है आपने, जिस शख्स ने देश को मोहल्ला क्लिक दिया वर्ल्ड फेमस, उसको गिरफ्तार किया है आपने। और इस सबके बाद अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को गिरफ्तार करना आपकी सबसे बड़ी और आखिरी राजनीतिक भूल साबित होगी। हम भारतीय जनता पार्टी से कहना चाहते हैं कि आज जो विरोध का स्वर मुखर हुआ है दिल्ली की सड़कों पे, यह पीड़ा से उपजा हुआ स्वर है। आपने उनके चहेते नेता के गिराबान पे हाथ डाल के दिल्ली के लोगों पे जो जुल्म किया है, दिल्ली के लोगों की भावनाओं के साथ जो खिलवाड़ किया है, आप भी अच्छी तरह समझ लीजिएगा कि आगामी चुनाव में आपके राजनीतिक अहंकार के रंग से पोते हुए चेहरे पर दिल्ली और देश की जनता, पंजाब की जनता, गुजरात की जनता रोज जोरदार तमाचा मारेगी। हम भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लोगों से कहना चाहते हैं कि आपके इशारे पर, आपके कहने पर, आपकी लिखी हुई स्क्रिप्ट पर बिना सबूत के सैकड़ों गिरफ्तारियों, हजार रेड के बावजूद कागज का एक टुकड़ा, पैसे की चवन्नी भर की वसूली जो ईडी नहीं कर पाई, उस ईडी ने जो गिरफ्तारी करी है, इसका हिसाब किताब आगामी चुनाव में दिल्ली और देश की जनता लेगी। हम लोग, आम आदमी पार्टी के लोग, दिल्ली की जनता, पंजाब के लोग अपने चहेते मुख्यमंत्री की सुरक्षा को लेकर भी चिंतित है। हम परेशान हैं उनकी सिक्योरिटी डिटेल के कॉम्प्रोमाइज होने से। उनको Z+ सिक्योरिटी मिली हुई है। हमारी तकलीफ यह है कि हमने भारतीय जनता पार्टी कितना नीचे जा सकती है अपने राजनीतिक अहंकार की संतुष्टि के लिए, वो देखा हुआ है, देश ने देखा हुआ है, देश जानता है। इसलिए थोड़ी भी लिहाज बाकी है, थोड़ी भी शर्म बाकी है तो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की सुरक्षा से जुड़ी हुई जानकारी के ऊपर अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के परिवार को, उनके चाहने वालों को संतुष्ट करना चाहिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी को। हम इन भाजपाइयों से कहना चाहते हैं कि इधर आ सितमगर, हुनर आजमाए, इधर आ सितमगर, हुनर आजमाए, तो तीर आजमा, हम जिगर आजमाए। धन्यवाद। Any questions?
All right, so tracking the latest on Arvind Kejriwal's arrest by the ED, note that Arvind Kejriwal has withdrawn his plea from the top court. In fact, as we speak, pan-India protest being staged by the AAP workers. Several of the indie partners are also joining in the protest being held by the Aadmi party. And we will just go across to our reporters on the ground as well. But before we go across to our reporters, listen in to that statement that's coming from Anna Hazare as well on Arvind Kejriwal's arrest.
मुझे बहुत दुख हुआ कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जैसे आदमी जो मेरे साथ काम करता था, और शराब के बारे में हम लोग आवाज उठाया था, आज वो शराब नीति बना रहा है, जिसका मुझे दुख हुआ, लेकिन करेगा क्या? सत्ता के सामने कुछ नहीं कर सके। आखिर उसको जो अरेस्ट किया गया, अटक हुआ, वो उनकी कृति से हुआ। हम ये बातें नहीं करते तो अटक होने का कोई संभव नहीं था। तो जो अटक हुआ है, अभी कानून के तौर पर जो होगा वो होगा, वो सरकार देखेगी, वो सोचेगी।
ओके।
All right, so there you heard Anna Hazare issuing a statement on Arvind Kejriwal's arrest, saying that let law take its course. Let's go across to Rakshita also, who's been on the ground since morning. Rakshita, if you can quickly take us to the leads that we are picking up. One, we understand that Kejriwal's custody is going to be sought basis the statement that have been recorded of the accused. One, and also we understand that the accused have accepted to having received 100 crore as kickbacks from the Aadmi. Before we go across to our reporters on the ground, let's put across more news break coming in. Bhagwant Mann, the Punjab Chief Minister and very close aide of Arvind Kejriwal, has arrived at Arvind Kejriwal's residence to offer his support. So, of course, he rushed to the national capital early this morning, and the latest we are getting is that he has arrived and that he is currently meeting Arvind Kejriwal's family. Not just this, in just some time from now, at around 2 p.m, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann will also be speaking to the media. And all of this in the backdrop of the fast-paced developments we are tracking. So, from protest to support being given to Arvind Kejriwal, the latest that is just coming in is that Bhagwant Mann is in the national capital. He will be addressing the media as well. As we speak, he is currently meeting the family of Arvind Kejriwal. All right, let's go across to Rakshita also on the ground. Rakshita, parallel development also coming in, a lot of news breaks and leads. We understand that there is cash for elections charge. We also understand that apparently some of the AAP leaders have accepted to having received 100 crores as kickbacks for the elections.
Well, absolutely. Goa, Aam Aadmi Party has condemned already the arrest by the Enforcement Directorate, and there's also, of course, the very important angle of how how they have admitted that they did receive cash. Now, when it comes to cash, it clearly indicates the claims of the Hawala network that was indeed involved, and that really, that really makes us understand that how Arvind Kejriwal and his aides have been harping on the fact that there has been no proof. Ek paisa nahi mila hai, ek paisa kahin se nahi mila hai. ED has conducted raids, ED has conducted, surveys, searches. So this is what it actually shows that the Aam Aadmi Party Goa workers had, and the Goa unit has in fact admitted this. This only spells more trouble for Arvind Kejriwal, who already is in hot soup right now, as he is in the custody of the Enforcement Directorate, and he will be produced anytime between 2 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. We are right outside the ED headquarters, and anytime from now we can expect movement here. We've seen a while back the legal team, also some of the members of the legal team arriving. We also saw the medical team arriving in the morning, and what we understand is that 2 to 2:30 p.m. is the time when Arvind Kejriwal will be produced before the court. And as you mentioned about many of the reactions coming in, and Chief Minister of Punjab Bhagwant Mann also arriving in the national capital to meet the kin of Arvind Kejriwal. Remember, he had also taken to social media platform X saying that he will continue to stand like a rock besides Arvind Kejriwal. He writes Inqilab Zindabad and also says that, as Dilip Pandey was also saying, that Arvind Kejriwal is a thought. He's not a leader, he's a thought, and nobody can eradicate that. So there have been, of course, massive support from his party men, but it all boils down to what happens in the court right now. Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann is also expected to speak to the media later on, along with other party leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party here in the national capital. Remember, Rahul Gandhi has also extended support to Arvind Kejriwal. It remains to be seen the impact it has on Indie Alliance, because we've seen the cracks that have been widening, and right now Rahul Gandhi, of course, is extending support, but it's for the public to decide, the masses to decide, for the voters to decide how the leaders are actually now standing, joining hands with those who are facing corruption allegations. So that is the big update we have right now, and we will be getting you more updates as the proceedings will be taking place in the court. And Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, remember, from the court we're getting to know is that Arvind Kejriwal will be produced before the magistrate. And
Rakshita, stay with us. We will just come across to you, but the news break this hour is that Bhagwant Mann has arrived at Arvind Kejriwal's residence. In fact, these are the first visuals on your screens of Punjab Chief Minister, who has just reached, para-dropped at Arvind Kejriwal's residence. He's going to be meeting Arvind Kejriwal's family, also set to address the media in just minutes from now. So expecting that press briefing also by Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann. Rakshita continues to be with us. Rakshita, talking about more leads that we are tracking, we also understand that ED has made mention of recoveries that have been made from Kejriwal's residence. There's alleged admission also of funding from Goa elections by AAP leaders. Let's go across to Deepak also, who's on the ground. Deepak, once again take us through the latest that is coming in. We understand that Punjab Chief Minister will be...
केवल मुख्यमंत्रियों को जेल भेजने से कुछ न्यूज़ को कंट्रोल करने से लोकतंत्र में इनकी जीत नहीं होने वाली है। ये लोकतंत्र को कमजोर कर रहे हैं। लोकतंत्र में जो आवाज़ उठाना चाहते हैं, उनकी आवाज़ दबाना चाहती है सरकार। और सच्चाई तो ये है कि इनके पास जवाब नहीं है। मान लीजिए उत्तर प्रदेश में सबसे ज़्यादा पेपर लीक हुए हैं, कोई एक पेपर लीक नहीं हुआ है। जितनी भी परीक्षाएं हुई हैं सबके पेपर लीक हुए हैं, और पेपर लीक होने से जिन बच्चे नौजवानों का भविष्य अंधकार में गया है, मैंने कई बार बोला हूं, मैं फिर बोलता हूं, 60 लाख बच्चे जिनका भविष्य इस भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने उत्तर प्रदेश में छीना है, 60 लाख और उनके माँ बाप को मिला लें तो 60 लाख गुणा 3 कितना हुआ? 1 करोड़ 80 लाख। 1 करोड़ 80 लाख का अगर हम भाग दे दें, 1 करोड़ 80 लाख को हम भाग दे दें 80 से लोकसभाओं से, तो हर लोकसभा में 2,25,000 वोट कम हुआ है। और जिस दल का 2,25,000 वोट कम हो जाए एक लोकसभा में, तो सोचो कितनी घबराई हुई होगी। क्या इलेक्ट्रॉन बॉन्ड ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी का बैंड नहीं बजा दिया? इलेक्ट्रॉल बॉन्ड जो मिले हैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी का, क्या उसका जवाब है उनके पास? और अगर आप दिल्ली वाली बात कर रहे हैं, तो जो आरोप लग रहा है, क्या इलेक्ट्रॉल बॉन्ड उसने भारतीय जनता पार्टी...
All right, so there you heard Akhilesh Yadav saying that opposition voice is being muzzled, but the visuals on your screens is of Arvind Kejriwal being taken from ED office. We understand he is en route court, but these are the first visuals that are coming in. Remains to be seen whether the medical checkup has been done or not, or whether he is being taken for that medical checkup, the second one, so as to say. But the visuals coming in right now is of the AAP national convener, Arvind Kejriwal, who's just been taken out from the ED lockup. So tracking all those updates very, very closely. Let's go across to Rakshita and Deepak on the ground. Deepak, coming across to you. Once again, take us through more updates coming in while Punjab Chief Minister is all set to address the media in just moments from now. Talk to us about whether Kejriwal's medical checkup has been done or not, or whether he is en route court.
second round of medical checkup was done. The first one was done as soon as he arrived at the Enforcement Directorate's headquarters late last night, and the second round of medical checkups were done this morning. And right now, what we're getting to hear is that Arvind Kejriwal has been, taken out of the Enforcement Directorate's headquarters. He is en route to the Delhi's Rouse Avenue court. And if I could ask my video journalist to pan and show you, this is the exact route which Kejriwal's convoy, the ED's cavalcade will take. Right from there, the cavalcade will then proceed towards the Rouse Avenue court and then enter through gate number 1. And as you can see, every nook and corner around Rouse Avenue court has been completely fortified. Section 144 has been imposed here. No protest. There is no room for protest. There is no room for agitation. And there is no room for any sort of commotion because the police here have deployed enough force, enough and more than enough force that is required to tackle the Aam Aadmi Party supporters who will arrive here in large numbers. And just a few moments back, we also showed you, it was right there that Aam Aadmi Party workers were raising slogans. And after that, the police noticed it, that there was some kind of a drama that was happening and a commotion that was taking place. And soon after that, they wasted no time. They boarded all those Aam Aadmi Party leaders into a bus and whisked them away. So within moments from now, Kejriwal will be arriving at the Rouse Avenue court, and we will be trying to confront him about the leadership change and also what he has to say about the 100 crore kickback allegations that have been fired against him. So let's wait and watch. It's just moments from now that the Delhi Chief Minister will be arriving right here.
Right. Stay with us, Deepak. Let's go across to Shravan again, who's been on the ground. Shravan, talking about the leads we are tracking, we understand that there is very little scope for relief. When we talk about Arvind Kejriwal, are you also learning from your sources that once the ED custody ends, the CBI is also going to seek custody of Arvind Kejriwal in relation to the criminal proceedings, the case which the CBI has been handling?
I have Shravan with me, and I will bring forward your question there. So, ED has taken Arvind Kejriwal to the court. Now he's en route the Rouse Avenue court. Shravan, now what happens next, as you were earlier talking about ED custody and, exhausting the ED custody, and how does CBI, if at all it comes in?
Well, before I answer that question, let me just quickly take our viewers through where exactly has he been taken out, just for a better clarity for those who are not understanding that this area is basically, there is another gate which is being completely barricaded where there is no media presence. That is the reason why he's been taken out, because there is a law and order situation that has been built. He's been taken out from gate number 1, and where we are standing is the entrance of the Enforcement Directorate, where, as you can see right now, this is the only area that has been permitted. In a short while from now, Arvind Kejriwal would be brought to Rouse Avenue Court, which is roughly about 10 to 15 minutes is what we are expecting, where we have all our cameras there, expecting that Arvind Kejriwal would be thereafter produced around 2:30 this afternoon. As far as the remand that has already been prepared, parts of which we've been able to get our hands on, a little more details that we have picked up. It is primarily focusing on the evidence that has been gathered over the last couple of months, which also includes statements that have been recorded. Secondly, a fresh statement that has been recorded of Aam Aadmi Party candidates who contested the Goa elections, because that's very crucial in terms of the kickback and the money trail that has been spoken about. Both the agencies maintain that they have been able to establish a money trail, and the fact that money has been coming in through Hawala transactions that have taken place. So that is what would be the crux of the remand that is going to be produced before the court. So they are going to seek custody. It could go up to about 10 days is what we are given to understand. Anything could be less than 10 days that they're going to seek, or till about 10 days. That is what is expected. Once the custody is granted, Arvind Kejriwal will be brought back to this very office where we are currently broadcasting from. And from here is where the questioning actually is going to begin. You have the entire team of the Enforcement Director, starting with the Assistant Director, who is also the investigating officer, who will be questioning in the days to come. What is expected is this. I'm given to understand that Kavita and as well as Arvind Kejriwal could be brought together, as because a joint interrogation is something that is being mulled over, keeping in mind because it all starts with multiple meetings that have allegedly taken place between Arvind Kejriwal and Kavita. So that is going to be the key focus right now during the custody that is going to be sought for.
Right, Shravan. So as Samiksha, we just heard from Shravan there that this is the way we can see the Enforcement Directorate now moving towards and progressing in this entire investigation. Remains to be seen what happens in the court as we have our network of reporters, tracking all developments from the ED office to the Aadmi Party headquarters and also, of course, the Rouse Avenue court where the action will be beginning just a while from now. Back to you in the studio, Samiksha.
Right, Rakshita, stay with us. If you can take across another question from Shravan. We understand that ED files were recovered from in the searches that were carried out by the central agency just last evening. So does this point to allegations that probably the Aam Aadmi Party was snooping on central agency, the ED in this case?
Well, of course, Shravan did actually get us that latest piece of information also a while back that Arvind Kejriwal and his team had been studying about all the ED officials. Now, that's, quite an interesting information that we have broken exclusively about how Arvind Kejriwal had been tracking the ED officers and finding files on the ED officers. There are files, in fact. So there is an evidence also. This is not some hearsay. This is not just somebody had, told the ED or ED is just saying this up in the air. This is something that the ED has actually found when it conducted searches at Arvind Kejriwal's residence. There were ED officers have found the files on the ED and the officers. So this is, of course, a very important, angle that and a big lead that we have received right ahead of that important court hearing that is scheduled for 2 to 2:30. And Shravan is joining us live now. Right now, Shravan, Samiksha was asking us about the latest lead we have as far as the Aam Aadmi Party or Arvind Kejriwal, tracking the ED officers, and there were files that have been found out.
Well, what I can tell the viewers, the fact that there was a document that was recovered by the Enforcement Directorate. Now, in that document, there are names of certain officers, and these are officers who have been linked to liquor probe. But having said that, what is not clear at this point in time, whether at all there was some sort of a surveillance that was carried out. As a sitting Chief Minister, did Arvind Kejriwal order some sort of a surveillance or not? That clarity is certainly not there. So not going to basically, jump the ship right now because it is important. Because if at all there is a surveillance aspect, remember that is going to be another criminal offence that one is looking at, which the CBI perhaps will, come in. We are waiting for the reference to be made in the remand too, but it is an important development given the fact that there is a document with the names of the officers. But as of now, once again, let me underscore the point that we do not know whether at all this is part of some sort of a surveillance that was carried out. That clarity is not there.
Right, Samisha, there you heard that there was a document, but there is no lead as of now, information rather, that there was any surveillance that was actually, carried out on these officers linked to the Liquorgate probe.
Right, stay with us, Rakshita. So, in just minutes from now, Kejriwal is going to be reaching Delhi's Rouse Avenue court, and as we speak, these are the inside visuals from the Rouse Avenue court where security has been heightened. You see security forces being roped in. So, in just minutes from now, expecting that hearing also to begin. Well, the hearing will begin at 2:30, but he will be arriving at the Delhi's Rouse Avenue court in just a couple of minutes from now. So a crucial hearing, but note parallel developments also coming in. Punjab Chief Minister is also expected to brief the media in just a while. And all of this while the Aam Aadmi Party is staging a pan-India protest, which is being joined by several of its India allies. Well, let's go across to Shravan and Rakshita again. Rakshita, if you can keep speaking to us about the parallel developments also here. The Aam Aadmi Party is, of course, staging pan-India protest. Meanwhile, we understand that Punjab Chief Minister is currently holding meet with Kejriwal's family, offering all possible support. Any other legal options which are probably being explored by the Aam Aadmi Party at this stage?
Well, we do know, Samiksha, that the petition has been withdrawn by Arvind Kejriwal. So this is the latest about the legal move, what we are understanding. And Shravan continues to get us more on that about what really happens next, Shravan, as he will be produced in court, and what legal options will be left. The strong legal that perhaps get some breather for the Aam Aadmi Party Supremo.
Simply going by the track record of the investigation that has been carried out by the Enforcement Directorate in the liquor scam and those who've been arrested in the past, starting from the former Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia to Satyendra Jain, it is very unlikely that there will be any respite that Arvind Kejriwal really gets at this point in time. I'm saying this because of what the Enforcement Directorate says with respect to the evidence that has been gathered. You are talking about these are statements that are admissible before the court, taken under oath. So it does have much more weightage. It is unlike what happens in the case of the Central Bureau of Investigation. That's point number one. Point number two is that he perhaps would not be in a position to file any bail plea unless he's sent into judicial custody. The judicial custody can only happen after they complete the entire custody, that is the ED custody is over. Even once it gets over, as I understand by way of sources within the Central Bureau of Investigation, there would be an application filed by them seeking his custody, because remember the original case, the predicate offence in this particular case is that of the Central Bureau of Investigation. It is they who had registered the case on the basis of the complaint that was filed by the LG and the report that was submitted by the Vigilance Commissioner. It is important to point out here that if the CBI takes over this entire case, then the judicial custody is not going to happen anytime soon. Until that time, bail plea cannot be filed.
Right, and as we speak, Shravan, Kejriwal's visuals from inside the courtroom are coming in. As we know, Arvind Kejriwal, viewers, has reached the courtroom. This is the big update we have right now, and we will continue to get you the latest updates and visuals from inside the courtroom. You can see it's set up, and these are first visuals also we are getting to you in a while from now of Arvind Kejriwal inside the courtroom. Back to you in the studio, Samiksha.
Rakshita and Shravan, of course, continue to be with us. As we speak, these are the inside visuals coming in of Arvind Kejriwal having reached Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court. The hearing would take place at 2:30. Let's take a word from Deepak as well, who's reporting from outside the court. Deepak, tell us more. We understand that you did manage to speak with Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who is representing Arvind Kejriwal. Take us exactly through what he had to say.
Right, Samiksha, just a few moments back, we just got Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who is representing Arvind Kejriwal at the district court. And we tried asking him three pertinent questions. One is the leadership change. And the second is, will Arvind Kejriwal get any sort of relief? What is their legal plan? And the third question that we confronted him is about the 100 crore kickbacks. But Abhishek Manu Singhvi didn't have anything to say. But let's also give you a ground situation update right now. That is exactly where Arvind Kejriwal will be arriving from the ED headquarters right now. As you can see, there's a lot of crowd over there waiting eagerly for the Chief Minister. Republic's camera is also there. We will give our viewers the latest and the first visuals of Arvind Kejriwal. And also here, if you could see, there's a perimeter that has been set up by the police. No entry to any vehicle from any artery roads here. Everything has been completely barricaded. Security is increasing with each passing minute, and Section 144 of CRPC has some sort of legal relief for Arvind Kejriwal, which is unlikely because today is an important day. The ED has handed over all the files at the Delhi High Court yesterday, after which the Delhi High Court also said that they are not in the situation and they do not intend to give any sort of interim protection to Arvind Kejriwal from coercive action. And that's when, after a few hours from the court hearing yesterday, that was when Arvind Kejriwal was arrested at the ED headquarters, and there he was grilled. And today he will be brought to the Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court.
Right. Deepak, of course, continues to stay with us. Like he was telling us, he did manage to speak with Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who's representing Arvind Kejriwal in Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court. He did not answer to any of our questions in relation to the kickbacks or even the legal course of action that the AAP intends to take next. But let's go across to Rakshita as well, who's on the ground with Shravan. Rakshita, if you can once again take us to the big leads we are tracking. We understand that ED will in all probability get the custody of Arvind Kejriwal, after which it's the CBI that will be roped in and will be seeking custody of Arvind Kejriwal in relation to criminal charges being probed in the Liquorgate scandal.
Of course, it remains to be seen, Samiksha, what really happens next. Just a while back, we had Shravan very clearly pointing out how the CBI angle comes in here. But this can only happen once the Enforcement Directorate's remand is, the custody is over. And this is what we are expected. The court is yet to be assembled. That's what we are learning as far as the Supreme Court is concerned. And we will have to wait and watch what really happens and how long the custody is given to Arvind Kejriwal as far as the Enforcement Directorate is concerned. And thereafter, as Shravan pointed out, that once the custody of the Enforcement Directorate is over, Arvind Kejriwal can apply and later on, if he is in the judicial custody, then only he can in fact get a bail. We have to wait and watch. We've seen what has happened with Manish Sisodia or Sanjay Singh. We've seen Satyendra Jain, more importantly Satyendra Jain, and the case of Manish Sisodia. It's very difficult for Arvind Kejriwal to actually get an escape route in this case because the allegations are serious. And as you were talking about the leads coming in, yes, one of them being Aam Aadmi Party Goa unit admitting to having received money in cash for the campaigning, and also, of course, ED having some clinching proof. Also, the document we were talking about just a while ago over the files on ED officers who are linked with the probe in the Liquorgate, and many of such angles are coming out right now. But it remains to be seen what happens in court as the proceedings are just about to begin. As per my knowledge, we have got the first visual from Kejriwal inside the room. So that is the latest update we have. And as we speak, police has stopped media from entering the courtroom. So that's another development we have. As we speak, updates coming in from our legal team and of course the Supreme Court tracking all developments here. Republic TV, police has stopped media from entering the courtroom. This is the latest we have right now. So we have to wait and watch what really happens as this entire saga unfolds. Samiksha.
Right, Rakshita, stay with us. And just to run our viewers through the latest that we are tracking, note that the hearing in Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court would begin at 2:30. So tracking those updates from the court very closely. But as we speak, these are the visuals of Arvind Kejriwal reaching at Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court. Meanwhile, the Aam Aadmi Party continues with its pan-India protest. Also note that there are several leads that we have picked in relation to Liquorgate probe. One being that Kejriwal's custody would be recorded based on statements also of all accused who've been arrested in connection with Liquorgate, which includes Sharath Reddy, Sameer Mahindru as well, Arjun Pillai for that matter, and Magunta Reddy also in connection with Liquorgate. Not just this, there are sources telling us that all these accused, some of these accused, beg your pardon, have accepted to having received 100 crores as kickbacks from the Aam Aadmi Party. So it's cash for election charge also that the Aam Aadmi Party is facing at this stage. The ED is also to make a mention of recoveries that were made from Arvind Kejriwal's residence late last evening. So a very strong case, as we understand, is going to be presented from ED's end. In all probability, ED will seek a 10-day custody of Arvind Kejriwal, after which the CBI could also take custody of Kejriwal once the ED custody ends. So tracking all those updates very, very closely. Let's go across to Rakshita again, who continues to be with us. Rakshita, talking about all these accused here whose statements have been recorded. Shravan was also telling us that a joint interrogation of Kavita and Kejriwal could also happen in that case. Is that also one of the possibilities? And also, once again, take us to the names of those accused who've turned approver in the Liquorgate probe.
Well, MS Reddy is one name, as we see, who had turned approver, and he had mentioned about a meeting with Arvind Kejriwal to know more about the Delhi excise policy. Right after the privatization was announced by the Delhi government, he in fact told the Enforcement Directorate, as per the ED, in its charge sheet has mentioned, and in its report has mentioned that there was a call. There was in fact a meeting between Arvind Kejriwal and MS Reddy, and Kejriwal had welcomed the YSRCP MP's entry in Delhi liquor trade. So he was very warm, he was very welcoming, very open to get these people into this trade, and also he himself, Mr. Reddy says, MS Reddy says, was Kejriwal before him had mentioned about how he has spoken to Kavita earlier. Kavita is one of the key collaborators in this alleged scam. That's what we know. Arvind Kejriwal is also the key conspirator as far as the ED is concerned, and so is the BRS MLC Kavita. As far as the South lobby is concerned, South lobby is very important. If I could tell you more about the ED charge sheet. So Kejriwal had mentioned in the supplementary ED's supplementary charge sheet, it's mentioned about what Kejriwal had said, that Vijay Nair had arranged Kejriwal, it was his former secretary, remember, who had spilled the beans and said that Vijay Nair arranged the Kejriwal and Mahindra FaceTime call. Now this is a very important point. That's where Arvind Kejriwal started falling into trouble. Kejriwal told Mahindra that Vijay is his boy and he can trust him. So these are some of the key players in this entire saga that has unfolded and spelled massive trouble for the Delhi Chief Minister. Remember, if we talk about the PMLA case, and this is a very serious charge. So PMLA case 17 part 1, it says that examine on oath any person who is found to be in possession or control of any record or property in respect of all matters relevant for the purposes of any investigation under this act. So this is one important part of the PMLA, where Arvind Kejriwal is being in connection with Arvind Kejriwal is right now being probed upon, and in a sense Section 50 facilitates ED's Section 50 facilitates the ED's investigation process by enabling them to gather information and evidence from people involved in suspected money laundering activities. So this is a very important point that we are making here, or rather we would say the ED has claimed, if you talk about the South group that comes into picture, businessman Sharat Shetty, Maguta Reddy, that is the MS Reddy that I was mentioning about, Kavita, they got 9 zones out of the 22, beg your pardon, of the 32 in the Delhi under the new excise policy, and the policy was brought out with the high 12% profit margin. That's extraordinary here, Samiksha, and this is for wholesalers, and almost 185% of profit margin for retailers. And as per their plan, or the alleged plan or the plot, in accordance with the ED's files, 6% out of the 12% margin was to be collected back from the wholesalers as kickbacks to the leaders of Aadmi Party. So this has been an entire nexus. The South lobby plays a major part, and as we saw, once Kavita was arrested, we knew that this is now causing more and more trouble for Arvind Kejriwal. Kavita and Arvind Kejriwal had collaborated along with other leaders and the players to actually plot this entire scam and carry it out, implement it, and this is why we see today Arvind Kejriwal is being produced in the Rouse Avenue court. Samiksha.
Rakshita, stay with us. So just to take our viewers through the leads also that we have picked up, we understand that Kejriwal's custody is going to be sought by the ED basis the statement that have been recorded of the accused in this case till now. Statements of note, Sharath Reddy, Samir Mahindra, Arun Pillai and Magunda Reddy have been recorded by the ED, which are going to be cited by the ED in Rouse Avenue court. The accused accepted to receiving 100 crore as kickbacks from the Aadmi Party. Let's go across to our executive editor for politics, Aishwarya Kapoor, joining us from the Delhi newsroom. Aishwarya, if you can take us to the big leads we are tracking. We understand that ED files were recovered in the searches that were carried out by the central agency last evening from Arvind Kejriwal's residence.
Well, that's right. And that in itself is very, very startling. Joining me is also my senior colleague, Niranjan Narayan Swamy. But what we are telling you is that, yes, information coming in through sources that Kejriwal or someone close to Arvind Kejriwal, that is Delhi Chief Minister, was snooping on ED officials. But all of that will be looked into. But as we speak, Niranjan, Arvind Kejriwal is in the court. He's in the PMLA court. He's being represented by Congress leader Abhishek Manu Singhvi. And it's just a matter of next few minutes when we will hear that whether Arvind Kejriwal gets any relief or not. Niranjan.
Aishwarya, we have some details coming in. In fact, we have details of what's happening inside the courtroom. As we speak, Arvind Kejriwal's lawyer, senior advocates Vikram Chaudhary, Ramesh Gupta present inside the courtroom. The judge has not presided yet. Okay, there's an update. He's been produced in the court amid heavy security. Judge has presided. We are told special hearing is going to commence shortly. Special counsel for ED is Zohaib Hossain. Yeah. And Zohaib Hossain has told the court, that ASG SV Raju will be appearing in 5 minutes. So that's the update. Senior advocate Abhishek Manu Singhvi is appearing for Kejriwal. So Zohaib Hossain telling the court that ASG SV Raju will be appearing in 5 minutes for the Enforcement Directorate and Abhishek Manu Singhvi for Kejriwal. Yeah.
Abhishek Manu Singhvi has just tweeted few minutes prior, taking on none other but the Solicitor General of the country. He has just commented, he has just tweeted, though we are not getting into it, but what is happening right now is the Delhi Chief Minister is inside the PMLA court. So Kejriwal is in the Katgara. As it is said, you have the Aam Aadmi Party supporters protesting outside on the streets, though trying to disturb the law and order situation. They were the party which started their complete protest and then their India Against Corruption organization and then came into politics against corruption. And the irony is that number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, all of their leaders are today behind bars in a liquor corruption scam, Niranjan. And within the next few minutes, we are being told that the proceedings will begin.
Aishwarya, one of the big breaking news updates that I found very surprising this morning from what Shravan has been telling us is the fact that Enforcement Directorate sources have told us, Republic TV, that Kejriwal had files of Enforcement Directorate officers.
Oh, that's very
Why would Kejriwal have details of Enforcement Directorate officers? And why would he collect details of these officers in his residence? And these are officers who are investigating the liquor scam. So perhaps he was trying to do a background check. Why was he doing a background check? I don't know what the intention was, but that was one breaking news update that we found very, very interesting and disturbing.
It is not his job.
It is not his job.
It is not his job as the Chief Minister to have details. This is the job of a particular department in the Ministry of Finance and the Home Ministry first, who helped Arvind Kejriwal or any other officer in the Chief Minister's office to gather all of this information regarding the ED officials, because it is not only about one particular official, it's about a dozen officials of the Enforcement Directorate. So all of this, was he snooping? To which level was this snooping happening? Was this any recording happening? So all of those details will come out, but at this point of time, Arvind Kejriwal is in the PMLA court, is in the Rouse Avenue PMLA court. Yes, Niranjan.
Aishwarya, quick news update coming in. The judge has presided. The court is now waiting. Because the special counsel for ED, Zohaib Hossain, has told the court that ASG SV Raju will be appearing in about 5 minutes from now. Senior advocate Abhishek Manu Singhvi is appearing for Arvind Kejriwal. Hossain is saying, can I seek...
He is here, but the barricades are downstairs. He is here, but because the court is barricaded, the cops are not allowing it. So the court is waiting.
So the ASG is
waiting for the ASG.
ASG is downstairs. Yeah. ASG is below the courtroom. Has not been able to enter the courtroom because the barricades are there and the cops are not allowing the entry. That's what the ED's lawyer, special counsel Zohaib Hossain, has told the court. So anytime now, the hearing is going to start.
Well, absolutely. And as you said, this is not we see or we get to hear every day that the ASG is not being allowed by the police. ED, 9 days, that's 10 days. Sources are just telling us. Our Republic Bharat input editor, Amit Chaudhary, is just coming in with this information that ED, Niranjan Enforcement Directorate, is going to seek 10-day custody of the Delhi Chief Minister. 10-day custody. So will the Delhi government be running from the prison? No, it cannot according to the rule book. Will we have the Chief Minister behind the bars? Yes. But how will the state government run? So the ED has sought the custody of 10 days of Delhi Chief Minister. This is what we are being told by our sources, because the court proceedings, Niranjan, are yet to begin. The ASG is yet to arrive. The ASG has been stopped by the Delhi police. So this is not something which we see every day. But then the lawyer has just informed the Honorable Judge of the PMLA court that senior lawyer and ASG is coming His entry has been blocked by the barricades downstairs. So the court is waiting. ED is now seeking a 10-day custody. That's the breaking news coming in, that ED is seeking a 10-day custody. Niranjan.
We've seen the kind of supporters, who've gathered outside his residence. I'm not sure there were too many people yesterday, maybe about 15, 20, 30, 100, I'm not sure. But there was an attempt to gather the crowds this morning, so which is why the barricades were put up even outside the courtroom as a precautionary measure. Even outside the Enforcement Directorate office, barricades were put up as a security measure this morning. And as we speak, the judge has presided. Abhishek Manu Singhvi in court for Arvind Kejriwal, and for the Enforcement Directorate, ASG is in the premises waiting for an update for him to enter the courtroom. Because of the barricades, he's been delayed a little bit. But the big breaking news update that Aishwarya just brought us, confirmation of ED.
Court has just ordered.
What are they ordered, Aishwarya?
Court has just ordered the police officials to get ASG SV Raju up. So this is just coming in. Court has ordered the police officials to get ASG SV Raju up in the court immediately. So the police officials which were present inside the PMLA court are going down, and they will be escorting ASG SV Raju upstairs. So it is any minute now, any minute that you will have the ASG in the court, and then the decision will be made by the court. What we are being told that the ED has sought a 10-day custody of the Delhi Chief Minister. Niranjan.
In fact, one tidbit from what's happened inside the courtroom, one of the observations made inside the courtroom, अगर ASG को भी अलाउ नहीं कर रहे हो तो क्या होगा देश का? Inside the courtroom, police is being asked, अगर ASG को भी नहीं अलाउ कर रहे हो तो क्या होगा देश का? Which translates to, if you're not even allowing the ASG into the courtroom, then what's happening in the country?
No, but I presume it just must be a confusion, and ASG is an honorable senior lawyer. It is just that in the whole commotion, because there is a lot of protests happening outside the court also, there is a special protection layer which has been added. Para-military forces have been added. So this is not the normal beat police officers. So they are new officers. So there must be some confusion. Otherwise, there is no reasoning behind that why the ASG will not be allowed. So very clearly right now, what is happening is, so that is the latest, that the ASG is being escorted up. That's what we are being told. Our reporter Akhilesh, we have our multiple reporters inside and outside the Rouse Avenue court, and within the next few minutes, you are going to have the judge giving his decision on the ED's plea, that whether they will give a 10-day custody of the Delhi Chief Minister to Enforcement Directorate or not. This is very, very important. In the next few minutes, it's going to be a very, very fast, pacey judgment. That is what we are being told. Abhishek Manu Singhvi is there. ASG Raju is en route. He's coming from the ground floor to the first floor into the PMLA court any moment now. Niranjan.
Aishwarya, a few details as the court hearing begins. ED will seek custody. ED will seek 10-day custody based on the statements of the accused Sharath Reddy, Samir Mahendru, Arun Pillai, Magunta Reddy, who are otherwise referred to as a South group that allegedly routed 100 crore kickbacks to Arvind Kejriwal as named by the ED in a sheet of paper. They're also arrives. ASG Raju is in the courtroom. ASG Raju is in the courtroom. That's a breaking news update. So anytime now the hearing will begin. He's inside the court, so I think the hearing will begin right now.
Yeah.
Attorney Solicitor General SV Raju, accompanied with Zohaib Hussain, the Special Counsel for the Enforcement Directorate, both inside the courtroom. All of them inside the courtroom. It's a packed courtroom, and there's commotion outside. Commotion outside the courtroom. The ASG couldn't arrive in time because the barricades were put up. Tight security outside the courtroom, and he's just entered now. SV Raju's inside the courtroom waiting for the hearing to begin now.
Well, absolutely. Within the next few minutes, that's what we are being told, that the proceedings have begun. We have our reporters sending us the latest information from inside the courtroom. So this is the latest which is coming in. Yeah. So we have our colleague Shavan joining in as well. Shavan, over to you. Shavan.
Well, in fact, the proceedings have already begun. We are given to understand that the judge is already present. In a short while from now, the ED counsel, along with the Solicitor General, would be present in the court. Now, this undoubtedly is the biggest arrest that has been made by the Enforcement Directorate in the liquor scam. A sitting Chief Minister has been arrested, the first sitting Chief Minister to have been arrested in this particular case. So all preparations have essentially been done. I'll just quickly take our viewers through till the time we get the next update coming in from inside the courtroom. Three of our Republic reporters getting us the minute-by-minute update from inside the courtroom and outside, as the latest visuals have also come in. We'll try and put out the images that we've got just a short while back in the newsroom with regards to the entry of the Solicitor General. Let's just quickly take you through what is expected in the next couple of minutes. There is a slim possibility that Arvind Kejriwal's legal team will actually make the request for a brief conversation with their client Arvind Kejriwal in a short while from now. That's a possibility that we're picking up from our reporters on the ground.
Alright, while we continue to get you the latest from inside the courtroom, these are the visuals coming in from Mohali. Massive showdown by the AAP workers who are staging protest over Arvind Kejriwal's arrest, and all of this while action is happening in Delhi's Rouse Avenue court as well. So these are the visuals from Mohali where water cannons are being fired on protesters. These are AAP workers who are staging protests across the country. This is from Mohali, where barricades are being crossed over while police security has been stepped up. Let's cut across back to our Delhi newsroom where Niranjan and
Samiksha, this is not Delhi. This is not Delhi. This is not outside the courtroom. This is not Delhi. This is Mohali. This is Mohali, where protests are coming in. Protests our live shots of the protests are coming in, where hundreds of people have gathered. But I think we should go back. We should go back and focus on the hearing right now, because I'm getting in breaking news right now. Hearing has commenced. Hearing has commenced in the courtroom right now. In the Delhi courtroom, the hearing has begun. And SV Raju, the ASG, arguing. SV Raju, ASG, SV Raju arguing for the Enforcement Directorate. And for Arvind Kejriwal, you have Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who's begun the hearing. The hearing has begun. I'm going to give you a live minute-by-minute update. We're getting the live minute-by-minute update here right now as we speak. And as we speak, the hearing has begun. ASG SV Raju has entered the courtroom. Let me get a quick word from Shravan before I go across to the live update. Shravan, okay, one more breaking news update I'm getting in right now.
Well, in fact,
I'm hearing now that Abhishek, Shravan, I'm hearing that even Abhishek Manu Singhvi went outside the courtroom. They're waiting for Abhishek Manu Singhvi now. Yes, go ahead, Shravan. Shravan, go ahead.
Well, in fact, SV Raju will be appearing for the Enforcement Directorate, and as we were pointing out a short while back, there is a request in all likelihood that would be made by Abhishek Manu Singhvi and Kejriwal's legal team seeking for some audience with Arvind Kejriwal. That would be a brief conversation, provided the court actually permits, and thereafter the arguments that would be put forth by the Enforcement Directorate. That would be the remand that has already been prepared, that runs into over 20 pages is what we are given to understand with regards to the evidence that has been collected. The focus primarily will be why exactly the custodial interrogation of Arvind Kejriwal becomes extremely crucial at this stage of the investigation, because it's at the final leg, if I may say so, final leg of the investigation, the final link that has been brought into the picture after the arrest that was made of Kavita. So in the next couple of minutes, you would expect SV Raju arguing in the court, and thereafter also an opportunity to be given to the legal counsel of Arvind Kejriwal to defend their case at this point in time. Let me once again go back to Niranjan for the latest updates.
Shravan, there's a breaking news update. ASG SV Raju has argued. In fact, he's arguing for the Enforcement Directorate. He's saying the accused was arrested at 9:05 p.m. at night. He's produced within 24 hours. We have given an application for remand of 10 days of custody. So we broke this detail a few minutes back that the ED was asking for 10 days of custody. The ASG has said in court that Arvind Kejriwal was arrested at 9:05 p.m. last night, and that he's been produced in the court within 24 hours of his arrest, and that they have given an application for remand of 10 days of custody. So this is a live breaking update. And in fact, I have some more updates. ED is sought 10 days custody, and Raju.
Tushar Mehta, the Solicitor General of the country, is appearing for the ED, and it is and it is Abhishek Manu Singhvi for Kejriwal. So it is Abhishek Manu Singhvi for Kejriwal, Tushar Mehta for the ED. And this is happening. Right now, Tushar Mehta is putting up his point of view in front of the judges. Right now, this is happening as we speak. Niranjan.
You know, the ASG has also said that the Enforcement Directorate has complied with Section 19 of PMLA and that Arvind Kejriwal's relatives have been informed. Copy of the remand application has been given. Grounds of the arrest furnished to Arvind Kejriwal in writing. So these are breaking news updates. I'm once again going through the two. SG has also come in, but Raju is arguing inside the courtroom saying they've complied with Section 19 of PMLA. Relatives have been informed. Copy of remand application given. Grounds of arrest furnished to Arvind Kejriwal in writing. So they're going through the procedure right now to tell the courtroom about how they went about making that arrest. Shawan, I think we'll also reflect what's happening inside the courtroom in the plates on the screen. While we get more details from inside the courtroom and outside. Shawan, do you have any details from outside the courtroom? Any more details you're picking up?
Well, in fact, all that has now been argued inside the court is something that we have reflected through the day. This is with regards to how the Enforcement Directorate has basically complied with all the norms of the arrest. A remand copy has already been given to the family members as well as the legal counsel of Arvind Kejriwal, where they have given the exact grounds of arrest, starting with the fact that first that he wasn't really cooperating with the Enforcement Directorate, and more importantly, at least 9 summons that were issued to Arvind Kejriwal. He hasn't responded to any of the summons that were sent out, and they're also reflecting the fact that there are fresh statements that have been recorded in which Arvind Kejriwal has been named, and particularly they would like to explore right now with regards to what's the conspiracy all about, because here all the evidence pointing towards the fact that he, along with Manish Sisodia and a few others, orchestrated this entire deal. So exploring, number one, what's the conspiracy all about? How was it hatched? Where did the meetings actually take place? What were the instructions that were provided, and the digital evidence that has been gathered so far? Also, we give it to understand joint interrogation is something that they are looking forward to. They have already mulling the option of bringing together the other accused in this particular case. So there is a possibility in the days to come more applications to be also brought in by the Enforcement Directorate for joint interrogation, some who are already in judicial custody. So these are some aspects that would certainly be covered when the hearing takes place.
Getting you some more updates, the Enforcement Directorate in the courtroom saying that as far as the subsections 2 are concerned, which requires sending of the adjudicating authority, the sealed envelope, copy of the order of arrest, we have complied with that. So compliance, arguments on compliance going on in the courtroom where the Enforcement Directorate is essentially telling the court the details of the arrest, saying that the accused was arrested at 9:05 p.m. and that as procedural details would entail he's been produced within 24 hours and that they've given an application for remand of 10 days of custody. Also saying that they've complied with Section 19 of PMLA. Relatives have been informed. Copy of remand application given. Grounds of arrest furnished to Kejriwal in writing. So the ED building a solid case of the arrest of Arvind Kejriwal and why they've arrested him and how they went about the arrest, saying that as far as subsection 2 is concerned, which also requires sending to the adjudicating authority the sealed envelope, copy of the order of arrest, that also has been complied with. So point by point legal argument being put forth by the Enforcement Directorate versus the moral argument versus the political argument of the Aadmi Party. ED also telling the courtroom that Kejriwal's medical examination has been conducted not once but twice since the arrest was made last night. So I'm getting in the minute by minute breaking news details from inside the courtroom, and ED is saying that they've done the medical examination as well, which is one of the procedural requirements. And one more breaking news update that's just come in from inside the courtroom. ASG Raju has also handed over to the court a copy of the Sendil Balaji case judgment. So the Enforcement Directorate has invoked the Sendil Balaji case judgment of the Supreme Court, and ASG Raju and Sendil Balaji, ladies and gentlemen, was a minister in the Stalin government, and he was raided. He was charged with corruption. And the ASG, arguing for the Enforcement Directorate, has handed over to the court a copy of the Sendil Balaji case judgment of the Supreme Court. Raju's reading the relevant paragraphs from the judgment as we speak. So he's invoked the Enforcement Directorate, has in the course of its argument so far spoken about the details of the arrest, spoken about the compliance, about the requirements that are to be made once an arrest is made, and they're talking about compliance to each of those details, and then now arguing about the details of the case, referring to the Sendil Balaji case judgment of the Supreme Court. And Raju has read out relevant paragraphs from the judgment of Sendil Balaji, and he has argued, ASG Raju, appearing for ED, saying, I have to first satisfy your honor that section 19 of the PMLA is satisfied. Then I'll proceed to remand application. Kindly see my remand application. So, ASG Raju arguing for the Enforcement Directorate, saying that he will have to satisfy, he's trying to satisfy to the court, or trying to convince the court that section 19 of PMLA has been satisfied, has been honored, and then he will proceed to the remand application. He's asking the court to go through the remand application as we speak. So that's the breaking news update that we have. Shavan, why don't you take us through the remand application and what the remand application entails? In fact, I'm getting in one more breaking news updates. ASG Raju arguing for Enforcement Directorate, saying para 2 of application mentions the FIR. Para 2 of application mentions the FIR. This is a predicate offence. Even otherwise, other complaints and supplementary complaints are concerned. The court has taken cognizance. So going through the procedural details, Shavan, if you can take us through the remand application and what the Enforcement Directorate is essentially trying to do by building this argument.
Well, in fact, in a short while from now, once the custody is granted, we'll also get a copy of the remand application. But as of now, by way of sources, these are the few areas that have been covered by the Enforcement Directorate. They particularly focus on, number one, the statements, because that's the crucial aspect. Number two, they look at the money trail, the fact that they have also got on record few of the Hawala operators who were actually utilized for, sending across the funds to the state of Goa during the elections, and the fact that they've got more statements that have been recorded. The third aspect is about the role of Arvind Kejriwal vis-a-vis a few others who have been taken into custody by the Enforcement Directorate in the liquor scam, starting with Kavita and his party colleagues Sanjay Singh, along with Manish Sisodia and Satyendra Jain. So the role, there is a section that has been created of role of Arvind Kejriwal vis-a-vis the kickbacks allegedly received by the Aadmi party leaders. Now that is a section that largely looks into all the meetings that have taken place, because remember, the meetings that were taking place here at the national capital on behalf of Arvind Kejriwal was being attended by a man called Vijay Nair, who happens to be the communication manager, one of the first arrests that was actually made. He was the one who was considered to be the point person of Arvind Kejriwal, so much so Samir Mahindra in his statement has also mentioned that. So that also figures in the remand application that has been prepared by the Enforcement Directorate. And there is a section with regards to what is it that the Enforcement Directorate basically plans to do when the custody is granted, and why the custodial interrogation is important. That is also another section that is going to be covered by the Enforcement Directorate in the remand application that has been prepared. With regards to the reasons that were given and the grounds of arrest, they are pertaining to the fact that he hasn't really cooperated with the agency. Multiple summons have been sent out. So far, he has only appeared before the Central Bureau of Investigation. That only he was examined only once. It is important with the fresh arrests that have been made in the last few weeks. It is going to be important that Arvind Kejriwal is brought face to face with the other accused in this particular case. So those are few of the aspects that will be covered in the remand application.
Shavan, some big arguments made by the Enforcement Directorate, the ASG arguing for the agency, saying that as CM, as the Chief Minister, Arvind Kejriwal was the key conspirator of the conspiracy. He was a key conspirator of the liquor scam. So the ED has called him the key conspirator in the liquor scam during the hearing. And they in fact, look at this, look at the words used. ED has accused the Delhi Chief Minister of being the kingpin in formulating the liquor policy. That's a big breaking news update coming in right now. ED has called Arvind Kejriwal, the Delhi Chief Minister, the kingpin in formulating the liquor policy. And there is a big allegation being made by the Enforcement Directorate, which had accused Arvind Kejriwal of being a beneficiary of receiving the 100 crore kickback along with his party. ED is saying Kejriwal is directly involved in the excise policy implementation. Going through the big charge being made by the Enforcement Directorate, saying Arvind Kejriwal is a key conspirator in the liquor scam, calling him the kingpin. The ED has said Arvind Kejriwal is the kingpin of the Delhi liquor scam. Liquor scam kingpin Arvind Kejriwal is what the Enforcement Directorate is saying. ED is saying that he's directly involved in the implementation of the policy, giving favor to the South group. He's been called a kingpin. He's been accused of directly implementing the policy and giving favor to the South group. Very serious charges in the court, and saying he's involved in the use of proceeds of crime. ED has said he was involved in the formulation of the policy, involved in handling the proceeds of crime, as well in the Goa election campaign. Kejriwal is the head of the party. He was in touch with Manish Sisodia, the Deputy Chief Minister, the whole time. So the ED coming to the crux of the issue, saying that Arvind Kejriwal, being the head of the party, knew it all along. He was the kingpin, the conspirator. The kingpin, the conspirator, and ensured that he knew all along where the money was going, saying that the money went to the Goa election campaign. He was in touch with Manish Sisodia, the Deputy Chief Minister, the whole time. Very significant charges being made by the Enforcement Directorate inside the courtroom in the last few minutes. ASG SV Raju arguing for the Enforcement Directorate, saying that as the Chief Minister, Kejriwal was the key conspirator. He was involved in, he's the key kingpin. He's the kingpin of the Delhi liquor scam. He's directly involved in the implementation of the policy. He gave favor to the South group. He's involved in the use of proceeds of crime, directly involved in formulation of policy, involved in handling the proceeds of crime in the Goa election campaign. As the head of the party, he knew every single aspect of what was going on. He was in touch with Manish Sisodia, who's the Deputy Chief Minister. Talking about the Vijay Nair angle, Vijay Nair arrested by the ED earlier. Vijay Nair was staying in the house adjacent to the house of Arvind Kejriwal. He was attending regularly from that house. He was the media in charge of the Aadmi party, saying that Vijay Nair stayed right next to Kejriwal's house, and he was a regular in all the meetings of Arvind Kejriwal. He was in charge of the Aadmi party, and Vijay Nair acted as the middleman between Aadmi party and the South group. Big charge being made by the Enforcement Directorate in the court that Arvind Kejriwal is the kingpin, Vijay Nair was the middleman, and South group, between South group and Kejriwal, there was a middleman called Vijay Nair. And these are the submissions made in the court right now. And for over a year now, Republic TV has been talking about the South group. We brought you some exclusive details. In fact, Shavan has tracked that story very closely. Shavan, he's been called the kingpin. Arvind Kejriwal kingpin, Vijay Nair middleman, and the people who paid the bribe being alleged as a South group, a member of which K. Kavita is already now arrested. K. Kavita, as part of the South group, arrested, Vijay Nair middleman, Arvind Kejriwal kingpin. I'm repeating that. Arvind Kejriwal kingpin, Vijay Nair middleman, K. Kavita and the South group as the givers of the bribe and the beneficiary. Shavan.
Well, the indication had already come in with K. Kavita's arrest, and that's when for the first time the Enforcement Directorate had called Arvind Kejriwal as the kingpin. Today this has been once again reiterated in front of the court, with SV Raju saying the reason why the Enforcement Directorate is calling Arvind Kejriwal as the kingpin, because all this while the face of the liquor scam was being seen as the then Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. But it turns out that all the meetings that actually took place, the key meetings with regards to the changes that were brought into the draft policy, was was actually done at the Chief Minister's residence. More importantly, Vijay Nair, the communication manager, the media in charge, someone who was in touch with the several media houses put together, was seen as the go-to person. Vijay Nair was the front man. In fact, Vijay Nair, a private person, was actually staying in a government bungalow. This was a bungalow that was allotted to a sitting minister of the Aam Aadmi Party government, Kailash Gehlot, and that office was being used by Vijay Nair, which is adjacent to the Chief Minister's residence. That goes on to indicate the proximity that he actually enjoyed with the sitting Chief Minister, and it is Vijay Nair who was actually the point person for the South Group 2. In fact, just days before the changes that were brought into the excise policy, there was actually a meeting that took place in a luxury hotel here in the national capital, not very far away from the Chief Minister's residence, where we are given to understand a discussion actually took place about the suggestive changes to be brought into the excise policy. So much so that CBI has also been able to recover certain documents and also printouts that were taken inside the luxury hotel after the changes and the minutes of the meeting that took place, and that was thereafter taken, given to Manish Sisodia. Manish Sisodia thereafter had called the then Private Secretary Arvind to Arvind Kejriwal's residence and had handed over these recommendations, these changes to be brought into, incorporated in the excise policy. And the changes that were being brought in were directly against what we had seen in the previous excise policy, and all of which was done in a manner that would have actually benefited the South Group. They would have made windfall profits.
200 crore bribe, 300 crore bribe charge, Shavan. ASG Raju has said that Kavita gave Aam Aadmi Party 300 crores. I repeat, the Enforcement Directorate has said in the courtroom that Kavita gave Aam Aadmi Party 300 crores. 300 crores. And we thought it was 100 crore. For the first time, we are getting a bigger number. 300 crores given to the Aam Aadmi Party by Kavita in the liquor scam is what the Enforcement Directorate has said. And they're also saying there is a statement to this effect. There is a statement to this effect, and I'm getting in some more details right now. Kejriwal demanded kickbacks from the South Group in exchange of giving favors to them, is what the Enforcement Directorate has said in the courtroom. I'm repeating that. ASG SV Raju, arguing for the Enforcement Directorate, reading the remand application, has said Kejriwal demanded kickbacks from the South Group in exchange of favors to them. In exchange of giving favors to them, adding that 300 crores were given to the Aam Aadmi Party by Kavita, who's the daughter of KCR, the former Chief Minister of Telangana. This is a very, very big charge. Shavan, has this number come out before? 300 crore rupees given to the Aam Aadmi Party by Kavita. I don't know whether she gave it as an individual or as a leader of the BRS or as a leader of the South Group. There are three possibilities. I don't know what it is or what the courts have been told. But Kavita gave 300 crores to the Aam Aadmi Party is what the ED has said in court. Shavan.
Well, there are just a note of caution right now, because so far in the official documents that were produced by the Enforcement Directorate in the court, they themselves have only made a mention of 100 crores. Now, whether the money was received, whether the money was utilized, whether they have been able to establish the money trail is something that even the Enforcement Directorate has not made a mention of it in the past. These are based on the statements that have been recorded so far. With regards to whether at all he has received 300 crore, whether at all this money was diverted, whether at all this money was utilized, these are certain aspects that are not very clear. And if at all the number has actually changed from 100 to 300 crore, we will certainly have to wait for the finer details that will only emerge after we get our hands on the remand copy. So we'll have to be extremely cautious about this, because so far there was no indication, at least coming in, how exactly have they been able to compute this number of about 300 crores, because given the fact that all this while the Enforcement Directorate only maintained till about last week in the remand application that was filed before the court, they had only made a mention of 100 crore. And this was, this was a number that was actually quoted by K. Kavita in a meeting that she's had with a man called Arun Pillai, who is also seen as the right-hand person of K. Kavita. This meeting happened in Hyderabad, and they had said that if at all that 100 crore rupees is actually given to the Aam Aadmi Party, then there would be changes that would be brought into the excise policy. Now, this is part of the statement that I'm quoting from the remand application that Republic TV has accessed. So I would once again, exercise some caution with regards to the 300 crore factor, because we'll have to get our hands on the remand application to understand where does the number really come in from and what is it that they are really basing this on.
Okay, well, I'm getting some more breaking news updates right now. The Enforcement Directorate is also reading out the statement of Sharath Reddy. Statement of Sharath Reddy, who was turned approver in the case. Sharath Reddy was also called a member of the South Group, Shavan. Sharath Reddy was called a member of the South Group, and his statement is being read out. He's the approver in the case. What did Sharath Reddy tell the Enforcement Directorate while turning approver? Shavan.
Well, in fact, I'll just quickly take our viewers through some of the statements because these are statements that have already been accessed by Republic TV. If you just give me a minute, I'll just open up the documents that were accessed by Republic TV, which is about the multiple statements that have been, that have been registered by the Enforcement Director. And here I have with me the statement of Sharath Reddy. This is the statement that we have accessed, exactly what is being read out by the ASG inside the court. And I'm quoting, statement of Sharath Reddy, part of South Group. This was recorded on 25th of April 2023. This was recorded under Section 50 of the PMLA Act, in which they have revealed that sometime in March 2021, Arun Pillai contacted him, informed him that there is a new business opportunity in Delhi liquor business, and K. Kavita was in discussion with Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia with reference to then upcoming policy through Vijay Nair, who proposed that if K. Kavita provided 100 crore rupees to Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia, they would amend and implement the excise policy beneficial to her. This is exactly what Sharath Reddy has said. I believe, we can put out more details of it. Niranjan, if we could provide this to our desk. I had already put this out, the statement of Sharath Reddy, which is exactly what is being read out by the ASG, because here you find a mention of Arvind Kejriwal. And once again, they are basing this on a conversation that took place between Arun Pillai and K. Kavita.
All right, I'm getting in some more breaking news right now. The ASG going on to talk about statement of ASG, a statement of Sharath Reddy right now. Arvind Kejriwal demanded kickbacks from the South Group in exchange for favors. This is corroborated by statements. ASG saying that in exchange for kickbacks, the South Group got control of the liquor business in Delhi. This is a very big charge being made. And these are charges that have been repeated in the past as well. ASG saying that in exchange for kickbacks, the South Group got complete control. The South Group got complete control of the liquor business in Delhi. And he goes into explaining the role in using the proceeds of the crime. So, in case you're watching this broadcast, ladies and gentlemen, the Enforcement Directorate has called Arvind Kejriwal the kingpin of the scam. They've called Vijay Nair the middleman in the scam. They've called K. Kavita and the South Group the givers of the kickbacks, and Kejriwal has been called the conspirator. And the ED has said, in exchange for kickbacks, the South Group got control of the liquor business in Delhi. And then they go on to explain the role in using the proceeds of crime. And ED says that they're giving brief facts in the court. Proceeds of crime of 45 crores was received from the South Group, used by the Aam Aadmi Party in the Goa campaign in 2021-2022. So they're giving out facts and numbers of how much of kickbacks were also given. 45 crore rupees of the kickbacks, the Enforcement Directorate is alleging, went to Goa for the elections of the Aam Aadmi Party. The Goa elections were contested by the Aam Aadmi Party as well. They were routed in Goa, that's a different fact. But they spent 45 crore rupees in the kickback money that came in from the liquor scam. These are facts of the case being explained in the courtroom by the Enforcement Directorate. Shavan, coming back to you, I think they're getting into details of the facts of the kickbacks and where the money got used. We spoke about those details earlier today when we said that some leaders, Aam Aadmi Party leaders and workers had also gone on record to admit that cash was given to them to fight the Goa elections. Is that correct? Was it cash? And when the ED says 45 crore rupees was given, were these 45 crore rupees routed in cash through a Hawala channel perhaps and used as cash in the elections?
Well, absolutely right. That's exactly what has happened, because the Enforcement Directorate says that there were kickbacks that were allegedly received. SV Raju now putting out more details of it, particularly about the total amount of money that was actually used, because CBI had indicated just about 70 lakh rupees. It turns out that there has been much more that has taken place thereafter, and I'm quoting, this is what the ASG has to say. He says proceeds of crime of about 45 crore rupees that were received from the South Group. They were used by the Aam Aadmi Party in the Goa campaign. Now, what's exactly happening, Niranjan? I understand, for many of our viewers, this is going to be a bit confusing as to why are the numbers changing so very fast, and what's the total amount of the scam. Now, what really happens here is that they are not only looking at the initial amount of funding that has actually come in, they are also seeing whether at all this money was used and profits were actually made. So if the profits were actually made from the amount that was used, that too will now come into the proceeds of crime, or for that matter, the total amount of scam. So the total amount of scam could well go beyond. So if it is about 100 crore bribe that has been received, what is it that they have used that 100 crore rupees for? And if it was utilized and there were some profits that were actually made, then that too would be counted as the kickbacks, and or for that matter, the total amount of money that they basically enjoyed after getting in those kickbacks, how it was actually utilized. So that's exactly what is being discussed right now with regards to how the money was utilized, and the large focus is on the election campaigning. In fact, in some of the statements that have been recorded, and I'm given to understand these are statements that were recorded in the last couple of months itself, they've been able to identify few candidates, they've been able to identify few party workers in Goa who received cash. And that is the reason why the Enforcement Directorate maintains that this was through Hawala transactions. So there is very little possibility that when these searches are being carried out at Aam Aadmi Party leaders' residences, you would not find that amount of cash or as it was expected, or perhaps what the Aam Aadmi Party says, that where exactly is the money. You possibly cannot find any of the money lying around. It's only because Hawala channels were actually used for the money to be funneled in.
Raju, ASG Raju, arguing for the Enforcement Directorate, has said that proceeds of crime was not only 100 crores bribe, but also the profits made by bribe payers. Profits made by bribe payers. So they're saying that the proceeds of crime could be well above 600 crore rupees. So they're putting a number of 600 crore rupees, over 600 crore rupees. And the Enforcement Directorate also saying money from Chennai comes here, it goes to Goa. Saying that money from Chennai comes here, when he says comes here, is he referring to the Aam Aadmi Party or referring to Delhi? I'm not sure, but he says money from Chennai comes here and then it goes to Goa. Talking about, we were just discussing the Hawala channel perhaps that was used, and the ED is going into details of the Hawala. There's a breakup of the Hawala as well. Breakup of the Hawala saying that 45 crore rupees was transferred to Goa through Hawala channels. And Hawala operators in Malad, Mumbai. Oh my God, this is big. For the first time, I don't know whether they've mentioned this before in the past, but Enforcement Directorate saying that Hawala operators in Malad, Mumbai were involved in making the payments. So Hawala moves from Chennai, saying that the money moved from Chennai to Mumbai through Hawala channels went to Goa. Is that what they're saying, Shavan? 45 crore rupees transferred to Goa through Hawala is what the ED is saying in the courtroom right now.
That's because that's because the Hawala operators are mostly based out of Maharashtra or, for that matter, West Bengal. In the previous charge sheets also, Niranjan, they've made a mention. In fact, Satyendra Jain was actually being charged for that. In the disproportionate assets case too, the Enforcement Directorate were able to identify the Hawala operators who were working for Satyendra Jain. And similarly, in this particular case too, Satyendra Jain was largely seen as the man who was responsible for the movement of the money. So the money that actually comes in from Hyderabad as well as Chennai, because these are the two places from where the South Group actually operated, the money came in directly in some occasions directly to places like Goa. There was also a suspicion that the Enforcement Directorate had about a couple of months ago that this money was also sent to the state of Punjab, because it's also in Punjab they suspected that during the elections that were taking place, it may have been utilized, but that aspect is still not very clear at this stage, because the Enforcement Directorate hasn't come on record with regards to the fact where exactly was the money used. All this while they've been only focusing on Goa. Not much has been spoken about where exactly was it used. Was it also used for some other party-related activities? That part is still not very clear.
Shawan, getting in some more breaking news updates that the Enforcement Directorate has also said there are chats. There are chats to substantiate the charge that they're making of the kickbacks that were paid. Secondly, the Enforcement Directorate in the court saying that there is corroboration.
कि अगर ये आ गए ये संविधान बदल देंगे और बाबा साहब का डॉक्टर भीमराव अंबेडकर जी का संविधान बचाना है। अभी जो देश में चल रहा है पूरी दुनिया देख रही है, उसको सबको पता है, लेकिन ऐसे किसी पड़ोसी या किसी विदेशी राष्ट्रपति से कहलवा लेना कि यू आर द मोस्ट फेमस प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफ द वर्ल्ड, और अभी किसानों की समस्या थी, हरियाणा के बॉर्डर पे रोक लिया। पत्रकारों ने मुझसे पूछा, मैंने कहा जी, वो कहते हैं दिल्ली क्यों आते हैं किसान? मैंने कहा जी मोदी जी दिल्ली क्यों आए फिर अहमदाबाद छोड़ के? कहते जीत के आए हैं। मैंने कहा जहां जीत के आएंगे वो देश का राज करने के लिए, तो वहीं पे आएगा सारा देश, उनको दिल्ली क्यों नहीं आने देते? मैं लाहौर भेजूं उनको? लाहौर से ज्यादा तारें लगा दी थी, लाहौर वाले बॉर्डर पे पाकिस्तान ने तार नहीं लगाई हुई, हमारे वालों ने लगाई हुई है, उनको क्या जरूरत है? कहते अपनी तरफ लगा लो। तो ये किसानों की समस्या तो हल नहीं करते। टीवी पे ऐड आती है, पापा यूक्रेन और रशिया का युद्ध रुकवा दिया मोदी जी ने। अच्छा, आप उनके युद्ध रुकवा सकते हो, अपने किसानों से बात नहीं कर सकते 200 किलोमीटर? कमाल है, हद है, ये डेमोक्रेसी नहीं है। मैं आपके जरिए, आपके टीवी कैमरों के जरिए करोड़ों लोगों को ये कहना चाहता हूं, आम आदमी पार्टी जो है वो चट्टान की तरह अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के साथ खड़ी है। अरविंद केजरीवाल को तो गिरफ्तार कर लोगे, उसकी सोच को कैसे गिरफ्तार करोगे? अरविंद केजरीवाल एक व्यक्ति नहीं है, अरविंद केजरीवाल
All right, getting in some more breaking news updates from inside the courtroom right now as the Enforcement Directorate justifies its demand for 10-day remand of Arvind Kejriwal inside the courtroom right now, talking about the Hawala channels. Money came from Chennai. Money from Chennai came to Delhi, went to Goa. Money from Chennai came to Delhi, went to Goa via Mumbai Hawala operators. It may sound a little confusing, but it's happened. They have details of the Hawala operators as well from Mulund, not Mulund, but in Malad in Mumbai, saying that money from Chennai went to Delhi, routed to Goa via Hawala channels, 45 crore transferred to Goa through Hawala channels for the Goa elections that the Aadmi party was routed in. Nonetheless, what the Enforcement Directorate has also mentioned in the charge sheet is that 12% profit mentioned, of which 6% was diverted as kickbacks. So imagine for every bottle of liquor that was sold in Delhi, if the profit was 12%, 6% of the profit or 50% of the profit was routed to the Aadmi party as kickbacks, is what the Enforcement Directorate had mentioned in the charge sheet. Enforcement Directorate also saying that there is corroboration to each of these charges. They are not only statements, but there is corroboration through call records. ED says they have CDRs There is corroboration through CDRs of the charges that they're making. ED saying that they've also examined the money trail backwards. That they've tracked the money trail backwards. The money to Goa came through 4 routes. They're talking about the routes as well. The ED right now arguing inside the courtroom saying that a statement has revealed that the money which was received from Goa came from 4 different routes. And they have revealed the source of these funding as well, saying that a huge amount of cash changed hands from Chennai to Delhi to Goa via Hawala channels in Mumbai. And they're also saying that Arvind Kejriwal has been accused of directly receiving the funds and huge amount of cash saved hands, and that these people have been in regular touch. So they have the details of the conversation, the communication between the South group, between the middlemen, and between leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party. Enforcement Directorate has said in the courtroom right now that 6% of the profit was diverted as kickbacks from traders to Aam Aadmi Party leaders. Can you imagine that? We were just explaining that if a bottle is sold and if 12 rupees is the profit, 6 rupees of that, if 12 rupees was the profit, 6 rupees of that was going as kickback to the Aam Aadmi Party in the national capital for every bottle sold. So the Aam Aadmi Party, the charge by the ED is that 6% of profit was diverted as kickbacks from traders to Aam Aadmi Party leaders. And they go on to corroborate it by saying that the allegations are also corroborated by one of the Aam Aadmi Party candidates in Goa. This person was also paid in cash. Where did they get the cash? It was from this kickback. They got it from kickbacks. Kindly take a look at PMLA. So talking about the cash in the Hawala channels and the money used in elections, the ED asking the court to look at PMLA and the charges that they made against Arvind Kejriwal when they name him the kingpin. Shavan, talking about the call records, chats, corroboration, the Goa leader, the cash as well. The routing of the cash via Chennai to Goa. Right? What more can you mean you've tracked the story very closely. Who is this leader that they're referring to saying that a candidate, one of the candidate has confessed, Shavan. Shavan, are you there? All right, getting you live updates from inside the courtroom right now. Live updates from inside the courtroom right now, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting in live details of the Enforcement Directorate talking about the corroboration. The Enforcement Directorate inside the courtroom saying that a statement has also revealed that the money which was received from Goa came from 4 routes. They've revealed source of this funding. And the Enforcement Directorate, while arguing against Arvind Kejriwal, saying that, and they're trying to bring the notice of the court to the huge amount of cash that changed hands allegedly. They're asking questions. Where did the cash come from? They got it from the kickbacks. Kindly have a look at PMLA. The ASG arguing for the Enforcement Directorate, saying that the Aam Aadmi Party is a beneficiary, but it doesn't exist individually. It is a company. And every person who is involved in the functioning of the company is responsible and shall be deemed to be guilty. And the ED arguing, like they have in the past, saying that it was the Aam Aadmi Party which was the ultimate beneficiary of the kickbacks in the liquor scam. It was the Aam Aadmi Party which controlled, which formulated Kejriwal. They've called him the kingpin today in the courtroom, saying that he directly kept a tab on the formulation of the liquor policy. He was the conspirator in the liquor policy, and that he knew at every stage what was going on and about the benefits, about the kickbacks and the routing of the money. The Enforcement Directorate has said that Aam Aadmi Party is a beneficiary, but it doesn't exist individually. Every person involved in the functioning of the company is responsible, shall be deemed to be guilty. ASG also reading the definition of political party to the courtroom. ASG reading definition of political party to the court. ED arguing in the court that apart from personal liability, Arvind Kejriwal is also liable to be punished under the vicariously liable. And this is a big breaking news update. And meanwhile, the ED has also said, apart from individual role, look at his role as a person responsible for the conduct for the Aam Aadmi Party. And I'm also getting in another breaking news update right now. And as we get you the live updates from inside the courtroom, these are live minute-by-minute updates I'm getting you. There's another breaking news update of a petition that has now been filed seeking Arvind Kejriwal's resignation from the post of Chief Minister. And this has been filed in the Delhi High Court. And that petition has been filed by the Hindu Sena. All right, I'm going back to the details of the courtroom right now. The ED saying that apart from his individual role, Arvind Kejriwal's role should also be looked at as someone who's responsible for the conduct of the Aam Aadmi Party. I mean, he's the supreme leader of the Aam Aadmi Party. So saying that he should be held responsible, they should be looking at it. I'm getting in more breaking news updates right now. Getting in more breaking news updates as we speak. Shravan is also live. Shravan, while they talk about his responsibility, not just as the Chief Minister, as formulation of the policy, also leader of the Aam Aadmi Party, they've also said on record that he's a beneficiary of the kickbacks. And now trying to define the role of Arvind Kejriwal, the question is, will all of that stand in court? And I think it all comes down to whether Arvind Kejriwal was in the know and whether he directly formulated and asked for those kickbacks. It all comes down to that, Shravan.
Well, in fact, Niranjan, I'll just take the leverage of trying and explaining this because this was something that ED sources multiple times did indicate this when we asked this question. That Aam Aadmi Party is saying that why exactly is Arvind Kejriwal being called in for questioning? What role does he have to play? Because he wasn't the one who was looking after the excise department. To which time and again, this is the response that I always got, and this is exactly what the ASG is basically pointing out right now. That not just as an individual, after all, he is the national convener of the party. It is imperative that Arvind Kejriwal appears before the Enforcement Directorate and answers those questions, whether at all his party is a beneficiary or not. And also the fact that the Enforcement Directorate was also mulling the option of making the entire political party, Aam Aadmi Party, as an accused in this particular case, because they say that the entire party has actually benefited from it. So who exactly is going to answer those questions? None other than the national convener, who happens to be Arvind Kejriwal. This is exactly what ASG SV Raju is also arguing in the court, that not as an individual, but his responsibility as the national convener of the Aam Aadmi Party. Because remember, multiple tranches of bribes were actually allegedly received by the Aam Aadmi Party, and that is the reason why they're insisting that a custodial interrogation now becomes important, because all this while he wasn't cooperating, and they were left with no other option but to basically look into this entire aspect of whether at all he was actually in the know-how. In how many such meetings was he really present? Or, is this a case where Manish Sisodia was just a face? After all, he was looking after the excise department, he was heading the excise department, but where was he getting those instructions from? Was it from Arvind Kejriwal? After all, he's the party boss. That's exactly the point that ASG SV Raju is pointing at.
All right, getting in some more breaking news updates as we speak. The Enforcement Directorate saying Kejriwal is also responsible for the affairs of the Aam Aadmi Party, holding him responsible for every decision that was taken by the Aam Aadmi Party, even the decisions to contest in Goa, route the money via Hawala channels to Goa. These are details that the Enforcement Directorate is raising in court, saying that Kejriwal is responsible for the affairs of the Aam Aadmi Party. And the ED also saying that he's responsible for the affairs, for the conduct. He's the national convener, and he's also responsible for the party at a national level. So one, talk about him being the Chief Minister, being directly aware of the formulation of the liquor policy, him being the kingpin, in the words of the Enforcement Directorate, for supervising the liquor policy, saying that he's the brain behind the party. and controls its major activities. ED saying Kejriwal is the brain behind the party and controls its major activities. These are some updates that are coming in from inside the courtroom and getting in more and more arguments. In the court, the ED arguing, saying apart from personal liability, Arvind Kejriwal is also liable to be punished under the vicariously liable. Apart from individual role, the ED saying look at his role as a person responsible for conduct of Aadmi party. ED highlighting in the court that Kejriwal has willfully disobeyed the summons. Kejriwal has willfully disobeyed the summons. Not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 9 times. Yesterday was the first time that the ED actually managed to question Arvind Kejriwal in the liquor policy scam. That too, they went to his house, they knocked on the doors with a search warrant, and they did that. But before that, he's evaded the ED 9 times. Shravan, when in the courtroom you argue and you say somebody has willfully disobeyed the summons 9 times, the ED is also saying at the time of search, this is big. ED says at the time of search, Arvind Kejriwal did not give correct facts. Arvind Kejriwal did not give correct facts. That's the breaking news update coming in, Shravan. For the first time, perhaps, we're getting in details of the questioning last evening. ED has said when they landed up at his residence last night, Arvind Kejriwal did not give correct facts. Shravan, do you have more details on that? Do you have any more details on the questioning, on the evasion, the challenging of the ED by Arvind Kejriwal last night? Shravan.
Well, this was something that we reported late last night when Republic TV first broke the news of Arvind Kejriwal's arrest and on what grounds was he being arrested. That was because there were certain questions that were asked, and let me just take you through those details. What were the questions asked? Question number 1 essentially was pertaining to certain statements that he was shown. These were witness statements that were shown. We do not have the names of those witness statements that were shown to the Chief Minister. In fact, he responded by saying that he does not have any idea. More importantly, all this while he's been maintaining that he has no responsibility to play as the Chief Minister. Remember, he has not signed a single paper pertaining to the liquor policy. That is exactly what was asked to Arvind Kejriwal. These statements, roughly about 5 to 7 statements were shown to the Chief Minister, but he did not respond to a single of those questions that were asked to him. And that is the reason why in the grounds of arrest that was read out to the Chief Minister, he was told that he was being evasive, and some of them was being said in a manner which only misled the agency. That is the reason why they were saying that custodial interrogation will be important, and this is what SV Raju is also pointing at. There have been certain recoveries that have been made pertaining to documents that have been taken into custody. What we do not know whether they are to do with the liquor scam or not. That clarity perhaps in a short while from now, as ASG SV Raju is arguing in the court. There is a slim possibility that he would also be reading out some of the recoveries, and if it is pertaining to the liquor scam, that will also be reflected, that will also be brought on record. Apart from that, the fact that there were certain documents naming a few officers, that is also something that we were given to understand by way of sources within the Enforcement Directorate, was since they had recovered this late last night and was also being examined whether it is part of any sort of surveillance or not. If it is not brought on record, remember that's a clear indication that Enforcement Directorate does not see this as a red flag. Perhaps it was just some sort of information that was being gathered by the Chief Minister, keeping in mind that he as well as his colleagues were already under the scan of the Enforcement Directorate. So that kind of information may have also been gathered.
Getting in more breaking news right now, Senior Advocate Abhishek Manu Singhvi has commenced submissions for Kejriwal. So Abhishek Manu Singhvi has begun his arguments. ED's arguments have concluded with the last point being that Arvind Kejriwal has been non-cooperative. He hasn't given correct answers. He's trying to dodge agencies, and they need him in custody to be investigated, to be interrogated. Senior Advocate Abhishek Manu Singhvi has now begun his argument while defending Arvind Kejriwal. Abhishek Manu Singhvi has said in court that he wants to address the main issues more than the facts. He says, I want to address on issues more than facts. Very interesting. I'm repeating that. Singhvi says, I want to address on issues more than facts. He says, firstly, remand is not automatic. It has to satisfy section of a draconian statute, which is PMLA section 19. He says, unlike other statutes, the word guilty of offense is used. And because you've made the power of arrest more stringent, you'll not let a person off easily because you won't arrest a person easily. And this is Abhishek Manu Singhvi saying that there is reason to believe and material in his possession must have a causal link. Threshold is very high at the level of word guilty. So Singhvi trying to distance Arvind Kejriwal from the liquor scam. Shravan, very, very interesting. I'm repeating what Singhvi is saying in the courtroom. Singhvi is saying he wants to address on issues more than facts. So he's not contesting the facts. He says he wants to address on issues. Singhvi is saying, unlike other statutes, the word guilty of offense is used. And because you've made the power of arrest more stringent, you're not going to let off a person as easily because you won't arrest a person easily. Abhishek Manu Singhvi saying, reason to believe and material in his possession must have a causal link while challenging the ED. He says, threshold is very high at the level of the word guilty. And he also says the first thing we must show is the necessity to arrest. The word necessity isn't there, but it is implicit in hundreds of cases because the power of arrest isn't equal to the need to arrest. I have the power to coerce, I have the power of course, but it doesn't mean there is a need to arrest. So Abhishek Manu Singhvi arguing for Arvind Kejriwal, questioning the need to arrest Arvind Kejriwal. And Shravan, very interesting arguments by Abhishek Manu Singhvi saying that the fact that I have the power is no ground to exercise it. I'll show the law which requires necessity to arrest to be demonstrated, and then I'll show some parts of the grounds of arrest furnished which don't demonstrate the necessity to arrest. So Shravan, if you can take us through the argument so far by Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who's arguing on the need. He's saying I'm arguing on issues, not on facts. He says, is there a need to arrest? Just because you can arrest, you've made the arrest, but is there a need to arrest Arvind Kejriwal, Shravan?
Well, in fact, this is the argument that has been made by the Aam Aadmi Party all this while, that this is a draconian law. They call the PMLA Act as draconian, not to forget that their own ally played an instrumental role in bringing about the changes in the PMLA law, particularly with regards to the fact that the statements that were actually recorded based on which this arrest has been made, they're all admissible before the court. This is under the Section 50 of the PMLA Act. As far as Section 19, subsection 1 is concerned, this is pertaining to do with the grounds under which the arrest has taken place. The need of the arrest basically comes up, which has already been satisfied by ASG SV Raju, where he says that everything has been complied with in terms of the investigation. But in return, what has essentially happened is that despite multiple opportunities that have been given to the Chief Minister to explain his position as the party chief, as the party national convener, he hasn't really, responded to any of the summons that were sent out, and the enforcement directorate is left with no other choice but to take a coercive action, because if not, then there is a possibility that he is going to slip away. And the fact that his name has surfaced during the investigation, and more importantly, it has been, it is quite clear that Arvind Kejriwal was part of those meetings. He was part of the entire deal that was actually orchestrated. So there is no reason why the enforcement directorate at this point in time says that there's no reason why they should not go ahead with a punitive action against Arvind Kejriwal. The hearing still continues here at the Rouse Avenue Court. It is Abhishek Manu Singhvi representing Arvind Kejriwal. The hearing continues. We get you the latest updates on the other side.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 11th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Welcome back. You're watching the live coverage of Arvind Kejriwal's minute-by-minute hearing in the courtroom. Arvind Kejriwal has been produced in court. And as we speak, Abhishek Manu Singhvi is arguing for Arvind Kejriwal. My colleagues on the ground, we have at least 10 anchors and reporters joining us on the field this afternoon as we get you the live coverage. Abhishek Manu Singhvi is arguing on the need to arrest Arvind Kejriwal, saying there was no need, there was no necessity of the arrest. And Singhvi saying that the fact that he has the power is no ground to exercise it, talking about the ED and asking whether the ED, just because it had the power to arrest Arvind Kejriwal, should have done that. Abhishek Manu Singhvi saying that he will show the law which requires a necessity to arrest to be demonstrated, and then he will show some parts of the grounds of arrest furnished which don't demonstrate the necessity to arrest. Abhishek Manu Singhvi going on to talk about, and at the beginning of his argument he said he will address on issues more than facts, saying that he's not going to argue on the numbers being thrown by the Enforcement Directorate, but he will argue on issues, saying that what is the need to arrest him. I can understand that you need something of an immediate nature. The entire remand application is copy-paste. Singhvi is calling the ED's arguments copy-paste, except the last few paras, adding that the fact that you need to further trace the money trail is no ground for arrest. It can be ground for a questionnaire. It can be ground for investigation. You have the basic material. Why should you want further custodial custody? Why do you want further custody is what Abhishek Manu Singhvi is asking. Interesting though, Abhishek Manu Singhvi also says it can be ground for questionnaire. It can be ground for interrogation. So if it can be ground for questionnaire, if it can be ground for investigation and interrogation, why didn't Arvind Kejriwal show up when he was summoned 9 times? And even Singhvi, Abhishek Manu Singhvi, the lawyer for Arvind Kejriwal, is agreeing that it can be ground for questionnaire and interrogation. And in that case, if he believes in that, then why did his client Arvind Kejriwal not appear 9 times? Taking a short break here on Republic TV. When we come back, live update from the court. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 11th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Why she said that?
In the press conference.
Yeah, but why? Why she said that? Because I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't cheat. I didn't dope. So it's better if we read the decision from TASS that it was a contaminated supplement, was not doping, and I never had something to do with doping. So I never doped, so I'm not a cheater. So thank you to the tournament for giving me the wildcard and to have the possibility to play in such a big tournament. It was great to be back, and only one person being negative about me is not that important, because I have hundreds of people that giving me love. So I will take that.
You know, with the meeting yesterday, I don't know if you referred to that, with the PIF, there's more questions looming, and you know, I don't think many players are too privy of information. You know, Jay's been trying to be transparent with emails based on, you know, what's happening, not giving.
Welcome back. Arvind Kejriwal's legal team is arguing in the courtroom as we speak, trying to ensure that he does not go to ED custody for 10 more days. ED has asked for 10 days of custody of Arvind Kejriwal and Abhishek Manu Singhvi, a Congress leader and also a senior advocate in the Supreme Court, arguing for Arvind Kejriwal. Abhishek Manu Singhvi saying that the questions that the ED may have may be a ground for questionnaire, but cannot be a ground for interrogation. And Abhishek Manu Singhvi talking about the witnesses and the different statements that they've given, because the ED mentioned that. Abhishek Manu Singhvi saying, witness 1 gives a statement, nothing about Kejriwal. He gives further statements, nothing about Kejriwal. After that, step 2 is to arrest witness 1. Step 3 is deny him bail and oppose the bail. Step 4 is one fine morning, you have a deal of approver. Step 5, he comes up with a brilliant statement next day about Kejriwal. And the next step is to record statement of a co-accused. So, going on to question the investigation done by the Enforcement Directorate, Abhishek Manu Singhvi also saying, this is the 4 or 5 facets. There is neither necessity nor need for arrest. Nothing to show that he cannot give the information without arrest. It is the first time in the history of India. Singhvi saying that is the first time in the history of India that a sitting chief minister is arrested. I'm not sure that's factually correct, because if I'm not wrong, Jayalalitha was also arrested and she was a sitting chief minister. But nonetheless, going by what Singhvi is saying, first time that 4 top leaders of the party, including him, are arrested. This means you have a verdict before the first vote is cast. Singhvi saying that you have the contours of the alleged crime. I beg your pardon. You have the contours of the alleged crime in your grounds of arrest. There is no need to arrest this man. There is no necessity to arrest this man. Abhishek Manu Singhvi adding in the courtroom, it's not enough to say that this man used this, this man used that. You have to demonstrate how I'm involved. So Abhishek Manu Singhvi saying that suspicion is not enough, but also meanwhile admitting that he's not going to argue on facts but argue on issues. And while argue on issues, he says, you may have a questionnaire, you may want to interrogate him, but arresting is not the answer, while conveniently also skipping the fact that Kejriwal has ducked Enforcement Directorate summons on 9 occasions. Taking a short break. When we come back, Shawan is joining us live, all our anchors on the ground joining us live on the coverage. Will he get bail or will he remain in custody? Taking a short break. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 11th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Government's decision last week to reduce the import duty by 15% for electric vehicle makers who pledge $500 million or rupees 4,150 crore investment in India is a significant move for the country and the Make in India objective. The electric vehicle policy was notified by Heavy Industries Ministry and is being steered by the Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade under the aegis of Industries and Commerce Ministry. The government incentivization on EV imports is likely to benefit billionaire Elon Musk's Tesla. Vietnamese VinFast has also pledged to contribute for Make in India with rupees 4,000 crore EV factory in Tamil Nadu. Chinese automaker BYD recently launched its sedan Seal in India. India's electric vehicle.
Welcome back, my colleagues Deepak and Rakshita also joining us on the live coverage here on Arvind Kejriwal's live court hearing. He's inside the courtroom. Arvind Kejriwal, you saw the pictures of him being brought by the Enforcement Directorate to the courtroom, and as we speak, Abhishek Manu Singhvi is arguing for Arvind Kejriwal, and Abhishek Manu Singhvi arguing against the arrest of Arvind Kejriwal, saying there was no need for an arrest. There is no need to arrest him. You can ask him questions. And many people are actually asking and are wondering right now, if he felt that way, why did he not appear before the Enforcement Directorate when he was summoned 9 times? All right, Abhishek Manu Singhvi also arguing that it's not enough to say that this man used this man used that. You have to demonstrate how Arvind Kejriwal is actually involved. Let me go across to Deepak and Rakshita joining us. Deepak and Rakshita, as the hearing continues, let me come to you, Deepak, first. I'll go across to Rakshita after that. Where are you right now, and what sort of an update do you have there? Are Aam Aadmi supporters gathering there as well?
Right, Niranjan, so far none of the Aam Aadmi Party leaders have made their way here, but as you can see, and if I could show you what kind of security arrangements are in place, there is no room for any protest, there is no room for any sort of commotion, there is no room for any Aam Aadmi Party supporter to come here and raise slogans in support of Arvind Kejriwal or against the centre, because Section 144 has been clamped here. One round of detention has already happened in the morning towards, close to noon, when Aam Aadmi Party supporters came here and raised slogans in support of Arvind Kejriwal. But right now, there's no any sort of commotion here. There is no room for any Aam Aadmi Party leader or supporter to come here and stage a protest. But what's happening inside is pretty crucial, because the ASG and the ED have presented some scathing allegations, and also they've also mentioned a lot of big scathing allegations, such as 300 crores kickbacks being received by the Aam Aadmi Party leaders, and they have also suspected that the tune of scam could be anywhere up to 600 crore rupees.
Okay, going across to Rakshita as well. Rakshita, what's your location? Rakshita, what's the update there? Rakshita.
Well, Niranjan, me and Shravan are right now. Shravan and I are right now outside the Enforcement Directorate office, and of course we are tracking all the developments across. And Shravan, of course, we've been talking about what's going on in the court. Abhishek Manu Singhvi is right now saying that there is no reason for arrest. That he's saying that you can question him, you can investigate him. Also, in the latest, he's saying that the need to arrest needs to be demonstrated. That's what Singhvi is arguing.
Well, the necessity of arrest is something that has already been satisfied by ASG SV Raju as to why exactly Arvind Kejriwal becomes an important character in this entire probe. So they've gone on record to say that Aam Aadmi Party is almost like a corporate, an entity that has received kickbacks, and every individual associated with this entity is liable for prosecution. Then that's the angle that has essentially been taken by SV Raju. On the other hand, as far as Abhishek Manu Singhvi is concerned, largely arguing on the fact that what is the need of the arrest in this particular case. However, the PMLA Act certainly empowers the Enforcement Directorate to take this action based on certain evidence that has been gathered so far. But having said that, Abhishek Manu Singhvi once again says, what is the ground reality with regards to Arvind Kejriwal? How is he associated with the liquor scam? That is exactly what he's demanding. But nowhere have you really seen Abhishek Manu Singhvi essentially distancing Arvind Kejriwal from this entire probe itself, or saying that there is a substantial counter argument to what the Enforcement Directorate has produced before the court.
Right. Also, Singhvi continues to say here that the ED has devised a strategy. It's a new strategy to arrest Kejriwal. He has spoken about what he calls is a pattern that has been observed, that a sitting chief minister for the first time in the history of the country has been arrested. These are the points where he's clearly, targeting the Enforcement Directorate, saying that the need to arrest has to be demonstrated. Necessity of arrest does not, or the power of arrest does not equal to necessity of arrest.
Well, once again, just a quick alert that is now coming in from inside the court. Now, this is what the Enforcement Directorate had said, to which Abhishek Manu Singhvi is saying that ED has essentially devised a new strategy to arrest Kejriwal. You can't arrest me without reason to believe. Now, the reason to believe here is this, that Arvind Kejriwal, after all, is the National Party convener. And the fact that they say that there is a money trail that has been established. It is not only identification of a trail, but it is the establishment of a money trail, which becomes extremely crucial for the investigation. The reason why they've gone ahead with this punitive action, the coercive action that has been taken, is only because they've been able to put together the main characters of this entire probe, which happens to be starting with Kavita, to Arvind Kejriwal, to Manish Sisodia, to Sanjay Singh. These are all characters who have been plotted by the Enforcement Directorate in terms of those who have played a key role of, one, changing the draft policy, and which enabled the South group to actually have windfall profits, and they've been able to identify that.
He's also mentioned about the Pankaj Bansal case also. He said that he's referred to the Pankaj Bansal judgment of the Supreme Court also, and also talking about, of course, the necessity versus the power, and also saying in the latest that the information coming in from the court is that any remanding court is not an automatic rubber stamp. What does it mean?
Now, as far as this is the argument that the Aam Aadmi Party had right from day one, saying that, one, Arvind Kejriwal is not responsible for the excise department. Arvind Kejriwal was not a part of the group of ministers. Arvind Kejriwal did not sign a single paper pertaining to the liquor probe. So technically, they're making him appear at this point in time as someone who is completely a rubber stamp. He has no role to play. So there is this distinction that they're trying to make, that there are others who are responsible and Arvind Kejriwal was nowhere linked. Now, that has already been countered. If you go by the arguments that have been put forth by ASG SV Raju, he's clinically looked into the role that has been played by, allegedly played by Arvind Kejriwal, starting from the fact there were meetings that were conducted by him, to the fact that there was a frontman by the name of Vijay Nair. The very fact this man did not have any other role but the role of a communication manager or a media manager for the Aam Aadmi Party. He was given a minister's bungalow, and this bungalow happens to be adjacent to the chief minister's residence. So that in itself is an indication of the fact that he had already close to him as the point person, as the frontman for this entire, for this entire scam. So it is Vijay Nair who was the one who was speaking to Samir Mahindru. It was Vijay Nair who was coordinating with South Group. It is Vijay Nair who had, got those calls arranged between the accused in this particular case and Arvind Kejriwal.
Right, Niranjan, back to you in the studios as we continue to track more developments and put a perspective also on those developments as Abhishek Manu Singhvi, the lawyer for Arvind Kejriwal, continues to argue in the Supreme Court.
I'm going across to Gopi. Right now. Gopi's at the Rouse Avenue Court. But before I go across to Gopi, and Deepak is also joining me live. Quick update on what's happening inside the courtroom. Abhishek Manu Singhvi arguing for Arvind Kejriwal, saying Supreme Court must take penal action when its words are not taken seriously. He's now referring to the Pankaj Bansal judgment of the Supreme Court. Singhvi also saying any remanding court, I repeat, Singhvi saying any remanding court is not an automatic rubber stamp. It cannot be. He's in court saying Supreme Court must take penal action when its words are not taken seriously, when he's arguing in the court right now, and saying that any remanding court is not an automatic rubber stamp. It cannot be, while referring to the demands of the Enforcement Directorate while seeking 10-day custody of Arvind Kejriwal. I'm going across to Gopi. Gopi is at the Rouse Avenue Court. Gopi, what's the update there at your end?
So the biggest update here post Singhvi said that any remanding court is not an automatic rubber stamp, and it cannot be. Post that, he also said that detention in many cases are routine and causal. So this is also a very big judgment, and it is the first and only time that a sitting chief minister has been arrested. So precisely, there are no deliberations and discussions going on in the court, and we are waiting for what is going to happen next. Back to you, sir.
All right. While we wait for the outcome of the hearing that is underway and get you the minute-by-minute updates, let me also go across to Deepak. Deepak is also at the court. Deepak, you've been reporting since last night. What's the strategy of the Aam Aadmi Party? Last night they were saying that the government will be run from the prison, and they're inside the courtroom right now. What's going on?
Right, Niranjan, last night at about 9:05 p.m., Arvind Kejriwal was arrested, but the first line of strategy was to delay the detention and, the moving of Arvind Kejriwal from his residence to the Enforcement Directorate's headquarters. It took about 2 hours for the ED officials to take Arvind Kejriwal from the Chief Minister's residence to the ED headquarters. And after that, in between all of this, they were also seeking a Supreme Court urgent hearing, but the registrar said that the matter will be heard today. And that's why, and after a lot of commotion and after a lot of detentions of the Aam Aadmi Party leaders who were protesting, that's when Arvind Kejriwal was brought to the ED office. And today as well, we confronted Abhishek Manu Singhvi as he arrived at the Rouse Avenue Court, and we asked him 3 pertinent questions. One is, what does he have to say about the 100 crore kickbacks allegations that has been made against Arvind Kejriwal? Second is, what happens to the leadership in the national capital? Who will take over? Because Arvind Kejriwal cannot, take control or rather rule the national capital from jail, because we've seen what happened to his former deputy, Manish Sisodia. They said that Manish Sisodia will also do the similar thing from jail. But so far, the Deputy Chief Minister post is not occupied. And what happens next remains to be seen, because Abhishek Manu Singhvi clearly didn't have any answers. He ducked the media. He didn't even answer any question. And the third important question that we asked is whether Arvind Kejriwal will get any sort of relief from the district magistrate today or not. And right now the arguments are going on. ASG SV Raju made some serious arguments against Arvind Kejriwal in the Delhi excise policy scam. And right now Abhishek Manu Singhvi is arguing in defense of Arvind Kejriwal. In the latest, he says that 80% of the people named in the case have not dealt with Arvind Kejriwal. But let's remind Abhishek Manu Singhvi that Vijay Nair was his former communications in charge. He was the one who arranged the video call with Sameer Mahendru. So I don't know on what grounds that Abhishek Manu Singhvi is saying that 80% of the people named in the case have not dealt with Arvind Kejriwal. And furthermore, he says that Sharath Reddy says that he didn't transfer any amount to Nair, and it is a statement he made last year. So there is no exchange of cash digitally or on paper, but what we got to understand is that there were 4 routes through which the money was diverted, and all of them were diverted through Hawala handlers. So it's a big allegation that ASG SP Raju made, and we'll have to wait and watch how Singhvi will continue to defend Arvind Kejriwal at the court.
Getting in some quick news updates right now. Abhishek Manu Singhvi saying that 80% of the people, reiterating, Abhishek Manu Singhvi saying that 80% of the people named in the case have not dealt with Arvind Kejriwal. 80% of the people have not dealt with Arvind Kejriwal. 50% of them have not named Arvind Kejriwal. So percentage argument in the court. Sharath Reddy, Abhishek Manu Singhvi saying Sharath Reddy says that he didn't transfer any amount to Vijay Nair, and it is a statement he made last year, which must be a reference to 2022. Abhishek Manu Singhvi saying reason of arrest is non-cooperation. Reason of arrest is non-cooperation. Saying Sharath Reddy was granted bail for back pain, and the ED didn't even raise objection. And they're referring to Sharath Reddy, who turned approver in the case. Sharath Reddy's version is key in this particular case. Sharath Reddy was a member of the South Group. The ED itself put him in a group, in a nomenclature, giving him the name of South Group, as a member of the South Group. And let me go across to Rakshita as well as we get these details. Abhishek Manu Singhvi arguing against the need to have Arvind Kejriwal in custody, saying that many people haven't even named him. And another argument, by the way, made by Abhishek Manu Singhvi and the legal team is that Arvind Kejriwal fights for the country, he lives for the country, etc. And all of this while the ED has put out a factual legal argument asking for why and how Arvind Kejriwal is directly linked. Let me go across to Rakshita as well. Rakshita is joining us with some more details. Rakshita, if you can take our viewers through, it's been a long hearing. It's likely to continue for the next 10 to 15 minutes. Hoping for a verdict in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Rakshita.
Absolutely, as you just mentioned in the very beginning here, Niranjan, that Singhvi says that 80% of the people in this case have not mentioned or have not dealt with Arvind Kejriwal. Now, I do not understand how does it really help this case, but the fact that his name has been taken up, there is some evidence that has been gathered by the Enforcement Directorate, which we have seen, what happened yesterday. There was some proof that has been gathered. It was also submitted to the court, and the court, in fact, in a PDF file, and it was, in fact, examined by the court, and henceforth we saw that the court ordered it denied any kind of protection from arrest for Arvind Kejriwal. And also the fact that as we speak, the Singhvi's arguments say that, as per his, the reason of arrest of one of the witnesses is non-cooperation, and he was arrested a day after. He did not name Arvind Kejriwal. So this is one piece of interesting piece of information that Singhvi is at least telling the Supreme Court right now. However, also the additional Solicitor General is saying that RV arguing his cancellation of bail. This is a remand application, quite rightly so, as we do understand from what Singhvi is saying, trying his best to show that why this arrest was illegal, why arrest was not necessary, not even illegal. I think he's not used that word. What he's trying to say is that you can do without arresting Arvind Kejriwal, do anything but not arrest Arvind Kejriwal. He says you can question him, you can investigate him, Niranjan, but the fact that there were 9 summons taken up, 9 summons, and after that we see Arvind Kejriwal is taken into custody. Why did not he appear before the ED when the first summon or the summons later on that followed? He could have appeared before the agency and presented his side of the story or answered the questions, but we did not see that happening. And today when he is arrested and there is ED seeking a 10-day custody for him, we see his counsel, his lawyer, leaving no stone unturned to say that this arrest is something that is not at all necessary.
All right, we're taking a short break right now. We're standing by for a verdict in the case. Will Arvind Kejriwal be sent to 10 days of Enforcement Directorate custody? All eyes on that. We're taking a short break. When we come back, live pictures and the update on the Prime Minister. Prime Minister Modi becomes the first foreign head of government to receive Bhutan's highest civilian honor. Coming back with that.
Viewers, I had predicted yesterday that Arvind Kejriwal's arrest is very likely. You will remember we debated it in detail, and as I said, it is moving exactly in that direction. Now, there are 2 ways of looking at this. One, that after his arrest, Arvind Kejriwal's supporters will start a sympathy campaign for him. Secondly, that like Hemant Soren or K. Kavita, both of whom have been arrested in corruption charges, it is unlikely that Arvind Kejriwal will get any mass support given 2 facts. One, that the charges of Liquorgate, the corruption charges against him are very serious. And 2, I have got news that Kejriwal has been arrested, ladies and gentlemen. I am breaking that right now. Shawan is with me, so I am breaking away from my lead. Ladies and gentlemen, let's carry the big grid. Kejriwal arrested. Shawan, what's the latest? Shawan, you can confirm that Kejriwal has been arrested? Shawan, Kejriwal arrested. First breaking here on Republic, yes?
Much ahead.
Yes.
Much ahead or not before anyone else. Republic TV is now confirming. We have got the 100% confirmation. Chief Minister of Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal, has now been arrested. Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal hasn't cooperated with the Enforcement Directorate. A confirmation now coming in that Arvind Kejriwal has been arrested.
Welcome back. Getting in more details of what's happening inside the courtroom right now as my colleagues Deepak, Gopi and Rakshita join us live on the broadcast. Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who's arguing inside the courtroom for Arvind Kejriwal, putting up more arguments on what the Enforcement Directorate has investigated so far. He's now referring to the statement of Raghav Magunta. And Abhishek Manu Singhvi talking about the corroboration point. saying that you can find a corroboration, but their entire grounds of arrest is these names, asking the person, saying that the approver took his name, and that is why, and that is the only corroboration that they're referring to. Abhishek Manu Singhvi saying all those who turn approver develop back pain, and on back pain they don't oppose bail. This is the new formula. I'm seeing he's questioning the Enforcement Directorate and how they allowed the approver Sharath Reddy to be granted bail, saying that the ED did not defend that very strongly. Abhishek Manu Singhvi also saying that on the 11th of May 2023 order of Delhi High Court, in the bail application, it is recorded that this man's wife attempted to commit suicide. He's in hospital. Statement was recorded in July, and Magunta complains of back pain and ED does not oppose his bail. This man is pardoned on the 3rd of October, saying that I have not seen this chain in criminal law. He's talking about the intentions of the ED and the actions of the ED while appearing and defending different people who they have named accused. Let me go across back to our colleagues. Gopi, what happens next? Tell us in the courtroom. Abhishek Manu Singhvi is arguing now, and the ASG has argued for the Enforcement Directorate. It's been a lengthy argument on both sides, and are we expecting some sort of a judgment in perhaps the next half an hour?
So post Abhishek Manu Singhvi saying that he has not seen this chain of criminal law, he further says that first there is nothing and he does not recognize him and I don't know him. So he's just claiming that he doesn't know him. And then there is approval. So if this is so-called high principle of Article 21, he questions Article 21 and Article 20 as well as human rights. Then he further says that, my lords, we are like Alice in the Wonderland. So the argument continues and we are further waiting for what is going to happen next. Back to the studio.
All right, I'm handing it over to Rakshita right now. Rakshita, who's also take us through the live breaking news updates. Rakshita, handing it over to you. Take us through the live breaking news updates from inside the courtroom, Rakshita. Shawan is also joining us live. Deepak will be joining us live along with our team of reporters. 10 reporters and anchors on the field, inside and outside the courtroom with the details. Rakshita, over to you. Okay, just lost the audio there. Lost the audio with Rakshita. I'll just fix that mic audio. Let me go across to Deepak as well. Deepak, if you can also take us through the details of the arguments being made. Take us through the live arguments as they are being made in the courtroom. In fact, I have a couple of arguments being made by Singhvi. I'll just read that out and then hand it over to you. Abhishek Manu Singhvi says, approver is the most unworthy friend. Abhishek Manu Singhvi referring to a judgment saying there is absolutely no corroboration regarding Kejriwal, and he's basically the entire crux of the argument of Abhishek Manu Singhvi so far is while relying on different judgments, saying that there is no need to arrest Arvind Kejriwal in the first place. And I think Rakshita is back right now. Rakshita, handing it back to you for now. If you can take us through the live updates and the arguments being made inside the courtroom.
Right. Absolutely, of course. All the action is happening right now in the Supreme Court as we speak, Niranjan. And remember, Singhvi, as you were just pointing out, said that an approver is the most untrustworthy friend. Now, he's talking about Reddy. He's also talking about, and that's quite natural, of course, for him to say this. He's talking about how Raghav Reddy's wife had,
नमस्कार। कोजो जांगपोला योर मैजेस्टी, आज एक भारतीय के नाते मेरे जीवन का बहुत बड़ा दिन है। आपने मुझे भूटान के सर्वोच्च राष्ट्रीय अवार्ड से सम्मानित किया है। हर अवार्ड अपने आप में विशेष होता ही है, लेकिन जब किसी अन्य देश से अवार्ड मिलता है तो ये भरोसा मजबूत होता है कि हम दोनों देश सही दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। हमारा ये विश्वास भी बढ़ता है कि हमारे प्रयासों से दोनों देशों के लोगों का कल्याण हुआ है। हमें और अधिक परिश्रम करने का उत्साह मिलता है, ऊर्जा मिलती है, लेकिन यह सम्मान मेरी व्यक्तिगत उपलब्धि नहीं है। ये भारत और 140 करोड़ भारतीयों का सम्मान है। भूटान की इस महान भूमि पर मैं सभी भारतवासियों की ओर से यह सम्मान नम्रता से स्वीकार करता हूं और इस सम्मान के लिए आपका और भूटान की जनता का हृदय से कोटि कोटि धन्यवाद करता हूं। योर मैजेस्टी, 140 करोड़ भारतवासी जानते हैं कि भूटान के लोग उनके अपने परिवार के सदस्य हैं। भूटान के लोग भी यह जानते हैं, मानते हैं कि भारत उनका परिवार है। हमारे संबंध अटूट है, हमारी मित्रता अटूट है, हमारा आपसी सहयोग अटूट है और सबसे बड़ी बात है, हमारा विश्वास भी अटूट है। और इसलिए मेरे लिए आज का ये दिन बहुत विशेष है। सुखद संयोग से अभी 3 दिन पहले ही हिज रॉयल हाइनेस का जन्मदिन भी था। 2 दिन पहले ही हमने इंटरनेशनल हैप्पीनेस डे भी सेलिब्रेट किया। मौसम ने थोड़ी सी चुनौती अवश्य दी, लेकिन वो भारत और भूटान की दोस्ती और मेरे यहां आने में बाधा नहीं बन पाया। इसलिए ये अवसर और भी खास हो जाता है। योर मैजेस्टी, एक्सेलेंसीज, फ्रेंड्स, भारत और भूटान के संबंध जितने प्राचीन है उतने ही नवीन और सामयिक भी है। 2014 में जब मैं भारत का प्रधानमंत्री बना तो मेरी पहली विदेश यात्रा के रूप में भूटान आना स्वाभाविक था और मुझे वो दिन याद है कि जब 10 वर्ष पहले मैं ड्रुकयूल यानी द लैंड ऑफ द थंडर ड्रैगन आया था। भूटान द्वारा उस स्वागत, उस गर्मजोशी ने प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में मेरी कर्तव्य यात्रा की शुरुआत को यादगार बना दिया था।
government's decision last week to reduce the import duty by 15% for electric vehicle makers who pledge $500 million or rupees 4,150 crore investment in India is a significant move for the country and the Make in India objective. The electric vehicle policy was notified by Heavy Industries Ministry and is being steered by the Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade under the aegis of Industries and Commerce Ministry. The government incentivization on EV imports is likely to benefit billionaire Elon Musk's Tesla. Vietnamese VinFast has also pledged to contribute for Make in India with rupees 4,000 crore EV factory in Tamil Nadu. Chinese automaker BYD recently launched its sedan Seal in India. India's electric vehicle policy allows companies to carry forward their annual import backlog. The electric vehicle policy permits car makers to import a maximum of 8,000 EVs into India annually. EV makers benefiting from incentives must utilize 35% local components. India's EV policy expects car makers to achieve 50% DVA or domestic value addition in next 5 years.
भूटान ने विश्व को ग्रॉस नेशनल हैप्पीनेस जैसा विजनरी फ्रेमवर्क दिया है। मैं विश्वास के साथ कह सकता हूं कि भूटान की माइंडफुलनेस सिटी भी विश्व के लिए प्रेरणा बनेगी। इसी तरह कोविड-19 ग्लोबल पैंडेमिक का उदाहरण भी हमारे सामने है। भारत उस समय भूटान के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर खड़ा था। उस मुश्किल समय में मैंने योर मैजेस्टी आपकी संवेदनशीलता को, प्रशासनिक कुशलता को बहुत करीब से देखा है। इसलिए मुझे विश्वास है कि आपके नेतृत्व में भूटान टेक्नोलॉजी, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में नई ऊंचाइयां छुएगा। आज जब दुनिया क्लाइमेट चेंज जैसी चुनौतियों से जूझ रही है, तब भूटान की ये कार्बन न्यूट्रल प्रगति विश्व को रास्ता दिखाएगी। साथियों, हमें गर्व है कि हिज मैजेस्टी द किंग के गैलेफू जैसे विजनरी प्रोजेक्ट्स में भारत को सहयोग देने का अवसर मिल रहा है। भारत और भूटान, यहां के युवाओं की आकांक्षाएं एक जैसी ही है।
Big update coming in right now. A breaking coming in. A delegation of opposition parties will meet the election commissioner at 5 p.m. to protest against Kejriwal's arrest. And that is what we're learning of right now, viewers. Top update coming on Republic TV. Big update coming in. And this is coming in, viewers, as the opposition will be protesting against the arrest. That's what we are learning of. 5 p.m. is the time when the opposition parties, a delegation of them, will be meeting the election commissioner at 5 p.m. And now this is coming in. As a short while back ago, we told you already that Arvind Kejriwal has been called the kingpin in the liquor scam case, along with other ministers and Aam Aadmi Party leaders. The ED has said this and is seeking a 10-day custody from Rouse Avenue Court here. Let's go straight to Deepak. Deepak, I'm coming to you right now. Opposition parties meeting the election commission at 5 p.m. and this is to protest against Kejriwal's arrest. What is the plan ahead? Deepak, over to you.
Right, Shivangi, now a delegation of opposition parties will meet the election commissioner at 5 p.m. to protest against Kejriwal's arrest. Now, what we'll have to note here is that the arrest comes 5 days after the Model Code of Conduct was put in place. And let's also not forget that it was the same partners of the opposition alliance, the Congress, which first filed a complaint, after which the LG ordered an investigation. And that's what has brought us so far to the Rouse Avenue Court, with Arvind Kejriwal being presented before the district magistrate and 3 of his close confidants also being arrested before this. Now, what we'll have to note here is that earlier today, CM Bhagwant Mann had also met with the family members of Arvind Kejriwal at his official Delhi residence. He expressed solidarity, but let's remind our viewers that no amount of solidarity will wipe off the taint that the ED claims it has against Arvind Kejriwal, a key cog in the liquor scam of 2021 and 2022. Everything was formulated and planned as per the instructions of Arvind Kejriwal. That's what the approvers have also said, and that's what the ASG, Mr. Ravi, has also argued in the court. And
All right, Rakshita's joining us live as well. Rakshita, I'm coming across to you, and live updates coming in. Live updates coming in right now. Take us through what exactly is happening. What is the ED saying? Many updates coming in. Agencies saying Kejriwal was a middleman between the South Group and other accused, including ex-Deputy CM Manish Sisodia and Aam Aadmi Party officer Vijay Nair. So a lot of big statements coming in. Rakshita, what's happening?
Well, in the latest thing, Singhvi has said that let's not look at a remand mechanically. He says that it requires a significant judicial mind. There are larger issues of democracy involved, and this is one point that Aam Aadmi Party, even prior to Arvind Kejriwal's arrest, ever since he has been summoned, has been saying that democracy is under grave threat. Today, also after the arrest, we saw Atishi repeating the charge that democracy is being murdered, so on and so forth. And now we again see, Manu Singhvi again arguing in court that this is something that you need to require a judicial mind. Now he's maybe trying to say that there are other nuances to it that the court must see, but the important thing is that the court has to examine, Shivangi, the evidences and what the approver has said. And there are many angles that and many proof that the ED has, and it has already presented to the Delhi court. So this is something that Singhvi is trying his best to say that this arrest is something that is not required and it's completely unacceptable. Additional Solicitor General had also earlier said that we are not here arguing about we are talking about the remand here. We are here to argue on the remand. And Senior Advocate Vikram Chaudhary has also in the latest commenced his submissions for Arvind Kejriwal. This is what we know in the latest. And also remember, there is also one video of Arvind Kejriwal that's doing the rounds. We will put that out on our screens in the latest. Remember, this was via Aam Aadmi Party. Video source is Aam Aadmi Party. It's there on the news agency ANI. And Arvind Kejriwal, as before he is produced to court, he says that whether I am inside or I am outside, whether I'm inside or outside, my life is dedicated to the country. Now that you can say that something, it's a very obvious statement, or if you want to read into it, you can say that he will continue to work from the jail. You can say that if you see the many insinuations that were made by his party members that Arvind Kejriwal will work from the jail. That's not something that is impossible. There are provisions for it. However, it's very it's very difficult. It's easier said than done, and more than anything, logistically, it's a very difficult task. We have to wait and watch what really happens next, because these are some really lengthy arguments that are taking place right now. But as you in the beginning mentioned, Shivangi, the biggest headline is that ED has argued that Arvind Kejriwal is the kingpin. Not the first time. They're saying it again, that Arvind Kejriwal is the mastermind, is the kingpin of this entire Liquorgate, this Liquorgate scam. And Abhishek Manu Singhvi, on the other hand, continues to say that there are 4 to 5 top leaders who have been targeted, and the first time in the history of the country, a sitting chief minister has been arrested, and we have to look at it from a different point of view. He's trying to say that this is not rhetorical. This is something that we need to see what's really happening. He's trying to say that this arrest is something that has that has taken place with malicious intent, Shivangi. So as we speak, the updates continue to pour in. They continue to come in from the Delhi court. The action is underway right now, and we will be getting you all the latest updates on that.
Right, Rakshita. And I'm being joined right now by all our reporters and anchors. We have Rakshita, we have ED office, we have Deepak, Rouse Avenue Court, Gopi, Rouse Avenue Court, and Priyanka, who's also at the Bhavana police station. I want to go across to you, Priyanka. If you could take our viewers through what is happening where you are, because the big highlight is the kind of statements, 10 charges against ED are extremely, of course, you will see those 10 charges on your screen soon, but Kejriwal demanding 100 crores from some accused from South Group. 100 crores, that's a big amount of money. Priyanka, I'm coming to you first. As the ED is talking about the charges, in fact, we'll come to Priyanka in just a moment. I just want to go ahead and play out a reaction coming in, and then I'll come across to all the reporters and anchors who are on ground.
मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर रहूं या बाहर देश के लिए काम करना है।
अविन सर कुछ कहना है, कोई संदेश सर?
मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर रहूं या बाहर देश के लिए काम करना है।
अविन कोई संदेश सर?
मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर रहूं या बाहर देश के लिए काम करना है।
अविन सर कुछ कहना है, कोई संदेश सर?
मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है और चाहे अंदर रहूं या बाहर देश के लिए काम करना है।
All right, viewers. All right, so Arvind Kejriwal remains defiant. He's saying my life is dedicated to the country. First reaction coming in after arrest. This is the big update coming in. Remember, viewers, this is happening as a courtroom battle between ED and Kejriwal is continuing right now. Top update coming on Republic TV. First reaction of Arvind Kejriwal only on Republic TV, where you clearly heard what Arvind Kejriwal had to say. You clearly heard that. He is saying that my life is dedicated to the country. I am dedicated to the country irrespective of where I am. So this is what's happening, and at the same time ED is seeking a 10 days custody. So I'm being joined once again by our reporters and anchors on ground. We have Rakshita, we have Deepak, we have Priyanka, and we have Gopi, all at different locations. Priyanka, I'm coming to you first. What is happening where you are? Priyanka, give us a quick update.
Right. So currently I am at the Bhavana police station, where we've been told that Saurabh Bhardwaj along with the other Aam Aadmi Party workers are currently put in after detention. They were detained while they were protesting at the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. What we're getting to know, there are around 21 of the Aam Aadmi Party leaders and the workers, 17 plus 4, 17 male and 4 female Aam Aadmi Party workers, including the Delhi Minister Saurabh Bhardwaj, who is currently here. But we're also getting to know that they were earlier placed at the Alipur police station. Remember, all of these police stations fall under the northeast Delhi area. The plan of the police is to keep these leaders who were protesting outside, near the outer areas of the national capital, so that they do not return to the center, so that they can protest again. What else we are getting to know here is we tried speaking to Saurabh Bhardwaj while he was shifted along with his colleagues to the Bhavana police station. He told us that these cops, the Delhi police cops, are planning to shift these leaders from one police station to the other. They were first in the Alipur police station and now at the Bhavana police station. What we're also getting to know that they will be here till 8 p.m.
All right, Priyanka is joining us from the Bhavana police station. I just want to go across to our other colleagues, Rakshita, Deepak, Gopi. I'll just come across to Rakshita very quickly. And Rakshita, you know what's happening right now? The big question mark, and all our viewers would be wondering this as well. Will Kejriwal continue as the CM? We're still waiting for more updates from the court because ED is demanding a 10-day custody. But that's a big question on everyone's mind. What will happen next?
Well, we have to wait and watch, of course, as the arguments are still underway. Vikram Chaudhary is right now arguing for Kejriwal, saying that ED has become the judge, the jury and the executioner. This is what he's saying right now in the court. So he's saying that ED has become the judge, the jury and the executioner. Meanwhile, SV Raju, who is the additional Solicitor General, said that he will not object to what the points have been made if it's a relevant ground. However, he says that it's like playing to the gallery, and where is the question of summons? Are we arguing about summons? So there is no question. We are not discussing summons here. That is what SV Raju is saying right now. Chaudhary said that on the 12th of January you gave it in writing to me that I'm being called in my individual capacity, not in the capacity of my chief minister, and I'm not an accused. So more than loud and clear. This is one point that has been repeated time and again, that Arvind Kejriwal wants the clarity that whether he's an accused or he's somebody who is being called in or summoned as a witness. So this is what right now Chaudhary is trying to deliver home the point. That is what Vikram Chaudhary, appearing from Kejriwal, is saying. Also, he said that my cooperation is what the court will examine, and but here the ED now becomes the judge, jury and executioner. Remember, the ED has said that there has been no cooperation from Arvind Kejriwal. He has not answered many questions to investigate this matter. And Chaudhary also goes on to say, in the remand, the so-called material against me starts from the 2023 February and ends at August to September last year, and it is exact replica of that. So these are some, heated exchanges. Also, you can say like quite a lot of drama that's happening, unfolding in the Supreme Court, and both sides, of course, leaving no stone unturned to prove their point. Chaudhary in the latest has said that the opening lines of remand application destroy their subterfuge and misrepresentation, that I was not being called as Aam Aadmi Party chief and the chief minister. So this is clear that he says that there is misleading statements, or rather the way he has been summoned is misleading. That's what his advocate right now is arguing in the court. We will of course have to wait and watch, because this is going to go on for some time from now, and all eyes are on the Rouse Avenue court to see what happens next with Arvind Kejriwal, as the ED will be seeking at least a 10-day custody today.
Right, and Rakshita, we also have Gopi, and Gopi is inside the Rouse Avenue court. So Gopi can give us an exclusive look and perhaps tell us exactly what's happening inside the court. Gopi, what is happening inside the court? What are the statements? And especially our viewers would like to know, Gopi, that how is this entire session happening? Is it heated? What is happening inside, Gopi?
So Shivangi, yes, definitely the entire session happened between first Singhvi and now Chaudhary is heated, and the discussions revolve around ED, summons, judge, jury. As my colleague Rakshita just said that, here the ED now becomes the judge, jury and executioner. This is what Chaudhary has claimed. So, picking from where Rakshita had left, so in the remand, Chaudhary says that the so-called material against me starts from February 2023 and ends at August and September 2023, which is the exact replica of what he claimed. And in the first line in remand, he again says that CM was not addressed as a CM but as the kingpin. So this is something which has become controversial. While the ending remarks of Chaudhary were the opening lines of remand application destroy their subterfuge and misrepresentation that he had not called as our chief and CM. So these are the recent updates from the Rouse Avenue Court inside the courtroom. Back to you, Shivangi.
Right. Okay, let's go to Deepak also. Deepak, I'm coming to you right now. And Deepak, take us through exactly what is happening. You are at the Rouse Avenue Court. And since the morning, and usually in these cases, whenever we see high-profile ministers or leaders come to the Rouse Avenue Court, there's a lot of police presence. How much police presence is there? And what is the arrangement like? Because we know that Arvind Kejriwal is inside. He will be coming out soon. What's happening around you, Deepak?
Right, Shivangi, right now I'm outside the Rouse Avenue Court. This is one of the blocks where I'm standing outside, and here you can see the barricading has been ramped up right outside the entry gate of the Rouse Avenue Court. There are multiple layers of barricading, and post these barricades are heavy police presence to prevent any sort of untoward incidents. About 70 to 80 police personnel from the Delhi police force have been deployed here outside the Rouse Avenue Court, and beyond these borders as well. You can see more barricading to block any sort of vehicular movement, and any entry point and exit points leading to the Rouse Avenue Court have been completely barricaded. The Rouse Avenue Court itself has been completely fortified. And if I could show you what's happening this side, there is barricading here as well, right opposite the Rouse Avenue Court. This is where the Aam Aadmi Party leaders staged a protest in the morning, and they were detained, followed by their sloganeering. And right now, Section 144 continues to remain in place, Shivangi, and even as Arvind Kejriwal's video, a purported video, continues to surface of him being defiant, a PIL has also been filed in the Delhi High Court, a PIL to remove Arvind Kejriwal from the post of Delhi Chief Minister. If I could bring our viewers the updates from there as well, the plea has been filed and moved by one person named Surjit Singh Yadav, a Delhi resident claiming to be a farmer and also a social worker. He says that a Chief Minister accused of financial scandal should not be permitted to continue in public office. And furthermore, Surjit Singh says that a jailed CM would be incapable of transacting any business that the law enjoins upon him. And if he is allowed to do so, any material, irrespective of its secretive nature, would have to be scanned thoroughly by the prison authorities before it reaches Kejriwal's hands. And such an act would amount to direct breach of oath of secrecy administered to the Chief Minister under the 3rd schedule of the Constitution. This is the latest plea filed. And furthermore, the plea filed in the High Court says that the transaction of business of the government of the National Capital Territory of Delhi Rules 1993 empowers a Chief Minister to call for files from any department of the cabinet, and if Kejriwal continues as the Chief Minister, he would be well within his rights to demand for the investigation of files wherein he has arraigned as an accused. Now, such a situation is against the ethos of criminal jurisprudence. This is the latest plea that has been filed at the Delhi High Court, won by a citizen who is also a social worker and and a resident of the national capital. Back to you, Shivangi.
Right, Deepak, I'm coming back to you in just a moment. We have to shift our focus for just a short while to Lok Sabha developments and breakings. We're getting a big election-related development coming in, viewers. Let's play out that big breaking for our viewers. What we're coming to know right now, BJP will go solo. I repeat, BJP will go solo in Odisha for the big Lok Sabha elections. There will be no alliance with the BJD in the state. The BJP will contest on all 21 seats. All 21 seats, viewers. That's what we're learning of right now. Now, there were a lot of discussions among a potential alliance between BJP and BJD. This seems to have come to the conclusion that there will be no alliance